time on Sunday.
Take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that.
Show some respect. Are you challenging me?
A tough nut to crack.
Now, shall we fight?
My turn.
All right, here we go.
Trust my shield.
Fire away! Gotta try harder, huh?
Soldiers, give me strength! I'll take care of it!
Trust my shield. Stop right there. It's not over yet. Go to hell.
All right, here we go.
Hey-ya!
Welcome to Update 26.2, where you'll discover the new Crafter Pass, a new Team Deathmatch map, strengthened anti-cheat measures, and more. Here's a closer look at what's in store. Dive into the fresh Crafter Pass, Black Market 2023. tackle missions, obtain rewards, and get busy crafting in the workshop. Keep an eye out for the special craftable rewards in this pass. The return of 4 progressive weapon skins available throughout the pass duration, along with their unique chromas. There is much more depth to the Black Market 2023, so stay tuned for a detailed announcement coming your way. Next up, experience the newly unveiled map for Team Deathmatch, the Pillar Compound. This arena serves up distinct combat avenues tailored for diverse gunplay preferences. Favor long to medium range battles? The main building is the choice for you. For those keen on close quarter encounters, the side buildings is the place to be. Plus, the inclusion of cleverly designed flank routes ensures thrilling challenges for everyone. Elevating our commitment to fair play, we're enhancing anti-cheat measures for ranked matches on Steam. Those flagged as potential cheaters will now face an added ARS verification step, linked to the phone number associated with their account. Ensure your information is updated by visiting PUBG support should there be any changes to your contact information. Lastly, we have a new penalty system for those leaving Blue Bomb Rush mid-match, refinements to the general plane flight route UI, and more. Update 26.2 has more to offer, so don't forget to read the patch notes, and we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Unleash my shopping spree
Duty-free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power Online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
PUBG Global Series 2 Grand Finals Sonic!
The championship, the spray comes through. 17 Gaming takes the chicken dinner.
Twisted Minds with a disgustingly effective hold on the south side. Turn that into a win.
Spins on him and takes him down. Daiwa is going to get the win.
Over the center position.
Yeah, oh, kickstart, some great shots. defensively. It is Petrichor Road coming apart. Oh, and now they're walking right Genji.
And now Pentagram right on the doorstep, foot giving up, and Pentagram is more than happy to finish this off. He's going to come around the side, easy 2 for Wicked. But he's the only one. Grenades in hand, sending it through the hay bales. Somehow manages to find Nan and Ming.
They're running straight into the point! And Xiao Pian with the bounce off the hay.
LG.
I mean, that was the one player that made it through what is still this ambush side, still this trap side. But Lu, with the Dragon up in hand, able to find the first 2. Bobo does steal 1. I guess it's only fair, considering the Twisted Minds killed 2 of his teammates. But we'll see if they can get some more. Where did Lu? Able to headshot 1 more. Bobo. First one to fall. New Heavy down to 2.
Big shots for Dante. Big trade from Ming. That's burning out. Ming will push. We'll find the knock onto a doozy. Switch it back again.
Jumbo is going to go ahead and get the quad that's out there. Exalt was trying to path over here.
Sonic tells her one through. Whoa! Petrichor Road is just gone. D plus Kia. My God.
안녕하세요. 서 있으면 될까요? Hello.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 실제로 만나네요. 키가 크시네요.
没得他比较帅。
쑥스럽네요.
Hi.
Hello. 지난번에 촬영했을 때 본 적이 있는데 저를 다시 보니까 어떠신 것 같나요?
I mean, I knew it was gonna happen. I mean, we are still good players, and we are still here at the best event.
PGC 트레일러 주인공이 된 소감이 어떤지 말해주시죠.
It feels amazing, kinda like seeing myself inside the game. It was good. Do you guys know why we are here?
그냥 PGC 우승했던 사람들 다 모인 걸로 알고 있는데.
Champions Genji! PGC Champions Genji! These guys have.
因为 PGC 我们当时没有打嘛，然后那也是我刚才的打职业，就是你们当时会有什么感想 ？I was sad getting second place and him winning this event, so but it was fun.
엄청 힘들었지만 기뻤고 우승하니까 또 남들이 못 해본 걸 해보니까 참 좋았던 것 같아요.
Do you remember that we shared like the boot camp, the Genji boot camp?
아, 젠지 트레이닝 룸?
예.
아, 예. 아, 맞아요. 미국 젠지 회사가 있어가지고 거기서 같이 연습했었거든요. 기억력이 좋으시네.
I agree. If you were about to compete in PGC 2019 with me and Theo, who do you think would win? 我觉得我是一个非常好的状态吧，因为19年的时候的我很年轻嘛，那时候的状态很好，只能说。We were rivals back then. Everyone compared like me and him in 2019. He was like actually super strong and like smart players.
Thank you.
PGC 2021 New Happy!
就是当时有没有觉得我们 UIP 会拿下这个2021 PGC 的冠军？
그 당시에 UFP가 너무 잘했기 때문에 우승해도 이상하지 않을 팀이라고 생각했고 꾸준히 잘했던 팀이고 보면서 배운 것도 많았던 것 같아요.
The only thing I remember like from PGC 2021 is that the kill feed is like always new happy. 当时还是很开心吧，因为这是我第一次参加这个世界赛，然后就拿到了冠军，还有个人荣誉。我觉得我们当时拿到这个冠军，还是我们团队的合作能力吧。然后主要是我有3个很厉害的队友，然后我们的配合什么也都很好，然后才 让我们拿到了这个冠军。
원래 제가 혼자 다니는 플레이를 많이 했는데 밍밍 선수를 보면서 같이 해도 잘 싸워서 이길 수 있구나라는 걸 느꼈고 팀워크를 잘 다져야겠네요.
2022 PGC champion Nov!
是你参加过这么多很大的赛事吗？就比如说 PCS、PGC， 然后还有 PNC 都拿到过一个很好的成绩，然后你的感想是什么？
I think I want more. That's not enough for me.
Good.
Good. 2018년부터 PGI, PGC 모두 출전하는 선수인데 혹시 소감이 어떤지 말해줄 수 있나요?
I mean, I feel great. I think it was only like 2 players who managed to do that. I think it's me and James, and that's it. I'll try to attend next one also.
역시 대단한 것 같습니다.
What was the reason why you didn't perform well at PGC 2022?
可能是因为我们去年的21年的整体成绩比较好吧，然后我们队内整体可能比较骄傲吧，然后比较太过于自信了，然后导致了我们团队配合上没有那么好。面对的话就是自我心态要好吧，然后不要太过的骄傲吧，然后努力打好每一场。
How did you overcome the slump?
극복 못했는데요? 농담이고 이번 연도에는 좀 열심히 해가지고 노력 많이 하고 있으니까 좋은 결과 있기를 기도하면서 잘하려고 노력하고 있습니다.
We'll see what's gonna happen this event.
자, 시장 이런 느낌이구나. 뭘 먹어야 되지?
Tom yum, yeah?
Yeah?
Yes.
You like?
Yeah. You don't?
I
No spicy? It's spicy.
딱히 땡기는 게 없나 본데요? 무슨 음식 좋아하냐 물어봐주면 안 돼요?
Okay.
대회 전에 루틴 같은 게 있나요? 루틴?
Yeah, this is my routine. Like this.
我在研究吃饭。
아.
好吃。
여기 delicious.
Yeah, no, I know, but Tom yum better.
굿? 떴어?
Tom yum best.
어우.
Oh.
잘 먹는다.
Spicy, delicious. Yeah. I need a bracelet, you know, this.
아, yes.
You have bracelets? They. Yo.
코끼리 바지 뭐예요? 저 하나 살래요. 이거 얼마예요? 190바. 이거 다 사주고 싶은데.
What? Yeah, okay. Perfect. Yeah.
나도 사야겠다. 왜 사지?
Very good. 감사합니다. Ice cream? Oh, yeah.
Very good.
Very good.
맛있는데?
What's your guys' goal at this PGC?
당연히 우승이지만 사실 우승보다는 4등 안에 들려고 무척 노력하고 있고 잘 하려고 하는 게 제일 목적인 것 같아요.
我们的目标也是先进入决赛吧，然后进入决赛后努力打好每一场，然后拿到一个好的成绩。
I think first goal is like to get to the grand finals. After that, we'll try our best as a team. PGC 2023, fighting!
FaZe Clan shocking the world. 18 kills and a chicken dinner. I don't know if it's enough, but goddamn Matchroom, they made a hell of a round. Buzzface, 8 kills. Uba, 6 kills. 8 seed. These guys
is my hand overturned, telling me to go closer to you now. Something's gotta change, you know it's right. Time to take you back, it's all in the high. When every step I make goes down and fall apart. When every move that you make is not enough. Turn around and trust in yourself at the end. You're the only one who survived to win. Don't let something to fire. If you want to go higher, shout it out loud. Say that you're divine. Go running through the fire and break all your desire. Shout it out loud. Say that you're divine. Go running through the
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to the PUBG Global Championships 2023. We had a day off while the teams got ready for the losers bracket, and it's time to really make that statement of whether you get to stay or whether you have to go home. My name is Tavis. I'm joined by Avenger, and this is the last chance to dance for some of these teams.
It is, and of course, this is the time and only time you have if you want to have a chance of going to the grand finals. Well, of course, you have a little bit of a step first. You have to go through this to get to the last chance.
All right, so the best way to go through this is in comfort, and maybe you want to be comfortable by having a seat on Onda Seat, the official gaming chair partner of PGC, the chair that elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose Onda Seat, choose the seat of victors. We're sponsored by the King Power Group, leader in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Loga Esports grade gaming gear made with a unique design. And as a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championship 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as the designated hardware provider for this event. Tao Kanoi, live deliciously. And finally, #1 fast and reliable fiber internet brought to you by True Online. Now, as far as True goes, what's true is that this is not an easy road if you win. If you get through the top 8 here, you still have a long journey to get back to that grand final.
Exactly.
But there's also a long journey ahead of the bottom 8 that involves a ticket and a drop off at the airport.
And the pressure is immense now, right? You come here and it is your last chance to make an effort to get anything. And if you don't get top 8, it is the plane ticket home and the hotel that is going to be saying goodbye to you once you go to the airport for sure. And it's a rough one, right? But this is also where it defines whether you get the smallest piece of the pie or an even bigger chunk, right? Because even if you place last here or if you place, 9th, there's still a big chunk of change. It's a bit different, like it's almost double the amount of prize pool.
An apt metaphor for some of our viewers who are celebrating Thanksgiving around the world. Getting that slice of the pie will be the goal of a lot of folks at home today, but it will be a big portion of discussion here. We're going to show you the prize pools in a second, and you do have to remember that it is not great if you go home. I mean, it's good, but it's not what you dream of when you come to PGC if you have to go home. Here's the schedule, though, right now. 2 days of losers bracket, then the winners bracket. So the losers bracket teams will have a chance to sort of rest for a moment, and then the top 8 from each, or the top 8 from ours and the bottom 8 from winners goes to the last chance.
Exactly, and then last chance top 8 go to the grand finals, of course. As you see here in the form I just explained.
Yep.
Yeah, the first bracket. The hardest one mentally, I feel like, is our losers bracket, right? Because this one, there's no double elimination. You have to make it here, otherwise you get sent home. The double elimination is in the next part, and then you get a chance to dance with the worst of our winners.
I mean, we've all played PUBG. It is hard to win after you've had 2 or 3 bad games. That's the reality of this. PUBG is a momentum-based esport, and these teams are coming in on the worst of momentum. They just got knocked down here, so they've got to get their heads in the right place. Here's a look at some of the teams that will be taking the place, and again, you see it. It's much bigger. It's much more blaring. The players are seeing the graphics as well. Bottom 8 eliminated. No way around it. The trip home begins now, and that is not something that any team, when you dream, growing up as a young esports wannabe, when you install PUBG for the first time, the hope is never to go home first at PGC.
No, exactly. I'm just excited to see the airport memes when they're cheering. The rivals are cheering against each other. There's still more than $2 million, though, on the line here. $600,000. But let's take a look at the very right side here. If you get last here, you get $10,000. If you get 22nd, you get $21,000. There's a huge chunk of change in price difference, and we're going to get that decided today, what those differences are.
Absolutely. And if you're joining us for the first time, the kills are worth 1 point. Winning is worth the 10, and it goes down from there. Here's the teams that are participating. And now, keep in mind, this is the first part of the PGC segment where there is money on the line, in the sense of even if you're a bottom 8 team, every position is $1,000. So you want to come out and play the best you can from the start.
Yeah, exactly. Excited to see this team pop off, and yeah, we're going to have some big teams. Some of them that did really well here. 4 a.m. Huge pop-up for them. Really good placement. A lot of kills. Petrogorod, they got 2 less kills, but they only had 9 placement points in 12 games, Toffees. And if you want to go to the last chance, you got to get way more than that.
100%. But I believe Petrogorod can do it. Besides having one of my favorite names in esports, they have a huge pedigree. Now, teams to watch, though, is important. And that's what we want you to take a look at right now. Falcons, Genius, and DK. Now, let's talk. Falcons, I'll just touch on this and say, you know, this is a team that's been together a long time. They were KPI at one point. They have high hopes, but expectations are a little rough after this last week.
Yeah, a lot of pedigree. Genius Esports, the kind of last game we saw, they have to pop off to make things happen.
All right, let's take a look back at some of the things that they did to get here in the first place, or why we think you should have an eye on them. Team Falcons, these guys have had some very strong pull-ups. They've had some good fights. They've stopped some aggressive pushes against them. My problem is I feel like when they're getting to the late game, they are just not executing positionally. Thank you.
Exactly. And here, of course, Genius Esports, we saw that last game pop off. They were not in a great spot before this, but this gave us kind of shimmers of hope what we can expect from this team here. These guys are amazing. Chloe is a veteran player of the scene, legend, coming out of Vietnam, of course, and huge expectations to come from them. D plus Kia here, Django, I actually have huge expectations. These guys, they have uncontested spots on Erangel on Miramar. They are going Pachinki and Picado for free, and they actually have pretty good spots on. And of course, I have to mention that one. Petrogorod got sent down to the losers bracket with this one.
And that's where they ended up. That's why they weren't even on the teams to watch, because they had such a rough chase there. Let's take a look at the power rankings. This was before PGC, so obviously
like
these
kind of the world rankings before PGC started.
Absolutely. Sometimes hard to gauge because a lot of that comes out of regional play, which we've learned. Regional play doesn't always prepare a team equally across the entire globe.
We got to mention, though, 4AM and Petrogorod in 8th and 9th going into this year. So they're like a high-ranking team that's coming in. V7, Funpin as well is in there. Falcons in there. There's a lot of teams that we kind of have high expectations to. Here, of course, only one of the players playing out of our top 5 power ranking. Again, this is the one that's made for from Twire before the tournament started. So likes of having a huge, of course, in PCL, I think it was 51 kills or something like that. Absolutely pop off. He was the MVP for the last season of PCL moving into this one here. So a lot of expectations, this guy. But at PGS 1 and 2, they did not do that well. They had rough situations throughout. So the question is really, can they turn that around here? Because this is going to be extremely hard for them.
Absolutely. I do think if anyone can, Ixleft is a good bet today because he is going to be leading that team. Let's take a look at the Fantasy League. If you want to play along at home, you can go to twire.gg. 1 kill is worth 2. Surviving to the very end, which is harder than it sounds, is +5, and you do get 100 damage per, or 100 points per 100 damage. -3 if you die too quickly. And finally, whoever you captain is an extra 0.3, and that includes lost points if they die before 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, the most picked here losers bracket, it's gotta be Icecliff. Of course, 6.6%. That's really high. That's actually more than twice as much as Pio's picked than Heaven, Xiao Pinyan, Uber Ming. There's a lot of really interesting picks here. Paige, Crazy, Esther.
I think the problem is once you get to that 30,000 plus, other than Ike's left, I'm not sure I can reliably say this player is a good bet. So that's why you see that 6.5%. It's a valuable buy if you guys want to get that online. Let's go to the Fantasy League. These are the bottom 3 in our personal league right now. I'm trying to catch up, but
that's why it is
I'm
like that.
I'm hanging my hats on Ike's left. I believe he's going to go the distance. I also think Veronica 7 showed some really good moments from Funpin. I think Bobo and 4AM, you got to have a 4AM player on that team, and I'm hoping for Akita.
Yeah. And here, of course, my team and the boys in the top. I moved from last place into third, so I'm happy to be in this one here. I have my hopes for Molodoct and for Django and for HSM. Cess is like a sleeper pick for me. If Genius Esports do well, it's going to be nice points, but he's extremely cheap, and that's why I had to fit him in, because I wanted 3 big batters, and I feel as those 3 big batters are going to be fun.
Take a look at that leaderboard, and you can see me and Mark, we've been on a grind the last couple of days. We'll keep climbing, but what you guys might wonder at home is you don't see a lot of Falcons, you don't see a lot of Purple Mood on there, and the reason for that is there are rumors, including scrims, that they will be hot dropping throughout much of today. If either team is to believe, both of them are showing a lot of hubris and saying we have no intention of leaving. But not as much hubris as 17, who can be as prideful as they want to be, considering everyone in the world still believes that they are going to be winning this thing 57%.
Yeah, exactly. And you can vote on this until we have our 16 teams that we know are going to be in the grand final. So this can change as well. We'll, of course, keep updating it once we get to it, especially once we know our 16 grand finalist teams.
We're going to start our matches in Erangel and then move to Vikendi, Tego, and Miramar, and then we'll flip-flop that tomorrow and go in the opposite direction. But again, this is an expectation for Falcons and Purple Mood, I think, to be fighting right out of the gate, potentially in Erangel. And the funny, normally I don't care about scrims. Very rarely do I care about pregame scrims, except today, because PLM and Falcons talked to each other, and they said whoever wins these gets to keep the spot. Well, Petrichor, both games dropped on top of their fight to make it more difficult, and they ended up splitting. So we don't know who's going to be committed to this thing or not.
Yeah, especially because scrims recently, right? You're saying like you don't care. I'll say a little bit of why. Recently, we've seen, especially at tournaments, hot drops is like all the time. It's only when there's like these contests and stuff. We'll see like 5, 6, 7, 8 teams in Picado Pochinki, and they're just having fun. They would rather like warm up in terms of aim. They'd rather have that. So drops doesn't really matter because it's usually kind of, they're stating it, oh, we're going to go here before, right? So it's usually kind of organized because it is extremely important, as in the current kind of format, to have that drop spot uncontested. And especially, we're playing 12 games.
Yeah.
Those 12 games, you got to maximize every single point you can. If it was 30 games, it was a long league, sure. Hot drop on one of the maps, it doesn't matter. But here, it is 12 games only. So, yeah, let's see what happens and let's see how fun it gets.
I think early on in PUBG's history, a lot of teams learned some valuable lessons about the hot drop situation. I believe that there was an event we had in London where the teams hard committed the entire run. I don't even remember who it was anymore, but you saw 2 major hitters who we thought were going to win the event not even make it the distance because hot dropping hurts you. Even if you win, it's impossible to make those rotations.
Yeah, man, unless you have like a major format change where you give like triple amount of points for kills in the first 5 minutes or something like that, then it doesn't really matter. Like currently, 1 point per kill throughout the whole game, and even on fantasy, you get punished if you die like
I want to remind everybody at home real quick, don't miss your chance to buy finals tickets. They are on sale right now, and I heard they're going incredibly fast. So you can head over to the website. The link is on the bottom of your screen, and get yourself some of those finals tickets because, hey, you want to be at the grand final.
They're extremely fast. Almost light speed.
Almost
Fiber
light speed.
from True, maybe.
From True. Now, if you want something true and wonderful to enter into your game, you can open the client and get ready to enter some G-Coin codes because we're giving them away today after the first kill of the first match. We're going to have a code for 400 G-Coin. In the 5th match, after the first team elation, we're going to have a code for 800 to 5,000. Sort of, you never know until you enter it. But supplies are limited, so make sure that you have the client open and you type as fast as you possibly can. Now, just like they're typing fast, the teams need to get off to a fast start. It is inevitable. So we're just about ready. Game number 1 is about to kick off. It is day 1 of the losers bracket at the PUBG Global Championships 2023. Get ready to get this done.
It is just chaos everywhere, and you have to fight for every scrap of land.
Gotta imagine it's only a matter of time before Genji is finished off, and there it is.
저희가 이제 우승을 한번 하고 나니까 조금 느슨해진 것도 없지 않아 있는 것 같아가지고 이 자리까지 오게 된 것 같습니다.
Was trying to pass over here.
Petrichor Road is just gone.
我对上一届 PGC 的记忆不太好。
No paraba de pensar. Eso era lo mejor que pudimos dar. Necesitamos hacer jugadas más atrevidas.
We make a lot of mistakes. Our plans didn't go well. Other teams did well.
ทีมอื่นเป็นเหมือนกำแพงที่ขั้นเราไว้
코치님이랑 대표님이 이제 성적도 중요한데 가서 많이 배우고 느끼고 오라 해서 부담감은 딱히 없는 것 같아요. 그래서 부담감 없이 하려고요.
我们这次来泰国 PGC 一定要慢慢来，不要紧张。OK 不 ？OK， 干就完了。
오히려 좋은 것 같아요. 사실 저희는 항상 극적으로 올라가고 항상 극적으로 우승을 했기 때문에 밑바닥 찍고 올라가는 게 우승할 수 있는 원동력이라고 생각합니다.
PUBG は生き残るゲームだから生存に長けた僕たちが最後まで生き残ると思います。
นี่เป็นเพียงแค่ก้าวแรกแล้วเราจดจำโมเมนต์นี้ไว้แล้วเราจะเดินหน้าต่อแล้วมารับชมความสนุกตื่นเต้นไปด้วยกัน
There are a lot on my shoulder, but I'm never gonna give up. I will not let down my teammates and my fans. All great movies or TV shows have a twist. Our team gonna be the most interesting twist of this one.
Good afternoon, one and all, to sunny Bangkok, Thailand, where we are getting ready for the first of 2 days in a row to determine who will be moving on to the last chance qualifier and who will be going home, Toby. It is our first opportunity to say who is basically done at this point. Like, I couldn't tell you for the life of me who it's going to be.
Nope, it's going to be close, that's for sure. And I think that Des said it perfectly. Teams need to get off to a good start. You have 12 games, top 8. This is going to be insanely close. We have some teams that we're not even guaranteed to say, sure, they're going through. The field here is so even, and really any single one of these 16 could come out on top.
So many superstars in this lobby. You've got Uba, the one defending champion from PGC 22. You've got Ike's left. You've got Crazy 112. You've got Pio, of all people. 2 defending champions in this lobby. And I don't know. Nope, honestly, like we were looking at it. We've gone back and forth. I mean, we started with fantasy, right? But then we started looking just to who do you think? You know, who do you think is going to be your top 8? And I mean, I feel like you maybe got 4 that you feel comfortable with. But beyond that, it's up to anybody. It's anybody's guess.
It sure is. And I think, I walked around to talk to some of the teams coming into today's games, and I feel like the gist I was getting from them when talking about what went wrong in groups. Like, what are you looking to do different now that you're in losers bracket? They're all pretty much saying the same thing based on, of course, what their play styles were, and we just got to play our own style. We got to play our PUBG. We cannot allow for the other teams on the server to dictate how we play. We got to go out. We got to kind of set the pace ourselves and force other teams around us to adapt to our play style rather than being the ones always playing on our back foot.
Exactly. And I mean, I think you brought up a huge point, which is, psychologically, right? You say, oh, they want to come in here, they want to start off strong and kind of have a good day. To start things off. It's so much more than that too, because psychologically you're just now coming from these group stages where you were bottom 8, you performed poorly, and I feel like you need to have a win go in your favor so that you can start building on that, start looking forward, and start feeling like the team that worked their butts off to get to this point in the first place. Well, we don't have to wait any longer, Toby, because we are already heading into Erangel for game number 1.
We sure are. 12 games from now, 8 teams in this lobby will be eliminated from PGC 2023. But of course, we got to start somewhere, and that somewhere is on Erangel. Hot drops have been debated. People have been a little nervous about whether things might happen here or not, but Scrims or not, we never know for sure until the guys land on the ground.
Indeed we don't. And they brought up the Falcons and Purple Mood drop down there by that Ferry Pier area. It went, I believe Falcons won it 4-0 in the first scrim match, and then the second scrim match was, interfered with by Petrichor Road, and they took out 2 from each team, but then Purple Mood won it. So recency bias says that Purple Mood has taken it, whereas I think Falcons may have been the one to clear it cleaner. Either way, doesn't matter because they are both going for that same spot, Toby.
They sure are flying down there. I'm seeing MX off to the east towards the Snake compound, not really liking that. If they are fully committing to this hot drop, go together. But what I'm getting off of this is I'd imagine Falcons are probably going to go for vehicles, going to split loot a little bit, and then leave like what it's going to be here. Circle's going to pop in 15 seconds, and I think once they know where the circle is headed, they're instantly going for it. You can see it already now. Falcons are going to get themselves some vehicles, and honestly, for Purple Mood, while they're not in a team who's usually in a hurry, that's effectively all your cars that have just been removed. You might have a bike outside the compound proper, but, well, I guess good thing for them. They don't have to go too far either way.
Well, interestingly enough, even if Purple Mood does take that spot that they were both fighting over early, still plenty of room down to the south and on the coastline and all the way over to farm for Falcons to really kind of loot up without having to worry too terribly much about PMA, who's over in Milta. They've got one in IMP that's kind of working around the intersection area, and the Mad from Howl creeping down a little bit lower. But right off the bat, first circle, Toby, we're looking most likely at a central western area here, and I don't think we're going down to the... There's no way we go to Millie, is there?
Well, I mean, Larry said no way. It's not probably going to happen. What I will say, though, is I feel like you and I are bringing the West circles to this tournament because 3 out of 4 has swung over here now.
Sure,
and I'm sure if you're Exalt, if you're Genius, you're very pleased to see this shift. I'm personally curious to see how D plus Kia plays into this. Normally, the Pachinko teams will be one of the first movers in these circles. They know that the teams out west are split pretty wide. So I want to see if they commit to try and force those splits to kind of group up earlier by just showing presence, or if DK says, you know, we'll wait things out, we'll see what happens and then play in. I hope they go aggressive. As we were saying, teams get off to a good start, get some really good control early on, and I'm already now seeing Menuda make a play. You see him here in the buggy. Issue is he's slowly creeping up towards a 2-stack, and Glorious and Cest already. Hopefully he realizes it before it's too late.
Yeah, this is good work on the part of Menuda to make sure to stop down and scout out this compound, see if there's anything that may give away the game here for Genius. And he might have spotted Glorious. Yeah, he definitely spotted Glorious right there. So he's feeding it, and Glorious spotted him. So Menuda now in a little bit of a rough situation, hiding behind the tree, but he does have the rest of the boys on the way. You can see them just on the corner of your mini-map.
They need to get fast to know exactly not just where he is, but I mean the exact tree that he's set behind. That nade is going to be close damage. It's already done on towards him. It's going to be a little bit far for the knock, but look at this. Down to low HP, and here comes the rest of the team, full on pulling up 3 guys in a vehicle. It's now a 4v2 as they come flipping on through. Glorious, though, instantly able to find the first.
M16 for Glory. He's going to find it onto Zenith. Menuda is able to get the heal back up, and the one knock that's come through has not been able to get flushed, so Americano just holding the line. He's going to get micro-Uzi'd, but Americano going to come out ahead in that battle.
Here is Sir T trying to come up from the northern side as well. We still have Yuta far away from what's going on here, so we'll see if he's going to be able to have any impact on this whatsoever.
Oh, this
Django
could do it.
Primes another nade, lops it all in. As you said, that should be a knock coming through. Does he get the first hit off in time? No, it's not going to happen.
Well played there by Zhanggu. And that is smokes down. Surti should know that that player is still hanging out over by that tree, but this might just be a case of cut and run. Take your losses where you can. Try to survive as 2.
In a hurry as well. I love that Janko is running with a player on his shoulder, still flushing out Glorious, but Veronica 7 are making their way down in this direction. We have Exalt creeping in as well. They got to be fast about this. We talked about it coming into his teams not being fast enough at executing some of these fights. That is just an open invite for third parties, and if there's a thing that teams in this tournament in particular loves more than anything, an open third-party opportunity. Petrichor being a team that is exceptional in executing on those, so you've got to get this fight done with quickly.
Also, D plus Kia, I mean, you're seeing it's 4 minutes and 50 seconds in. D plus Kia wasted absolutely no time looting up a Chinky before getting on the move and finding that compound that they did want to play. I'm not sure if Genius was ready for that kind of quickness in transition, so in the end, they pay for it, but they stay alive with Surti and Yuta. We'll see how far that duo can get.
And that's why I wanted them to go aggressive, because they know no one's looting full together. I mean, even the fact that they were 2 in the compound was a bit of a surprise, as we see a highlight here from Petricon making their way into the losers bracket. Of course, things did go their way from time to time, but overall wasn't quite their group stage. But no, I mean, for D+ Kia, they know they're pulling up on a split, so the fact that they group on that compound as fast as they did, very, very important. And now, sitting with prime real estate in the center of the circle.
Well, you say that Petrichor Road, I mean, obviously the fact that they're even here shows that they fell a little bit short during those group stages, but as it were, the kills were there. It was just the placement points. They just could not find a late game to save their life. And now, with a little bit of a lighter lobby, hopefully they'll be able to kind of get their act together here, because as you said, mechanically in fights, they were fantastic.
One of the things that I was hoping to, kind of curious to see how it's going to develop is all these Group B teams. We talked in Group B how there were so many edge teams, how there was so much space in the middle. A lot of the teams who normally play edge are right now vying center. E36 already in, looking around the D+ Kia compound. You see Starlord here making his way around and has found prime real estate. E36 is a team that normally plays very edge heavy, but here right from game 1 they're saying we want to change that play style. There is space, let's go claim it.
Ooh, unfortunate there for PMA. Purple Mood finds one in passing, so that'll be a point in the pocket of Tanawat. And the crowd does enjoy that, as the Purple Mood fans are once again in full voice here in the auditorium. Now, pretty much every team making it into the zone for now, but 2 very, very late arrivals, Toby. One, EXO still looting up around Milta Power, and then Ace doing the long wrap around the south side of Military Island.
Let's call them the usual suspects. You have Genji on the edge here as well, the ones that even if the circle might invite you to play center, nah, you know, we're good on the edge, we're fine, we're not in a hurry at all. Genji is kind of backfilling SSG's rotation here, though. He is the one up front, but they're driving up right behind him. You'd have to imagine that Space Station is aware of these vehicles driving up behind them in this caravan, and yes, indeed, they are. PO now swinging further towards the west. Should be able to dodge and weave any confrontation. Maybe a few parting shots from Page in...
Yeah, Page hasn't taken the shots just yet, though.
It's a bait.
As Roth setting himself up. A PO, nice shots. Will come through and do a little bit of damage, at least enough, and now Page will respond in kind. And that'll be enough to get Genji back on the move and protect his other teammate. Now, the forward duo of Genji is starting to work their way up from the south to the south side of this SSG setup here.
Yeah, it's. I think it was kind of an attempt at sheep herding them into a bit of a split again, a situation that Genji, I mean, if they fire a bullet before the first 10 minutes of a game, you know something's wrong, something that didn't go according to their game plan. As we get a bit of a highlight there. Yeah, that's just doom for Pete, and things that will happen when we have these teams that don't have a whole lot of playing experience against one another. Rotations like that, and unfortunate timings will occur.
Gotta be careful when you're pulling up by yourself to a compound. You just never ever know. And DG98, he certainly knows that, as he is staying well within arm's reach of this compound now. Pio will get a little bit closer, but he is just thumbing through. So Surti, a few shots might land, but it's not going to be anything too terrible for the Genji superstar.
Able to dodge and weave that one. Should be all right if he can get the kind of control, indeed he does there. Again, a few parting shots from Space Station, as Genji, I would imagine, is going to opt to, if not group up, then sit a little bit closer to each other now that they realize that they have opponents right next door.
Worth noting, EXO has finally arrived into the zone. They have made their way in on that death road to the east side. Now, Ascend still outside. They have opted to take the ferry from the south port of Military Island up here to the ferry pier. Now, that being said, there was Sixel was kind of executing a somewhat of a bridge camp here on the western side, but ferry pier completely open. We'll see if Ascend maybe takes somebody by surprise by making this ferry rotation.
Ascend are champions of running headfirst into trap setup. So the fact that this time I go, you know what, that bridge, let's not do that and take the ferry instead. And you have all of Shengyi Shenlong sat there waiting for them. It is exactly how Ascend wants to come off to the start here. First circle, or second I should say, is going to pop. How spicy are we going to go right off the bat? It's going to go towards center up.
Okay.
Actually, surprisingly spicy, because if we're shifting out of Pachinki down south, we all know it, there's not a lot of real estate to play with.
There sure isn't. Howl actually looking at that looking at that valley right now. They flipped one of their USs. Unfortunate.
To flip a car onto a ferry. That's
I don't know. Yeah, sometimes these things happen, Toby. You never know. You never know. I don't know what their situation was. True. Like they got 3 cars. Why do we gotta stress them about not having a full 4?
That's fair.
But you know what? At least they're
getting there.
They're split up enough to where 1 Panzerfaust isn't going to end their whole bit. So that's all that really matters.
At least for now it is. You see Exalt grouping up in the center compound makes perfect sense. Genius trying to push their way further forward as well. Same time as Shen Yixing Long is trying to maneuver up towards Falcons. Falcons set in a 2-2 split, so it makes sense that they're going to kind of just force their way through it and force them off. And as I was saying before, Genius here, full speed forward. They kind of have to commit.
How deep do you go, though?
Either Shack or Trenches. I think Trenches is the play.
I think Trenches, yeah. Trenches probably the play here. If you could save the car, that'd be great, but
not like that, though.
It does not look like that is too heavy of a consideration for them right here. They're just trying to get somewhere where they feel they can survive. Now, they are very close to 2 of a very wide 2-2 split here for Petrichor Road. They have bisected Pachinki. Now, unfortunately, there is no way that they're going to be able to get back next to each other. E36
full speed
coming in, full speed forward on that high ground, on that hillside. Looks like they'll avoid most of the lines of sight here.
They were able to scout quite far south up from Potato, but full speed is kind of the pacing in which they're going. I think they're going to stop here, but soon they'll realize that DraftKings is pulling up on this position as well. No, he hears the vehicles, instantly 180s, goes back down to the double bounce. Perfect timing there from Silson as DraftKings, because they would have been... I mean, up for the slaughter had they pulled over that ridge line.
Yeah, you can see what Falcons was doing. Roth getting picked out by Pio. Unfortunate there for SSG in mid-rotation. But, yeah, Falcons already had the double barns. They had a trailing duo that was seeing maybe if they could send 2 up to those hillsides to work that 2-2 split, immediately see E36. They'll just pull back to the barns, be 4 strong, play it from there. SSG, meanwhile, down to 3. Now Ascend has made landfall. They have all 3 of their vehicles. And they are, well, pretty free and clear on that western side, to be honest.
Yep. Ascend, one of their main things is get to the quiet side of the circle as fast as possible. And, well, there's a big field over here on the western side. The circle swung east. Pretty big guaranteed that this is where there is the least commotion. And as we can see in the map feed, they are right in that assumption. So they'll probably creep on in, sit on the edge until this next circle pops, and then we'll see where that's going to take us.
Well, 12, almost 13 minutes in, 60 alive. We've lost 4 players so far. Gen G, pretty free rotation across the middle of the wide open field. It looks like Minuta, the only one really with an angle onto this, so he'll take a few shots in passing, but Gen G will take that Pachinki Hill and be very comfortable there.
They just left with 4 vehicles. I'm surprised that Space Station Gaming didn't opt to go down and take the compound. They must have seen at least 3 cars leaving, and now they're in vehicles. Issue is Chris is heading down in that direction too. So if this one swings west, I feel like SSG missed out on an opportunity to claim what could potentially become good real estate. Issue is not gonna matter, because we are going down towards the cliffside.
Disgusting. Okay.
Wow.
I think E36 is feeling pretty good about things. Howl feeling pretty good about things. Falcons and Exalt obviously feeling great, as this is definitely going to have to cut back towards the north and away from water very shortly. But there are a lot of teams on this north side, Toby, especially around Pachinki, that are going to have to find somewhere to play.
We are setting up for chaos. Chaos that will last for at least a solid 3-4 minutes straight. We will be jumping straight from fight to fight, and the shots already now starting to come through. MML, though, whipping a few there. Fortunately for Sharpshot, he's going to be able to stay alive.
Well, he's going to wish he had those back. That was a pretty clean, free spray on the Sharpshot and nothing really hitting. So SSG will send it for the cliff side for now. We'll keep their 3 members alive. We'll see if they can keep their vehicles with tire, as the Sixel is now kind of splitting away from that 6-pack. The yellows and starting to creep off towards the west. They hear the gunshots from Ascend. Howl, meanwhile, this is what I was talking about. This valley is just so free and clear for them.
Yeah.
Nobody really kind of creeping over just yet, but they do have to worry a little bit about their northwestern side, where you've got Gen G and Petrichor Road that might have to start creeping over in this direction very shortly.
There's just way too many teams up here right now. Now you have Veronica 7 coming in here too. You can see the smokes now being deployed by E36. They know what's about to happen. They know that this fight will have to come through. Nades are being thrown on in, but a bit too short. One tags up Gumin, but they should be all right for now. Issue is they're so far in the open. There's so many teams have eyes on.
XK will find Tosi with one of them. It's a big bowl that V7 has to run around. Unfortunately for them, Enterforce 36 still has plenty of frags left to throw, but they can keep the happy feet on. Enterforce, at some point, they've got to come around the top here, peek around these smoke walls, and see if they can maybe finish anybody off here. Meanwhile, Veronica 7 just hiding in the cover.
Yeah,
just trying to survive.
This is not what they would have wanted off of this rotation. Maybe thought they had a bit more space to work with, but that nade, had it just gone a little shorter, would have been perfect. It does find one, though. As Starlight now peeks on over, finds the second. Third one falls to Pure Boy, and now it's just Gumin left alive. Can he do anything? A bit of a dent in the force of Enterforce 36 here. Finds the first one. Will be able to get more? No, not going to happen. He falls.
Really, really clean stuff there from E36. It's unfortunate that they took that knock, but it looks like they should be able to get away with it. EXO not really. They looked like they were considering coming down here and third-partying this fight, end up pulling away. Meanwhile, while that's going on, Ascend crashes the same cliffside that SSG are previously on, and they are finding some success here as Paige now the last player up.
It's a smart read on the side of Ascend, knowing that in order for Space Station to try and suppress them, they have to peek and leave themselves vulnerable to opposing teams. Phase 4, as you said, it was going to shift away from Mortar. It swings up towards the north here. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone out there, but for Ascend and SSG, they need to get this fight done with quickly, because look at how many teams are creeping in. Same thing could be set up here towards the north.
Looks like SSG has managed to get at least one of their fallen members back on their feet. Still one bleeding out, but not flushed just yet. Gen G already in vehicles, looking to see if they can maybe take a fight with Hal. Anything that's coming down this valley, they are in a really good position. Unfortunately for them, they're getting shot in the back by D plus Kia, as they have found an angle onto this. So Gen G might not be able to stay around here and wait for these potential points.
This is just a big room filled with open oil barrels, and all these teams are running about with the torches in their hands. We're just moments away from seeing this entire northwest side explode. As Bobo does get tagged up. I mean, every single shot you connect here from Petrichor should allow them to push further forward. In the meantime, Matt, come on, you gotta hit those, mate. One more shot should do it. PO alive, but no. Finally, Laza steps in to find him.
Gets him a little bit of support from his teammate Laza, and there you go. Petrichor Road trying to push into 4 a.m. First grenade's going to hit, but they get one back as Summer will go down. HSM in some trouble, but Chewy with a dirty angle. As Bobo actually, I'm not sure if the molly got shot out of his hand, but it's going to take down Crazy. So 4 a.m. in kind of shambles right now. Petrichor Road knows it.
I slipped. Had the Panzerfaust in hand, doesn't matter. Ming is going to peek on over and find him, and 4 a.m. torn apart. Petrichor had all the chances to take them out, but again, it's Enterforce from up high, kind of playing that third-party factor, not allowing for 4 a.m. to wrap around on them, and if things couldn't get any worse, now Mortars are starting to rain on in too.
Big money there for Petrichor Road, and as you said, E36 doing a very good job of taking their high ground position, but flexing out, trying to get involved in these fights, trying to pick up some points where they can. Laza now trying to stay alive as the smoke wall is just going to keep refreshing. They have done damage to Gen G. Esther flushed out, and you can see there's only 3 members left up for Gen G, but what a dirty shot from Ming.
Double headshot connects, Matt falls down, easy flush, easy sweep for him. I know that everyone talks about Ixlip, but Ming is an incredibly talented player and has been for the longest time, and here he's stepping up.
Okay, this northwestern side is going to start having to come to a head here. Laza got to leave, the blue right on his back. His teammates already inside the zone, but they're still trying to find angles onto Gen G. DG98 is gone down. They haven't been able to get the res just yet. PO, you can see, has that FAMAS in hand, trying to find something. They're trying to see, the rest of the boys trying to see if they can get their teammate across the road, but now Petrichor Road has come at the perfect time, but they are giving as well as they're getting. Ixlef now the last player up alive for Petrichor Road.
Again, fight to fight to fight. Schofield forced to make a run for it. 10 bullets to work with. Does he find him? Yes, he does!
money.
And the last bullet in the chamber is going to take down Ixlef as the circle swings east.
Howell may be down to next to no ammo and only one player, but they are still alive, which is more than Petrichor Road can say here. They tried to take the fight. This is Pero's style. They like to scrap, and they end up with 4 kills before eventually going out here. Now, this is a fight going on the southwestern side of the circle. Sixel getting picked apart here a little bit by DK plus Kia.
It's not looking good for neither Bullying or Minute. I feel like maybe they take down one another. That's probably the only fair way to do it, because Ascend is waiting, Space Station is waiting, Exalt is waiting up north as well as the circle swings over towards Falcons. They committed to the double bounce when they were about to leave. They went back down and they have been well rewarded for it. Bullying falls, Minute falls into the blue. They go as we make our way down to just 10 teams left alive.
Mutually assured destruction here as Gen G, 3 kills and somehow managed to get at least 3 players out of that insanity on the northwestern side. Big, strong stuff coming through for them. EXO, meanwhile, trying to square up with Purple Mood. Kita's grenade will find one, but Duckmans finds him as well. So 1 down for Purple Mood, and EXO, I believe, down to just Monty.
Yeah, a lot of trades back and forward. Running in the compound. Yeah, Monty has to make a run for it. Simply nothing for him to try and claim. He knows that there's a 3-man tall Purple Mood pulling up in the building, and they have to just cut their losses here.
Somehow this fight is still going on, Toby.
Yeah.
SSG has withstood the offensive from Ascend, and they've managed to take down Kilyakai. Chris is down as well, and it does not look like he's going to get rezzed. Well, Mika went to go find a vehicle, but he's not getting pulled back up. So that's another point in the bag. Oh, Mika! Capitan going to find his head from the double warehouses. Falcons, they have not gotten a point yet, but they are prime position for the end game here.
Yeah, placement points guaranteed, as they're going to sit tight at least for the next minute and probably more so. Monty knows he's creeping his way in between multiple teams here, so tries to look in all directions at the same time. In the meantime, now Exalt finally making the pull out of their compound and up towards the hillside. E36 sensing the pressure instantly leaves. Okay, we'll see where they end up going.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, that's a smart play. They knew that they were getting pressure from everywhere. There was 4 teams up there just moments ago. So Exalt pushing into Gen G. Everybody playing around this hillside right now. Yuta and Surti from Genius somehow still alive. They managed to make it all the way to this hill from those trenches and stay alive. Monty has been spotted out, but it looks like he'll stay alive for now. The smoke's keeping everybody alive. Ardic's going to go down to Songjang as Gen G now opening up on Exalt.
Nice shots coming over the top there from PU, able to find Uber with the FAMAS. We'll see if he can get more of it. Just Moldog left alive, and no, there he goes, Brax, rewarded with the double. Again, such a smart play from E36 to understand what pressured situation they were in, instantly dip, and now live to fight another day. Circle once again swings south. This one has gotten Falcons written all over it.
It absolutely does. Ascend does manage to clean up what was left of SSG off in the blue, so they still have 2 up playing from the south side. Their only problem is a pretty big problem. It's that Falcons have their eyes dead on them. Genius, meanwhile, Yuta going to find Songjang with a well-placed grenade. Can they follow it up, get another point for themselves? Gen G pinned right up against the wall as Genius, they have to pull away.
Keep in mind that Genius were the team to lose 2 players pretty much instantly in this one. They're still alive with 2 into placement points now. So really nice salvage game here for them. Falcons, again, they can sit tight. They have plenty of ammo. They got plenty of mets to work with and probably extra helmets if need be in the compound. But of course, the more damage they can do here, the easier the win is going to be from them at the end of the game.
7 kills for Ascend right now as they sit in first place. Purple Moon tries to pull up on Teddy. Teddy will get 1, but they will take him out as well. Duckman's knocked but not flushed as PMA trying to find an angle here. I think that's just Tian left, and Purple Mood actually finds him as well. So that he needs to be careful about how hard he wants to push this. Ascend is going to lose its Chris. Breck's now the last player alive for that squad on the south side.
If Purple Moon is looking towards the barns right now, that might not be the worst play. They only have Drafkin in the eastern building. Of course, they aren't aware of that, but it's not favorable to fight on the sides. You have that top floor of the barns where you can look north and south, but crash in from the east, you might actually be able to make a play here.
Yes, sightline's very limited from those double barns. We'll see what Falcons does if they've got their ears on. think they should hear Purple Mood. Yeah, it looks like the Purple Mood's just going to the road. They're going to finish off Tion. They don't want any part of this. Let's see if they can get him. Yes, they can, and they'll get him clean. They need to be careful about that last vehicle. That's going to explode. Don't get gone. Okay, there we go. We're safe. We're good. We're good.
The fact that they're able to keep all 4 up, considering what they've been through to get here, again, really impressive plays coming through. Both Purple Mood, E36 clearly came into this one with a plan. We got to play it smart. Again, we got to have other teams adapt to our play style. And that's what they're doing right now, dictating the flow of this game.
Also got to keep your eyes on Fluky. They left him on that south side of the road. He's got free reign to kind of run around outside of the purview of Falcons, who are keyed in on Brexen. They will finish him off. That'll do it for Ascend as they go out in 3rd place. E36 still 4 strong, and now Pio's been spotted out as well. That'll be a Fluky pickup, as we've got 3 teams, 4 strong, and somehow, Toby, Genius manages to make it here to the final 4.
We'll see how much longer they're doing this world. They're outside in the blue now, trying to get something going, but they're being completely suppressed by E36, trying to stay put. It's not going to happen. They know that they're running into strong teams. They're at an unfavorable position, and again, we're at a point where you cannot give 3 points over Falcons. You know what? You might as well just get the next 2 circles through. I feel like this game is trying to tell us something. In Purple Mood and Interforce 36. What is the plan here? I love the fact that Capitan has flexed out to try and take some control. Silson up in the northern building now too. But how, oh how, do you play into this?
Well, it feels like it's going to be a game of chicken between E36 and Purple Mood here, doesn't it? I mean, at some point they're going to have to make a move. Looks like E36, they're just going to try to send it to the north side of the circle, but they're getting absolutely lit up. Capitan will spot out Pure Boy. The drive continues for Key and Sylphia, but they should be safe on that western side. It's not much, but it's something. Star-Lord got left behind as well. And now that's E36. What is Purple Mood going to do? They're just waiting for this all to happen before. I got to imagine that the crash onto Falcon's compound might be coming.
I was going to say, I mean, the fact that they're seeing this happening and
Star-Lord.
Seeing now 3 different names in the kill feed looking towards E36 players, I would have thought that Purple Mood would try and make a play while that's happening towards that eastern side of the building. Force them to look the other way, because allowing for them to take the fight to E36, wound them, fully reset, and now start looking towards Purple Mood is a missed opportunity. Now they pull up, but it might just be too late. It might just be too late. We'll see.
All right, Sills good. Prep the grenade on the other side. We'll hold the line. Sills in. We'll find one. Fluky going to go down to Draft King as well. Tanawat going to go down to that grenade from Sills in. Purple Mood, all of a sudden, just like that, down to Duckmans with about 25% HP left. Sills in, calling for support from the rest of the boys. And wow, Falcons hold the line, and they have picked up a nice 8 kills for themselves, and they are down to just 1 member left to secure the first victory here in the losers bracket.
Again, a little bit of indecisiveness, as you could only imagine. Falcons, yep, there you go. They get themselves the win. Solid play on through again. I think Purple Mood had a chance there. They had a really good chance, but just 10-15 seconds too late on the pull-up.
It's a very hard I mean, as you said, there's a window that you can use to get in from that eastern side of that compound where Falcons don't really have the best lines of sight on it. Purple Mood know that. They crash it, but it was a little too late because the Falcon, you had 3 Falcons that were all keyed in and ready for that push to come. So the grenades immediately, Papa Silson decides to take out 2 on his own. And that was just very, very well held from Falcons.
Very impressive. Teams coming in here, clearly knowing what they want to do. E36, so smart in their rotations. Genji as well, fighting much earlier than you usually see.
A lot of teams here got a nice little stack of points, but the biggest stack of points overall will go to Falcons with that win. So let's throw it over to the analyst desk to hear what they say about game number 1.
Day 1 is underway, and it's time for the highlights as we look at how the Falcons got the first win of the day. It was a big chicken, my friend.
It was. I honestly, in this situation here, when you get that southern shift there, you just know those 2 compounds, the quad, and of course the double barn that Falcons ended up with. Once you have that shift towards that, you just have to defend it. You just have to put out damage. Nobody crashed them. I love to see those fights where like one team, they kind of somewhat early on takes a crash on it. If you do it too late, everyone's going to shoot at you and you're not going to survive. But if you try to take one of those double barns away, it's a play for the win rather than
Right.
a play for like maximizing your points. You could see all the teams they're super aware. Let's try to maximize our points.
Yep.
If we try to third party a team, if we try to take another position away, we can maybe kill a few more players. And yeah, it's beautiful to see. But yeah, unfortunately for Exalt, the compound that was good for them for a few times didn't really gather them too many points.
I also think you got to chalk it up to the fact that we saw those sends by SSG ascend into sort of areas around those two warehouses. Made a lot of teams rethink the desire to go crash there because there was a lot of shots from the outside. There goes the winner. Chicken dinner goes the ways of the Falcons, and this is a team that I think needed to start strong. Traditionally, there's been sometimes rumors of friction within the roster, and the fact that you start with a big win really brings confidence in your IGL, and I think drives that team to the next level. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk, and on this big day, Chicken won by the team named after a bird, so that's good for them.
Yeah, I like that. It's not quite the turkey size, but still, yeah. But in general, I gotta say this though. This momentum boost and kind of morale boost these guys are going to have, is going to be way different than when they get on the last games of the day, right? Like we saw Falcons do when they wiped out FaZe Clan in one of the last games. So with this here, this is for me in the books. It's like, all right, Falcons, the top 8. Like this momentum, confidence these guys are going to get in the rest of the day, and also that's going to build into tomorrow as well. It's just like, okay, Falcons, good for you guys. This is exactly what you needed to start your day.
It is, and honestly, remember, keep in mind, while the bottom 8 will be playing for $1,000 per position, the top 8 are playing to stay in this. So it doesn't matter if you finish 1 or 8, it's about advancing. So starting with the Chicken Dinner sets that stage. Let's look at the top 4 teams at the end of that match. Falcons, and then number 2, Purple Mood Gaming with 8 kills. The hometown heroes in this bracket
21 smokes.
Come out so strong. 21 smokes. Even that crash at the end, they couldn't have done it better.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And it was excellently executed. But ultimately, it is the Falcons that walk away with it.
It is the Falcons. DraftKings on the top with 4 kills and 635 damage. Good to see Silson up there with 600 almost as well. But then again, it's a time where you're defending the compound. Like you're positioning yourselves inside the compound to make sure if you get breached, you're reinforcing that side. Of course, it's going to be DraftKings with the 4 and 600 plus damage is going to get the man of the match. But still, you can see throughout the majority of the match, we're reinforcing on the west side. They had 3 guys guarding that west side because they knew on that eastern side, there's like shacks, there's like riches that's going to be played before somebody's going to crash that eastern side.
I'm going to give a shout to Silzen, though, too. 4 knockdowns. That means you guarantee that's not a steal. He did it himself. He put in some good work there.
Nice.
Falcons walked away at 19 points over Purple Mood, who got a 13, which is fascinating to me because the one conversation we had before this game started is Purple Mood and the Falcons are probably going to hot drop, stay next to each other. Maybe this isn't a good fantasy bet. Everybody walked away from them. Then they come out and won 2 after still dropping next to each other.
It's another point as well. Is benefits of the home turf circle. It was close to where they are looting, exactly close to the western side of farm,
but
right?
I think
so that they didn't have to drive that far, but still they fought their way through it. You can see the amount of kills they're getting.
It was karma though, right? Because Falcons said we won the Erangel hot drop. You shouldn't be coming here, and Purple Mood came. So the game said, you know what? Why don't we just give you guys a circle? You can still work this out amongst yourselves.
I would have loved to see them hot drop in the barn, and it ended on the barn, and they would still be like farting or like reinforcing each of the barn throughout like 25 minutes. Oh, I guess the Falcon and Purple Mood still fight is going on here. They're throwing blue zone grenades and like nades at each other throughout, and like trying to get each other. We're like, we'll just keep the barn to yourself. It's still the center of the circle.
The Falcons did really enjoy a good center spot. Take that, you got to call a spade a spade. Let's see if they can manage to sort of transition that into a game where the circle isn't working in their favor, but the confidence for both of those two teams is going to be massive. You can take a look at those hometown heroes right now as they get hyped. Parents in the crowd in support. They got second place. Let's see if they can turn it into a chicken dinner as we get ready for game number 2. We're headed to the grassy pastures of Erangel. It's PGC 2023. Do you think it starts the way you expected?
I love the way it started. I didn't expect that kind of a center circle, but then again, Genius Esports, I got to point out, it was an unfortunate start for them. Like, they fight out D+, they lose 2 guys, they're not going to make too much of it. Let's hope they get another big game here.
Let's see if we get some glories from Glories. It's Erangel. Let's get it on.
Thank you very much, Toffees. And yes, we are getting into game number 2. And I got to tell you, Tobies, that Purple Mood looked more excited and more happy with their performance than Falcons, and Falcons won the thing.
Well, I mean, I think for Falcons, it's one of those where, yes, I mean, you will never say no to 9 circles, but at the same time, it wasn't, oh, we fought for this, oh, it was, you know, like, it was kind of a clear-cut. Good thing for them is they did bring it home. And not only that, it wasn't a 1 or 2 kill game. They actually dared to go up in the roofs, dared to go out and really claim it in the fashion that we want to see them do. So a good one for them, regardless of whether it's the ultimate confidence boost of all time, or if it's just, you know what, this is a pretty damn decent start to the day.
It's a big start, that's for sure. As we take a look and see where everybody's dropping, are we going to see another potential hot drop, or is it just going to be a nice little cold drop? I think now, especially with having a really good game to start things off for both of those squads, the likelihood of them trying to get involved early is probably pretty damn low.
Yeah, well, yes, I was worried that you were going to say pretty high, because there could be the idea of, oh, now we got points on the board, now we can risk something. At the same time, I also think now you got momentum on your side. Let's see if you can keep building onto that. And going out with 4 in like the first 5 minutes of a game would not be the way to do that. Having said so, we are seeing Duckmans and Emic next to each other, but no fight's going to happen. They just take vehicles.
They're a little closer than they were last time, I will say that. As Falcons getting very brave about going and getting those vehicles. Okay, we're going to go up north this time, Toby, so no more west for us.
I like it. I am all for it as we see the teams spreading on out again. No shots being fired here between Purple Mood and Falcon, so they should both be just fine. We are seeing in the top right of the screen there that really soon we're getting more maps on PUBG, but not only that, we're also getting a short film coming out, and it's all out on the 6th. The Ground of Honor is Rondo.
Oh man, I hope it's going to be good, but I'm really excited about it. I want to see like a cool PUBG movie, man.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to RP as the players whenever
You're going to imitate their voices and just,
Absolutely.
So people think they're playing against them.
It's just join a team, and I'm just going to be RPing as the characters from the movie in my team, like my pub team. They're just going to have no idea what I'm doing, what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but then you can encourage them to watch the movie so they'll understand what's going on.
Exactly.
There you go. Good stuff. Good stuff. Ascent forced into a pretty tricky spot in the previous game. I feel like many teams were, as we kept shifting down on the southern side of Pachinki. So definitely a game that they probably want to forget all about. Having said that, they still came away with 9 points. So when you're forced to crash like that in phase 3 into where, well, we're probably going to die on this crash, and you still get another 7 points on top of it, even if it ain't the best start, a 9-point salvage game, so to speak, is a pretty decent salvage game.
Absolutely huge. And yeah, I mean, you think you take that every day of the week, and you can see they're already they're looting up in Primorsk. They've already sent It's Chris up to Georgia Pole, and also Veronica 7 looting up in Rozhok. They've already sent Glaz all the way up to the intersection just south of Severny. So we check in with Sixel, getting a little bit close to Gen G on this military island, but it's all just Boliang right now. The rest of his squad is nowhere near him, so he needs to be careful.
Little worried, as you're saying. I mean, Pio is just down on the southern side, and I don't think that Shenyi Shinlong has a complete indicator of exactly where all their opponents are. And he's very lonely right now. The entire team is in military base proper. Maybe he'll catch one. He does have a Panzerfaust, but see now Shenyang up on the hill. He's kind of looking over his shoulder to protect him. And if the first shot comes through, which does it? No.
You don't know where the other players are, do you?
Don't shoot, mate. It's too dangerous. You're there jailed. Got to stay alive. Got to feed that info across for the team. Lorena is coming up now. And I think that's the rest of Genji realizing, okay, we gotta get something going, because now they're starting to group up.
If he's got his good headphones on, he should have heard Songjang there moving the car around. So I think he may have realized how close he just came had he taken those shots. So Songjang doing his job of due diligence, looking across the bridge, making sure that nobody's camping there, and he will spot out absolutely nothing as Exalt has moved away and working off towards points north. And now we have DK Plus pushing in through.
EXO getting their loot game going out east as well, of course, far away from the circle, but not in a hurry to get there at all. But as teams are getting looted on up, let's listen in to a little bit of an interview.
Ooh.
Okay, sort of, because like my expectations coming into this event weren't too high, seeing as I haven't been grinding the game all year long, sort of. We'll probably smash him a lot, losers bracket. So I think our problems during day one were we weren't decisive in like phase 2 and 3. Like we were getting in really good spots, but we couldn't pick our fights. So we tried to work on our timings in like the mid game. I think we worked on that quite a bit. We had an alright today, but it wasn't great. We'll probably just keep practicing as a team together. Yeah, we'll just try and just come into it confidently.
Well, they came into it confidently in game number 1 and found themselves in a pretty decent position and managed to get a nice little collection of, well, actually no points. How did they get 0 points? They felt like they were fighting everybody.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the problem, I think. They were fighting everybody, and everyone was fighting them at the same
just
time.
Knocks everywhere, unfortunately. So, well, they look good doing it. They didn't get any points for it, but I got to say that the way they were pushing through those hills looked a lot more confident than they had been looking in the group stage. Ooh, yep, I was looking at this. This is what I was worried about. Purple Mood getting really close to PMA. Doing a little jousting here. Fluky gonna hop out of the car. That's not what you want to do, my dude. 2 down already for Purple Mood as Tanawa gets flushed out. Fluky gonna go down, but Duckman's trading back. He's gonna find 2. Duckman's, the hero of old, has returned for Purple Mood.
Yeah, I feel like damage has been done, though. They have lost 2. The flushes has come through. It's just Kid left alive. We'll see if potentially he could do something in the 1v2. But again, even if you get a couple of kills here, no, just exactly not. Even if they get the kills here, losing 2 this early on in the game, just not the way that you would have wanted to kick things off.
It ain't great. Kit gonna try to drop the smoke. Teddy will go down. Duckmans make sure they secure that point in hand. Kit will try to go for the res as the smoke has been laid down. And Duckmans and Thunders, it's a mission. They are trying to wrap around and see if they can find somebody. Meanwhile, we've got another fight going on here as Genius is going to get crashed on by Exalt. Fate immediately going down.
Again, timings between these teams who aren't used to playing against one another. And we've had a lot of repeat circles in both matches. It's dangerous, it's tricky to have these things happen, but rather have them happen here in the early game than further down the line. Uba does manage to find 1, but here comes the rest of Genius.
Well, Clory's in the wide open crossing that bridge. He does have Sir T with him, but Sir T takes a bunch of damage in return. Uba on fire, peeks around the side, and Clory's is ready for it. As Molodok, what a grenade from Molodok as he's going to go down. Uba does get flushed, but it's a 2v1 scenario here. Genius could turn this around if Sir T can pull off something huge here.
The last 2 minutes of this game is going to drastically, massively impact what's going to happen down the line. That's pushing with 1. He has 1 bullet in a UMP. That is not the playmate. Art falls down because of it. Nice peek around from Sir T, and now 1v1 Molodok stuck on the other side of the road.
Just got absolutely okey-doked there by Sir T as he had no idea to even think about looking towards the coastline. And now Molodok, the big name fragger for Exalt. He had put up some big points during the group stages. He needs his team needs him here to kind of save their lives here, just a little, save their at least a part of their game, really.
I know we've only lost 8 players, but it's going to feel like we've lost 4 teams by the end of this fight, because neither of them should be able to really, again, I mean, get a chance to dictate what's going to happen further down the line. There's going to be a lot of space for the rest of the teams to play full control with this many teams wounded so early on.
While we wait for this to play out here, actually, Sir T needs to come up with something because he's about to lose Utah. Yep, that's 1 down. Clory's at least is still salvageable, but he's got to get up to the top of the sniper tower to get him, and look at this, Molodok is just waiting for it.
It's the exact reason that he went with the vehicle to the other side of the Wizard Tower. He didn't want to allow for them to get the reses on through, and right now it's working for him. I mean, again, the longer he stays alive down here, there's no opponents around him either outside of these 2 guys. So the longer he stays alive, the more he guarantees himself an even 1v1 fight. Sir T, headshot connected on towards him. He's going to slow down and heal.
I mean, Molodok, just his simple presence has now caused Clory's to go down as well. So Genius, despite the fact that they had Sir T in there, and now this is the play. He's about to do the same thing that Sir T did to Artix. As now Molodok has, you can see
here's him.
He heard that? Yeah, he had to have heard that. The heart rate going here for Molodok, and he knows he might have just given away the game here by jumping in the water.
He must have heard, and yes, indeed, now he sees him too. Spots him on the other side of the rock. Will that molly connect? I don't think it's going to spread far enough. Actually, the fire might work against him as he tries to peek down through it.
Flashbang from Molodok just to keep Sir T honest. There you go, the other fight. We were waiting to see what would happen. Duckmans and Thunders finally do finish it out. So Purple Mood does come out with 4 points, but they only have 2 players left remaining as the new circle does pop, and it is going to be a 50-50 over the river.
Interesting circle for sure. Let's get this fight over and done with so we can look further towards the circle center. Again, I highly doubt either of these two teams are going to get a whole lot going out of this. But again, I mean, 4-point or 3-point salvage could have been worse, I suppose.
Indeed it could. Sir T still playing around here. He's trying to think if there's anything sneak. You feel like Sir T probably has more options here, obviously, because he's on the high ground here. And Molodog will just have to wait and see what happens. Meanwhile, we'll go over to Sixel and see what they're doing. Looks like they were getting a little bit close to that last duo from Purple Mood, but they end up cutting off to the east. So no fight coming through just there, as we now see a replay of that Purple Mood fight. Sir T did manage to get Molodog very low, but no knocks coming through. I think he realizes he might have the upper hand. Going to try to go for it, but Molodog not having it. Will clutch that out.
And while this is happening, we're seeing fights on the other side of the circle too. We see Summer find one, Ixlip finding one more. That's SSG again, fighting in the early game. Ming did fall down though, so Petrichor coming in from the side of the circle. I talked to Ixlip coming into today. He said we want to play aggressive, we want to play our style, we want to claim circle, send us. And it seems to me like Space Station Gaming was not ready for that pull-up.
Not sure who crashed who there. It's kind of keyed in on the screen here rather than the map. It looks like 4 a.m. started to creep over from the east side, got a little close to SSG's last remaining duo, and they end up pulling away. Either way, SSG down 2, and Petrichor Road now have that high ground. Gen G getting a little bit close to Molodog. Big spray coming through, but he's not going to get the initial knock on the Songjiang. DG98 just open up the door, trying to find angles here as Gen G is just collapsing on this free point. Yep, he's on fire. Is he going to go down? He does indeed, and that will do it for Exalt's game here in match number 2.
And again, Gen G taking fights in the early game. I know it's a 4v1 and it's given that they're going to come out on top, but still, knowing Gen G from Korea, from their region, the way that PO, I mean, any team PO has been on, playstyle has been for the longest time, is play safe, fall back. As long as we're not forced to take a fight, don't. We've seen it on the west side of Pachinki before. We see it now. They dare to go out and play aggressive. That's what we've been needing from Gen G, because they have gotten smothered by constantly backing off from teams and gotten caught on their back foot. Now they're starting to set that tempo by themselves early on in the game.
Getting to see some highlights of Falcons group stage there as they win our first game here today, and now they have Razak pretty much all to themselves. They do have Howl posted up in a building just off to their east, so maybe Falcons pushing all their chips into the center here, hoping that this circle may cut south on the next shift. Everybody else, for the most part, I think, is thinking it's going to go north. So Falcons and Howl, the only ones really committed to this southern side. Maybe it'll pay off for them. Who knows?
Oh, wait and see. Wait and see. Purple Mood's duo trying to wrap it on the southern side again. They would really want a massive southern hard shift on this one. Still very doable, as you said, somewhat 50-50, maybe more 55-45 towards the northern side here. But we know these circles, they tend to get very spicy, pretty much regardless of whether we go north or south of the river.
Yes, indeed. All right, well, guess we find out where we're going as you see Sixel doing the long wraparound north. Okay. It will cut off to the north indeed. So you have a couple of teams on the south side that just have to make their way across the river. Should be a fairly easy task. Nobody really doing any camping jobs there. So everybody else, though, already kind of in their spots up on the north.
But this falls back to what I was saying earlier. We've effectively eliminated 4 teams already, even though, yes, Purple Mood's duo is still alive. So there is going to be much more space.
Well, 46 alive.
This circle with 64 alive would have been chaos, would have been pull-ups and pull-ups and pull-ups. But those pull-ups took place earlier in fights that we saw occur. So now it should be all right. We're seeing Howl send their way on, and Shen Yi Xinglong is doing the same thing. But again, plenty more space to play now than what we saw earlier.
Yep. Sixel.
There you go.
Shen Yi Xinglong. See, I can do it.
You got it. You got it.
It's hard for me. I'm texting and I can barely speak English. But Sixel stopping off in Severny. It looks like they were trying to come in from the north side, got sprayed out by a Ascend and E36. So they're back to thinking about what they want to do here. Petrichor, meanwhile, back to 3 strong in the compound. Howl have made their way across the river, and they have, well, they didn't clear out SSG. SSG left, and they took over SSG's gas station position. Yeah. So not a bad pickup for Howl for coming in late on the north side.
Not at all. Again, a team who's been, I would say, lacking confidence in their playstyle. Yes, they got themselves the win on Takeover, but that was pretty much just everyone coming to them. Here they're saying, we go in, we claim something, we know teams are split,
Sixel.
let's take the fight early on. Issue now is Schofield falls, but let's turn our attention towards Ascent, and it's Chris. Double headshot out of the vehicle, finds one, finds the second on the runner as well. Will he find the third?
Oh, of course he does. Killia Kai going to be the one that does it this time. And now the last player up for Sixel. Suze will take a few shots in, but it's not going to matter. Sixel dispatched by Ascend.
Solid shots coming through. Shen Yixing Long thought they had something to play for. Had they only stopped a little earlier because Genji split very wide and plenty of positions to take there. But they thought the North was going to be safe. Again, Shen Yi usually a team that likes to wrap around, likes to come in the quiet side. When this circle swung north, they thought, great, it's a hard shift north. That's got to be where the quiet side is. Little did they know, Ascent was sat there ready and waiting.
Well, I got to imagine that they just didn't have enough meds to continue their rep because they already had eaten a whole bunch of blue and they got shot at. They knew exactly where they were getting shot at from, but they end up taking blue damage. They come out of the blue all half HP and they push right into the place that was just shooting at them. So I guess Sixel must have been at between a rock and a hard place with no better options.
Yeah. A commitment play that didn't go their way. So let's see now with 4 AM looking to go a bit further west, take the fight on to Howl. They had a knock on Schofield earlier, so they know that they have them somewhat split. Issue is 4 AM is still in a split too, but here comes Xiaopian, able to find one.
That'll start things off here. Schofield is down. Xiaopian still trying to find things as Petrichor Road finding a little bit of actually stealing away the kill as Bobo will now find Laza through the smokes. The new circle does pop. It goes off to the north. This is all happening right on the edge. 4 AM now finally coming in to fully commit. Ruin has that hard cover out in the middle of the field. I'm not sure how much it's going to help him though, because there is high ground to be had all around him as the Mad still keyed in on Zipian.
Not easy to play here at all, but Ruin with the Dragon up within 100 meters. We all know that's a one-tap headshot unless we got a level 3 helmet. Great shot comes through as he tracks down the vehicle on the move.
Yeah, Crazy thought he had done something there, but unfortunately for him, Ruin going to pick his pocket. And now Purple Mood getting involved from range as Howl still alive, but you got to imagine it's not for much longer here.
Well, it's one good shot to the head and he's going to fall. And 4 AM now, 3 alive. Yes, they lose Crazy, but still able to push on through. And luckily, though, they did get 3 knocks in all of this, but all of them stolen.
Okay, Ruin trying to lay down the smoke wall, trying to find a different position, trying to take a different angle to get involved. And 4 AM for the most part, still holding off. Nice grenade from Bobo. Going to bounce off the vehicle, unfortunately. And that one will as well. So the Mad staying alive for the time being.
Ruin. Mad. Can they hold this off? Matt is still yet to get inside the next circle, and you have EXO looking from the north further and further towards him. Falcons now in the meantime. Full speed center. They go. Where are they opting to set up shop?
Looked like they were cutting off to the side there, but Capitan going to send it down into the fields. They're getting a little bit close. I'm not sure if they're going to have an angle on this. You can see them getting shot in the back. That's going to be by Purple Mood from range, but Falcons now have a little bit of a spot to themselves, a little dip to call home. Do they have an angle on any of this 4 AM Howl fight, though? Doesn't look like they're too terribly interested in looking just yet.
I think for now, if you're EXO, you just sit tight, as you see here, try and do some damage. Don't overcommit to anything, because, as you can see here, too, as soon as you peek on over, shots are coming your way. Bobo does get found, so Howl trying to punch back a little bit, despite them being the ones wounded right now.
Yeah, Howl just not going down easy. They will eventually get spotted out, and it's going to be Draft King. So Falcons do have an angle on this, and they will find that initial knock. Can't get the flush, doesn't seem. There we go. Okay, he will. So that is a point secured in the bag of the boys in green, and now it's down to just Ruin. Now he is inside the zone, so he doesn't have to move much, and it looks like 4 AM should be able to get their fallen teammate in Bobo back on his feet.
That's the Dragon up for you. Peeks on over, one tap across, and finally 4 AM actually rewarded with a point off of all the damage they've been doing so far.
Yeah, they got something there. Okay, damage numbers going great for them, but the kills haven't been getting yoinked right out of their back pocket. So the Zoo Circle will pop. We'll cut back over, and all the fans loving the fact that Purple Mood's already in it, but they've got a lot of work to do. They've got a full squad of Veronica 7 and a 3-piece of Petrichor Road just off to their south.
They're blessed right now by the fact that no one's really looking their way, but soon everyone will be once they get settled in the fields. Human, Veronica 7. I don't think they see any other options but taking the fight towards Petrichor. They do actually have a bit of space west, but Gen.G has done a good enough job at applying pressure that they can't really, or don't really see the chance to try and make a play in that direction.
Right now he's got a free reign to kind of hang out on that rooftop, but it looks like Veronica 7 might be there soon. Gen.G going to send it right into Purple Mood. They're going to get taken down by Veronica 7. It's only, I think, 2 now alive for Gen.G as they crash right into Space Station's spot here. Is Space Station ready? They'll find Song Jiang, and that'll be 1 picked up, as I believe it's now down to DG98 for Gen.G.
Again, I mean, you make one little hole in the ground, and all of a sudden that becomes prime real estate. Right now,
man,
Space Station is sat so great in the secret room, right out there in the middle of the open. Cover granted to them where before there was none.
That is Roth in a nutshell. If there is space to be found, that man will know about it here. As Ascend now on the move. They're pulling into Veronica 7. Glaz now down, as Veronica 7 actually crept very far off to the north. Petrichor Road going to use this as an opportunity to try to send it. Looks like they might have designs on taking that spot away from Space Station as well.
They have to try and see if they can make a play here. Same thing now going to happen on the side of Petrichor. Chewy able to find Roth. Initially here they come full speed forward. Of course, the downside by being in a hole like this is you can't do a whole lot to try and suppress.
Boy, he tried to peek his head up and he got it taken off by the fender of a Dacia. That's not what you want to do or how you want to go out if you're Roth, but that'll be SSG down, and now Petrichor Road has the Hobbit hole in the ground here. ZP Yan gonna find another nice grenade there, finishes off a couple. Falcons now in tatters. Draft King with about 5 HP left to his name. And you can see 4 angry men want to make the push. HSM gets spotted out by Chewy though.
Yep.
So it's all down to ZP now.
Taken out of the vehicle mid-rotation, and now, as you said, Xiaopian, he knows there's kills to be found, but soon he will be spotted up high. Drag. Oh no, he walks into the Molotov. He's going to be unable to ADS at least for a little second here, as it does get to prone down, heal on through once more. V7 and Ascent eliminated in the meantime, as now the push comes through. The flash is there. Does he get him? Yes, he does. The first aid came through. The level 3 gear was there, but despite that, Xiaopian still comes out victorious.
Dropping down to a crouch to make sure he finished it off. 4 a.m. now with many kills, as Petrichor Road, they've decided to leave their central position and go hunting, and they will find a payoff for it, as that is now 8 kills for Petrichor Road.
I'm loving the adjustment. They had the dead center of the circle, and now they can go straight back there. They said, yeah, it's dead center, but we know what we just did to Space Station, and any other team with the Nate Will plays can do it to us. Let's push out. Let's take the fight elsewhere. Now we can go back and take that position again. I'm not even sure that's what they're going to vie for, because here they come, full speed forward.
I think they realize they got a full squad and EXO on that eastern side, but they know that there are a number of solo players hanging out on that western side. You can see DG98, Duck Fans all staying alive in there. Ixlef will find Pure Boy, as E36 going to take some damage, but Summer is going to go down in the process, as EXO and the rest of the boys, only 1 kill, but they have so much influence on this game, Toby.
Gen.G does get eliminated, and yes, indeed, they do. Akita, 1 well-placed nade here. That is Petrichor down and out. Is it going to be good? Is it going to be on point? No. Bounces on the top. Second one bounces on over as well. Blue Zone nades ain't finding them. EXO is expending a lot of utility trying to deal with Petrichor, but somehow they just cannot seem to find it.
I barely saw it. I feel like there's a Dacia sitting on top of the entrance.
There is. I mean, on
and
the
that's
edge of
what's
it
defending
anyway.
him right now, is Ixlef will find Rip. Petrichor Road, they're not wasting any time. They said, you didn't get us the first time. Well, you better kill us. You better, if you're going to come for the king, you best not miss, Toby.
Indeed, they have to. Oh, my lord. That second one does come through. Does it find anything? No. Not going to get anything either. I feel like EXO spent on the plus side of 10 pieces of utility. Still yet to do damage with, though, as now finally D+ starting to peek on out. Sylphia, though, ain't done fighting just yet.
He is not. Americana will go down. Ixlef and the boys now up to 9 kills as they are farming this lobby. EXO in a little bit of trouble as Petrichor Road, they want this fight. They will scrap with just about anybody. Key, the last player up for E36, and Ixlef gonna find Rip. And now Akita peeks around the side. He gets him low, but he goes down again as EXO is getting ripped apart by Ixlef.
How in the hell does Ixlef get away with this? That nade is going to be close, and in the end, Monty will find him, but damage has been done. The audacity early from Petrichor to start peeking far west and go for flushes while they're in a 2v4, and still such a big dent put into EXO. And now look at this, here comes Duckmans! Around the side, takes him out! He has been alone since forever! And once again, Purple Mood are creeping up on 10 kills.
The hero of Purple Mood, the king himself, back on his throne once again at PGC. Duckmans looking around for any other kills he can find. You can see, obviously, DK plus Kia in the driver's seat. They've got 4 alive, 2 solos to find. I feel like they know exactly where Key is. Key in absolutely no interest or hurry to leave his hidey hole.
It's insane how players change from one bracket to another. Half of these teams we've seen pop off in this tournament or in these 2 games are teams that played scared, teams that played extra passive. I think, yeah, Duckmans is well aware that he's over there. It's teams that didn't dare go out and make plays themselves. Now they're in a loser's bracket. Now they're in a do-or-die situation, and they all start popping off individually. It's amazing to witness. And here it's Duckmans making things happen in the game where they should have been down and out long ago.
I'll tell you what, right now, this feels like it might be Kia on their way to a 1-kill win here, Toby.
It looks like it.
I don't think he has any interest in moving or giving away that point.
A 1-kill win doesn't sound as much, but an 11-point game, you will take those any day of the week.
Every day.
Group A finished off, I think, 8th place. The cutoff was 6.3 points average per game. Group B was 5.9, so both around the 6-point mark. If you get 11 here, that is a great start, considering the fact that you had to do very little / close to nothing to come by it. 11 points in the pocket, you will take that all day, every day.
I don't know why their heart rates are so high. They haven't had to do anything. They've just been chilling. They got, you can see Jangu actually smiling a little bit there. Duckman's trying to go for that kill, get that last point. Oh, unfort. What are you going to do?
You know what?
And yep, let's run into the blue.
They're going for him. They're in the vehicles. They're
sending it.
Do they get him in time? Do they get the 2nd point of the game? Will they find him? Yes, they will. A 2-kill chicken dinner for D plus Kia.
Might be a light chicken dinner, but you know what? You take them however they are served up to you. And that was served up very easily for DK plus Kia. And they should be happy with it also. And now, look at this, man. Petrichor Road and Purple Mood just came in here ready to ball.
The amount of teams that turned salvage games into high-point games in this one, absolutely phenomenal to watch. Again, I have to underline it. These guys know what's at stake. We gotta play from the start, or we're gonna fall out of this tournament altogether. And these guys, they're coming in hot.
Yeah, you take any point you can get. Well, let's throw it over to the analyst desk to break down game number 2.
Game 2, 2 kills. D plus Kia takes the chicken dinner. And what I would say is not an extravagant win, but winning is winning.
Yeah, as they pointed out on the cast, 12 points game is a great game.
Yeah.
Could have gotten more, but then again, you take those free. And also, you have these kind of early situations where you're losing, 3 teams fully and 2 teams go down to 2 players, right? You have a lot of less space in the circle. But I gotta say, in general, this area and terrain that we are having this end circle, there is not a lot of accommodation. That's why we see so many fights kind of on the edge. They're fighting for scraps of small terrain, small riches, you know. You saw, of course, Ixlep Petrichor Road pop off, but they also fought for like a small little area, kind of sliver of land, right?
Yeah.
And again, this is just what this area gives you.
I mean, when you've got, I think it was 3 or 4 teams fighting over the secret area entrance, that tells you how dire the circumstances are. Because remember, if you don't have a key, you can't even go in. All you can do is sit in a small little stairwell. We saw it there for just a second.
Oh, this one. Boom.
Oof.
Oh, that's a rough. That could actually have gotten a few more. And then Xiao Pinyan follow up with the nades. Really good to see, of course. A good amount of points coming out of Petrichor, but also 4AM, they kind of squeezed a little bit of points where they were in a rough situation too. Ixlep, though, 6 kills, I believe, is going to end up here, even 7 maybe. And nearly, if not a 1K club, then very close to it.
Absolutely. It's going to be one of those situations where I think man of the match, if in a non-traditional sense, definitely Ike's left doing some really great things. But of course, that'll probably go to the D+ Kia as they came out with that victory. Because again, that's all that matters when it comes to sort of getting those extra points on the board. 10 for first place means that when you get the circle, you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. You take what you got and you cash those points. My name is Tavies. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk to break down the action. And it was action-packed outside of sort of the winners taking that. They got to watch everyone else fight. But for everyone else, it felt like getting blood from a rock. Like there just wasn't a lot that they could do. There was no availability. I mean, there was literally, I think, a strategy of parking a Dacia on top of a trap door to just provide some sort of defense.
Yeah, it comes down to this area of the map here. It kind of does need a little bit more. It couldn't have one more compound. Could have the ridges that are a little bit deeper. Maybe you elevate the road a little bit so you can play on both sides of the road, because right now it's like a couple of shacks. It's that one yellow or blue house now that it is on where D+ Kia was in. So it's just like rough terrain overall. And that's why we also saw the kind of scrappy fights towards the end, where we only see a few full team, or D+ Kia is the only full team, and a few small teams with like 1 or 2 players left, because it's just scrappy fights to try to get into that one ridge or one area where it's just really hard to play from. So yeah, it's a win you take with like, sure, thanks guys, but we also want to get the 20+ wins.
Right, but at the end of the day, everybody's losing people to try to get those spots. And so that's one of those things where as you watch it happen, you see the kill feed and you're tracking it, you've got plenty of space, and you're going, oh man, they're down to 3, they're down to 2.
Yeah, lost 3 teams, 2 teams down to 2. Like, we're effectively playing against 11 teams.
Yep, exactly. And it did start off, like, I think Toby brought it up, so we saw some early fights that actually made it feel more spacious there than it would have been otherwise. So I guess that's sort of nice. Let's take a look at the top 4 teams and exactly how they played. I think utility is going to be the king when it comes to this graphic.
That's going to be fun here. Of course, Petrico Road with 12 kills is going to be the overall kind of winners of this match in terms of that. And it's with Purple Moods 8 is going to put D+ Kia down to 3rd in terms of the overall. But EXO, you see 11 nades coming out of them, 8 from Petrico Road. Utility in general, 19 smokes from Purple Mood. That's kind of impressive too.
I think all 11 of those were EXO's attempt at Petrico Road, taking them out. Unfortunate. I thought for a second they had it, but they just couldn't get it right, exactly right.
Distance traveled on EXO, 27 kilometers. That's kind of crazy. Americano, though, is going to be our man of the match again. Remember, it is going to be from the winning team here. So 1 kill from him and 261 damage. But they get the compound early, and you're like, they don't have to do much. They stay 4 guys alive, so they take it. Petrico Road at 14. 3 teams on double digits, though.
Maybe this will be the shot of caffeine they need to make a run for the rest of the day. Petrico are going to get that 15, PLM at 14. So despite the win, they still end up in 3rd place. But again, 10 points for first place. You cannot say no. And they did rush out to try to get that. They got that last kill at the very end.
Yeah, exactly. And out of these 2 games here, of course, extremely impressive from Purple Mood here. The consistency is really showing through here. So 27 points going there with Falcon 21.
First lead change. Unlike our last 2 groups where the same teams are sort of putting it back-to-backs, we see the shift. PLM up on top now at 27, Falcons at 21. Petrico Road, who I think a lot of us thought, man, they shouldn't have been here in the first place in terms of losers bracket, showing up and putting in good work. But that's some surprises. I think E36 have been playing very well. Some good outside rotations. They're playing careful PUBG. It looks like they're looking for averages to make the top 8.
Yeah, I like what I've seen from Sylvia overall. He's a great player for sure. If they can keep this up here, this momentum here, sure, they're gonna keep onto it. Looking at the right side of the board, you have 4AM there, you have Exalt, you have some teams here that you're expecting to kind of do quite well. V7 Funpin is a team like I was expecting to see
on my team. I believed.
I was expecting to see Heaven at like a PGS1 pop-off levels again, but it's not really come to fruition just yet.
By the same token, we got SSG all the way down at 16. This is a team that, I mean, they had a 4-point day during groups, and everyone, they're better than this. I'm shocked by this performance. Hopefully they turn it back around. I gotta say, I love what Ascend's been doing. They've been sort of being very cognizant that botation in the first game where they avoided the Sixel camp on the bridge. I think they're making some good choices.
Yeah, and like for me in this case here, you see where they're squeezing these points here where they can. They're trying to get as much out of it, and that's kind of what these guys are good at. Once they get the home turf circles, though, that's where they pop off double-digit kills and the wins.
All right, I like seeing Gen G over on there, seeing a legend like Pio in the fight, and of course EXO as well, making some good moves. Excited to see what comes next. We only have 4 games left to play.
unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่าย แต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
It's only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
Hello, everyone. We are back once again, and now we are moving past Erangel Toby and on to Vikendi, where I cannot wait to see who is going to step up and take the next victory.
If there's anything to go by, the previous ones sure have been exciting. And I'm just going to go back to what we saw in the previous game, what we saw in the one before that as well. These guys are here to play.
The games have been exciting.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what matters to me. That's what matters to me. Circles can do what Circles want to do, but the players, no. I mean, the thing I'm loving is seeing everyone is trying to go out and make plays. No one is sat back going, "Oh, this one didn't go our way either." Everyone is doing their very, very best, and of course, you as a viewer can go. Of course, they're going to try and do their very best because they're here at a global tournament. But there's a big difference in teams playing confidently and teams just kind of trying to make their way into Circles. Everyone is trying to maximize their points earned in these games.
Playing to win versus not playing to not to lose, I guess. I don't know. These guys are playing to win. Yes. They're going out there. They're trying to take on fights. They're trying to get points any way they can. And honestly, the only time that I've seen them not do so is when they're sitting in a compound that's getting circle of. Well, let's see if Vikendi is going to do the same thing as our previous 2 games have, as everybody is screaming in the background, cheering on Purple Mood and whoever else they might be supporting, Toby.
If Winner Winner Chicken Dinner has taught me anything at all, that is sometimes doing nothing at all is playing to win.
That's fair.
And I feel like that's what D+ were doing in the previous one. Why risk it for a couple of kills if you can do... I understand that they weren't doing anything, but do limited movements and still get away with 11, make that 12 points.
Yeah, hey, look, we were talking about it after they cut over to the analyst desk. You know, there wasn't. If you're Kia in that position, it's not like you can really do a lot. Like if you flex out from the position that you're at, you have the road right there. You're kind of all E36 is right close by. Anybody that's further off east down the road could shoot at you. There's just not. You know, it's a very, very high risk to take, especially when you're in a compound that's getting so much favor. So it's 6-1, 1/2 a dozen of the other. You know, you have to make a decision at some point. Kia makes the one that collects them 12 points and puts them securely in the top 8 right now. Let's see if there are any potential hot drops going on right here. You see Purple Mood, Hal, and Exalt getting a little bit close.
And I think this is actually Howl coming in and saying hello to Exalt, because we know that Howl and Petrichor were landing up in the center of this one with Petrichor. And we're fighting for it for a while, but Howl now backing out, and effectively because of that, kind of kicking Exalt further up towards the northeast circle, down towards the south we go. This time on the western side of the south. A pretty interesting one. We haven't really explored the southwestern terrain of Vikendi all that much, so curious to see what levels of excitement this one is going to bring us.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be plenty as we see Oleang cruising down the road in the snowmobile. The rest of the boys from Sixel a little bit lower on the leaderboard so far than I'd imagine they would like to be. But you know what? That's why we play 12, right, Toby? You can have 2 games that may not be anything to write home about, but 1 game is all you need to turn things back in the right direction.
I mean, a good game here, you're set top 5. That's how early on in the day we are, even if you're currently set all the way down in 15s. EXO getting the loot game going as well. One of the teams the furthest away from the circle, but that kind of plays into EXO's playstyle. Not really in a hurry to get circle center. They'll linger on the edge, and in this lobby in particular, compared to the Group B lobby that you and I casted a couple of days ago, Paro, there is a lot of space on the edge. Even in the first game, where it was pretty much impossible to play center, there was still space for teams like Genji to come in real late, take fights, and actually stay alive on the edge, where in previous games it hasn't been possible at all. So for EXO, this is playing perfectly into their playstyle.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at this circle, almost 90% playable, I would say, roughly. There's a little bit of water involved, but you look at teams like PMA right in the middle, SSG, obviously another team that needs to have a good game go their way. Howl, though, starting to get a little bit close to PMA. We'll have to keep an eye on the kill feed for that, as I believe they're right on top. Yep, there they are. I am Pete. Not again, Pete. Not again. As he will manage to escape and break the line of sight for now, but he gets out of the car, Toby.
Only thing I'm liking with him right now is he has a shotgun, and he's going to be there ready and waiting for Lars and Ruin to push on in. Nate goes upstairs, shouldn't find anything, but here they come. 2v1, yes, they have the numbers, but he has a shotgun, finds the first, able to back up. No!
He gets some toesies.
Oh, a pedicure comes through from Ruin, and that's going to be enough to take down Pete. Here comes Chian, though. Is the timing there? Is she on point? Jumps out of the vehicle. The rest has come through, though.
Don't really want this, PMA? I mean, I guess you got to make something happen at some point. This might be the time to do it. Pete gets finished off, and he doesn't hear the Mad red rolling up behind him. And that'll be another one down for PMA. Teddy taken down as well, as Tiangana gets stolen away by Page. So that's a point going into the pocket of SSG. Good heads-up play from Page.
Yeah, and in the end of this, good heads-up play by Howl as well. They see the opportunity to make a play, and instantly the rest of the team responds. This is what you want to do when you're a Sender team. You want to go out and take these fights. You want to make more space for yourself, and they see the opportunity to take a fight. They engage in it. Again, going back to group stages, Howl did not play with that same level of confidence in those group stages. And I talked to the Matt, the IGL of Howl, coming into today's games. I said, bro, what went wrong in the group stage? I said, Toby, we just could not get a phase 1 going. Either we have our tires pop, we run into other teams, chaos comes through. So the most important thing right now for Howl is let's just get through phase 1 in a manner that we like, as we are actually seeing Page start popping their tires. We got to keep our vehicles intact, we got to keep all 4 alive and maintain Sender control. And right now, well, at least they're all 4 alive. Vehicles intact, I'm not so sure about, but a good start for Howl. Nice, aggressive play. They knew where to go. They knew what they had to do to make it happen. Good trade. These are all the signs that we want to see from a team that wants to regain that confidence and play Circle Center.
And on the flip side of that, PMA, well, I mean, look, hey, they wanted to try to play aggressive. They thought they might have an opportunity to take that fight, but in the end, it was just running right into a brick wall as they lose 2 to Howl and then 1 to SSG stolen away, and then Falcon's actually going to be the one that picks off the last. So, unfortunately for them, they only get to play about 3 minutes of Vikendi, and
I got
baited. I got baited. God bless it.
Into the sky. You can't tell if it's Miramar or Vikendi when you're looking into the sky. Highlights. Baiting casters 101.
They're so good at it. They're so good at it. Well, Purple Mood, you've seen, they have shown before today that they have the ability to square up 4v4 with anybody in this lobby.
Yeah.
Like, they have the confidence. They have the mechanical skill. And it's just been on a little bit more displayed today, to the tune of being in first place by 27 points.
And again, I mean, when you look, again, on paper, it's so much easier to say on paper than it is to actually see, I mean, request teams to do it. On paper, 4AM are supposed to be able to fight any of the Circle Center teams and arguably come out on top in most of those fights. Yet despite that, they have still yet to really make teams around them fear them. The 4AM of the past was a team that if you're within 100 meters and you go, are we really sure we want to be sat next to these fraggers? Right now, it's as if teams just don't respect them the same way. They got to go out and literally assert some dominance. Do things like what we just saw from Howl. Take those fights early game, come out victorious and make space for yourself. Pufferfish. But we're seeing 4AM just kind of collapse into center positions and get torn apart effectively. Similar in the previous game. Yes, they get points, but just not much more than that.
No way.
Jump shot.
Good.
Jump shot
night.
Panzerfaust, and then the nade's coming on over.
I mean, I got to say, you know, talking about flexing out and pushing in, we got glimmers of it here.
Yeah.
This is where we saw it. Now, unfortunately for them, they kind of get nickeled and dimed on their way over there to finish them off. But, you know, it's the aggression that we're looking for, right? It's not that it's doing something once you get that knock and trying to just push assert your authority onto those teams rather than just kind of sitting back and just and holding the line and playing it safe.
And the only reason I kind of double down on this so much is, I mean, we have seen them do it before. The 2 of the 4AM players, formerly known as New Happy players or NH Esports players in Xiaopian and HSMM, they are world champions.
That's
former
what got them
world
that world championship.
Exactly. They went out and they dared to just punch people in the face, quite literally. Any chance they get to see an opponent, they instantly take the fight. And this one is being played a little bit slower. Petrichor, again, Ike's have told me today, we're going to go aggressive, we're going to fight for Circle Center. They loot in and around here, a little bit further north, yes, but I think for now, just make some space, see where phase 2 takes you, and then look for Petrichor to try and play for that Circle Center when the new circle pops.
It has been, so far, a fairly good day for Petrichor Road. They've looked absolutely terrifying when they get the ball rolling. Now, can they get it rolling a little bit more here now that we've moved over to Vikendi? Is Heaven. Ooh, it's very close to Sixel. You don't have anybody there. He hears the footsteps. We'll throw the grenade and we'll try to just run away. Yep, that's probably the play, Mr. Heaven. As fortunately enough for him, Sixel going to go ahead and retreat back to their hard cover as well. So in the end, ships passing in the night. Very close. but no cigar.
Very close indeed. And Shen Yixinlong, curious to see how they're going to play this one through, especially if the circle swings west. They know now that they have two separate teams on their western side. Soon they're going to hear EXO come in from the east as well. So I would imagine that is them then dipping straight east. Just out of the circle, get away from here, and try and maneuver potentially north around, because again, south, you're limited by the water. You can't wrap all that wide, and we know that Shen Yixinlong likes to play in on the more quiet side of the circle here. The toe tap. I'm sure that had that been online, people would be blaming Ping, but there ain't none of that here. So he just exactly saw a heel of the player, and that was enough to get him down.
Yeah, PMA had an idea. It just got...
They did. Usually players do. It's just not always that it works out for them.
Just, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth, and unfortunately for PMA, they got punched pretty hard right there. Sixel will take a few shots out of passing. EXO, Monty, and Rip will be ducking in between hills. But unfortunately for them, the rest of Sixel is very spread out here, so I'm not sure they realize they're pushing right into MML as Rip gets taken very low but stays alive. There you go. Boliang will get the last shot into him. Monty power sliding across here. It's Tokyo Drift. He'll take down MML, and that's a point in the bag for EXO.
Again, Shen Yixinlong sat in a position from where they were trying to scout in within the hear the vehicles, but just cannot group up fast enough to be ready for this fight to come through. Gen G now sat here towards the southern side of what is the new circle, looking for points to be found here. And this is what Gen G does best. I mean, they're even further center now than what they usually would be, but Pio and Esther are sat, grouped up, looking to do this third-party engaging.
Yeah, Pio tried to yoink that knock away. Unfortunately, the bullet didn't hit. So that point will go into the bag of Sixel as EXO back on the move once again. Looks like they will stop down for another card. Meanwhile, Hal having to leave their position. They get a little bit close to Exalt. Not going to take any losses off of this one, but Mad definitely knocked a little bit low.
Yeah. I think Hal realized now great became. I mean, one thing is playing center, another thing is sitting on a hilltop with vision from all of the teams, because this ain't Everest on Erangel. Everyone can see you up on that middle side, and Hal just backs off, takes the compound. Makes perfect sense. From here, they can play up in the hills again. They're sitting center now, pretty much with the idea of we're center now so that we can be edge later. We'll sit here until the blue is on our back. That way we can push out of the compound and comfortably play up on foot. No reason to sit up there early. That would just be suicidal.
Yeah, they had left the Mad up there just to make sure that none of the Exalt boys got too ambitious, and unfortunately for them, they did not. So the Mad will go and rejoin the rest of his teammates at the compound. E36, meanwhile, on the move, getting very close to Sixel on that roadside. We'll see if Sixel decides to send them any friendly, neighborly shots. It looks like they will. Few will come in, little damage gets done. No knocks coming through just yet, and it looks like E36 will be just fine.
They didn't see that Sylvia spun his vehicle into a tree.
He sure
was
did.
Parked in the middle of the road, but luckily
they didn't
for
have
him,
an angle on it, fortunately.
Luckily for him, they missed that one. And again, it's impressive to see how many teams are opting to go for this. Let's try and get to the quiet side of the circle. And also how many of the teams are actually reading it correctly. E36 are trying to get back up to the northern side. And for those of you guys watching the map, by the way, I encourage all of you to have a map open, whether it be on a second monitor, second tab, on a phone, doesn't matter. Have the map available, because there's a lot happening there that you're not getting here on the main feed. But E36 trying to wrap their way up north. Ascent already up here. 4 AM playing into the same play style. They're all playing this game so smartly and all realizing exactly where they have to be in order to play the style of PUBG that they want to.
We got a number of teams now at least committing to partial splits into Decamesto. E36 going to be the latest addition. They'll leave Star-Lord up on the hillsides off to the side. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road, they've got Summer and Chui in the western side of the city, while Ming and Ixleft are holding off to the north, just taking shots over towards Genius. And then Veronica 7 has fully committed to the city itself as well. Sixel starting to creep over as well as we check in with EXO Clan.
I'm very curious, and while we're seeing Sixel on the rotation, very curious to see when Petrichor opts to group up. Right now, sat in that wide 2-2 split, and it's going to pay off for them for a while, especially if this one swings north. But then where do you commit? Do you want to sit on the edge of the city? Do you want to be in the compound that's out in the open? Both of these positions can be very, very rewarded should the circles go their way. But this is one of those where, yes, both is equally good, but you got to pick one, mate. You got to just commit to one. Let's see which one they're going to go for. I would imagine that Ixleft and Ming gets in vehicles, and yes, indeed, they already do.
Head to the city, and E36 already going to get in their vehicles and reposition around Decamesto as well. As you can see, Sixel was thinking about heading over in that direction, but instead opting to go towards the south. Team Falcons will get a knock onto Emmy, and that does not look like they're going to be able to res him. Yep, pulling away, but they will have a compound to themselves. Actually going to get the drop as well, so we'll see if they can maybe find some success there. Meanwhile, a lot of teams coming in from the south here, getting very close. Tosi will pick Lorena right out of his driver's seat as they are trying to make their way into Deca, and only 2 will be there to see the end. And Bolian going to get spotted by Heaven as well. So now just down to 1, Petrichor Road. We'll see how good their kill feed tracking has been here.
I mean, they should be well aware that there should be only 1 alive here. MML died way earlier in the game, so we'll see. Again, I don't think Petrichor is going to make an aggressive play. They know that they have V7 over there as well, so it might be a bit too aggressive. They hurt vehicles from E36 up north as well, but in the end, Shenyu will fall as Heaven finds, or Mingmake that actually finds the final kill, and that's just going to allow them to flex out a little bit more, get a little bit extra loot, and they should be all set for fights to come.
Southside's getting very interesting, though, Toby. While all these teams are sending it into the city itself, you've got EXO and Gen G very close to them to each other on the top of the hill, trading shots. SSG starting to come in late, and Purple Mood, Fluky, I think may be the last player up here for Purple Mood. No, wait, where's the rest of his squad? Are they still okay, they're still out in the blue. All right, so we've already zoomed in a little bit. So Purple Mood eating a lot of blue zone damage, taking their sweet time getting in here. The only player in so far is Fluky. But when they get there, they are going to be pushing into a lot of teams here on the south side.
Yep, speaking of pushing in, here comes Ascent. All these teams that want to play Edge now starting to realize, well, half the game is a mountain, the other half is a city. Pick our poison, great, we're going mountainside. Ascent does not want to be in a city unless if they absolutely have to, and for now, no one's forcing them to play in there. Next circle could just do that.
Mountain over here.
Exactly, trying to chill out here alongside Exalt. Howl has 1 player up here, and now D plus Kia starting to make their way in this direction too.
Looks like they got scared away here. I'm not sure whether it was shots from Howl or Exalt that did it, but either way, Kia going to avoid that, what we'll temporarily term as EU Mountain. And somehow Roth, I think, managed to high point that vehicle. As SSG will hear PLM coming in from behind them as the blue zone has arrived as well. Purple Mood need to be careful about how they take this fight, because you can look at those health bars and they are hurting.
I get the idea of trying to isolate, but throwing mollies over the top without knowing exactly where the opponents are, not necessarily the best play, but what I say doesn't matter, because Thanos are just going to say, well, just take out the Grocer then, find Pixel instantly.
Oh, Pixel a little bit farther away from the rest of the boys. Page trying to take some shots over there. SSG all on top of each other here. And Thunders, the rest of the gang from Purple Mood, they're actually doing some damage here. Sharp Shot going to get picked right out of the seat. And now he will go down to Page. Page somehow managing to avoid being spotted out. A little bit of a bait there from SSG as Roth pulls away, leaves his teammate behind to pick up some points where he can.
Yeah, EXO now starting to flex out in this direction too. They saw the circle shift out of the city, and EXO is now realizing, great, this is going to be Edge game for us. It's going to be a slow fought game in the hills. Might as well see if we can find something extra as Page once again repositions and catches Purple Mood by surprise.
Gonna get stolen away from him by Monty though, so good eyes on EXO. They'll pick up another kill for them as they come in to try to clean up what's left. Fluky though will take him by surprise, and that'll be a knock and a kill coming through. Akita gets the damage in, doesn't get the knock though, as Fluky can turn his attention back over towards him. He's got some utility still in the bag. That grenade maybe a little bit far to the left. Insight taking his time to come and arrive here. Akita needs to slow this fight down a little bit.
Yeah, and this is where, I mean, they know this fight has to come to an end because Gen G is sat here ready and waiting for anyone coming down the hill towards them. Circles closing in. There's no jammer pack on the side of Fluky, just exactly though, able to get the first hit off.
Got it just in the nick of time. Tosi just taking those shots from long range, making things even more complicated. Meanwhile, Crazy gonna find 2 off of Ace with the mortar. Can't wait to see what that looks like here in the replay. Howl, meanwhile, also taking care of Falcons in the kill feed as a number of teams getting in the fight as the circle has pulled away from Decamesto and off to the north.
Surprised that EXO is committing this hard to it. Akita now getting into a vehicle, but it's a little late on it. As I talked about it too earlier, Sen sat on top of each other. Hard to play.
Oh, the bear! Oh, no!
The bear killed Fluky. Please tell me that there's a replay of that available somewhere. We gotta see the first ever PGC bear kill.
Oh, we gotta have it. I hope we see it soon. EXO, meanwhile, will get wiped out by a combination of Songjang and Esther, as Gen G will take a free Uber delivery of points there. And still 4 strong. They've got to make their way inside this zone. Veronica 7, they have lost 1 member. They're going to leave the city in vehicles. And they're getting very close to Petrichor Road, though. It's looking pretty dangerous.
It sure is a difficult push on forward. Gen G trying to flex out. They're going to be running into Howl soon. And now here is Petrichor once again. It's Ixleft able to find the knock. Flush will come through from Chewy, but the pull-up is here. Chewy able to find the first one. That's Gooming gone down.
What a bait there from Chewy. He actually baited him by going back in the building. Said, okay, he's going to throw a flashbang. I hear the pin pulled. Immediately pops back out there and gets a free kill. So Petrichor Road once again on the rampage. 5 kills now for themselves.
See them trying to damage Gen G from afar. They're well aware that they would have to leave this city eventually. The more damage they can do now, the easier it's going to be for them to push on forward. And if they can suppress Gen G here and cause a proper 4v4 between Gen G and Howl, that is an easy third-party opportunity for Petrichor.
Gen G in a little bit of a rough spot here. We'll see what Howl can do. They are taking this fight square to the jaw of the Korean powerhouse. They'll find Songjang, they'll find Pio, they'll find one more too, as Howl is just rolling through Gen G.
Good thing for them, because as I said, Petrichor could pull up, but this is happening so fast that there's no chance for them to get here in time. No knocks have come through on their side. Ixleft able to steal one away. That's a point that Howl would have very much liked, but for now, that's Petrichor stealing it for them.
DG98, the last player alive for Gen G. He's managed to pull away and at least find a rock to hide behind. You can see Kia on the move, running around. They haven't found an angle on it just yet. The Mad, though, he's going to spot him out. This is the Howl team that we've seen in the past, Toby, where they get a little taste of blood in their mouth and they start hunting. Oh, here it is.
I thought it was the bear kill we were going to see here. We have the Mortar coming in first. The Crazy just on point. These guys, you can see she have Xiaopian up on the hilltop on the other side. You're spotting it out for him, telling him the distance. And didn't take much for him to find a knock there.
Okay, Howl, 6 kills in the bag now. They get repositioned after taking care of 3/4 of Gen G. DG98 still up. Petrichor Road have not fully left the city just yet, but they are shooting at just about everything. ADR farming all over the place here. Right now, their target E36.
And again, I mean, they get knocks on all fronts. They get from a distance, they're dictating fights. They're pretty much just setting up their own rotations prior to them having to leave. So smart playing in from the edge, forcing all these teams into each other, and effectively just going, well, now we have multiple options where before there were none.
Here comes Howl once again. They peek up over the edge. They'll take a little bit of fire from Petrichor Road. We'll spot him running through the hills, get some damage down. Not going to be enough to get the knock there. About to get a little gift from the gods here as well, if they decide to stick around for it. Meanwhile, it looks like they're more concerned with trying to hunt down these kills.
Understandably so. Although kills and level 3 gears, I mean weapons, I should say, level 3 gears, pretty convenient. Ming, I should say, there's only one of them left behind alongside Summer, as I think Ixleft now going back to pick up his teammates. I don't think oh no, they have cast. Never mind. Never mind. They're good. They're good. I thought he was going back to them for a second. Not quite the case. But again, Petrichor has left the city and up towards the north. How do you play it in if you're a genius here? They know how many players they have in front of them, but they got to find an opening.
Yeah, haven't really talked about 4 a.m. either. They're sitting on that north side, still 4 strong. Now, Genius trying to take the fight over to them on the north. Meanwhile, Howl still trying to clean up what's left as they see DG98 hiding in that smoke. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, making that wrap around south. They've decided that they want to take the fight up here on the mountain. Ixleft will open up immediately onto Ruin.
As soon as the Mad got knocked, they were in cast. Again, they've knocked people so many different places. They know exactly who is where. Now they know Howl is wounded. They find a knock on the pull-up, and they have themselves a 4v1 and a 4v2. But this snake in the grass easily dealt with as Ixleft once more steps up to the plate.
A battle of sharks right now. Petrichor Road and the Howl. Oh, there you go. Chewy will find Laza. Get the points from Ruin as well. Schofield now the last player alive for Howl. Off in the distance, not taking any shots just yet. Meanwhile, you've got 4 a.m., you've got Genius that have to make their way across this wide open road to get inside this next zone.
I'm not gonna lie, this has me scared, and it should have the rest of the server scared too. Petrichor, they don't have the best global track record,
right now.
If they go farming mode, if they smell blood in the water and actually start playing confident, they are as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than most teams in the world. Petrichor looking on fire right now, and I could not imagine that fire being extinguished anytime soon.
Coming into this game, you know, you look at it on paper, and given what they did during the group stages, Petrichor Road looked like, I don't want to say far and away, but by pretty clearly the best team in this lobby. And it looks like they got that same memo, as they are not showing any fear whatsoever. They are taking the fight right to the jaw of every single team here.
Trying to shoot the mortar in the exact same place 4 times doesn't really reap the rewards that he was hoping for. In the meantime, Genius trying to group up. Surti wants to get back down towards Glorious and Zest, but not easy for them. Now they have Petrichor spotted out in the open. Ike's actually able to take Yuta on the fadeaway.
No shot. He gets that last hit in. Now another one will go down as Summer unloading onto Zest. Exalt, meanwhile, trying to take it over to 4 a.m. They find an initial knock. HSM and ZPion both knocked low. Not going to get knocked just yet. Ooh, another one so close. Exalt, they have to know that they've done some damage here. As they want to take this fight. Uba with the P90 in hand. That's a terrifying prospect in and of itself. Star-Lord, meanwhile, E36, they are hiding and ducking around the smoke walls, trying to see if they can find an angle on a Genius.
This here is Exalt and Petrichor trying to sheep her 4 a.m. and Enterforce into one another. We'll see now if Uba can do some damage on one side. 2 players down from 4 a.m. already. Make that a third. Just 1 more left alive. Bobo, the fragging power player out of 4 a.m. Can he do this on his own?
Blue zone grenade comes through, pushes him around, and he's actually going to take a little bit of damage. Looks like, okay, he's back behind. The smoke wall has been finished off, so he's got a little bit of hard cover to work with. Doesn't matter. Oh, that grenade actually bounced off of him to finish off his squad. They know exactly where he is. Yeah. There you go. Maladoc will be the one that does it, as Exalt cleaning up here on the edge. Now, Fate has been knocked, so that's 2 down for Exalt. They've got to reset here.
Yeah, Petrichor in the meantime splitting out very wide on the southern side. Iflex got knocked in the open because Ming wants to pick him back up, but not easy with 5 being done on the other side.
Glorious.
Fully committing to it, not respecting Glorious at all, but Glorious stood up and says, you know what, I've been to Nations Cup twice, I know how to play this game too. Takes him out. He's down to very, very low HP though. Just a solo player left alive. Both Ike and Summer could potentially get back on their feet unless if Glorious has something to say about it. One more shot has to connect, but Ming just can't find it.
Oh, Chewy now coming over here to provide some support, as Clories, the absolute disrespect. They push him 1 by 1, and he said, no, sir, not in my house. Takes out both of them. Hasn't been able to flush them, so Petrichor Road still have the opportunity to reset off of this. Clories, meanwhile, dancing, bobbing, weaving, trying to avoid the throwables from Chewy. And so far, he's managed to do so. E36 now coming. Oh, Star-Lord, no.
3 players. He has a
nade.
He's
got a grenade.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. He's got it perfectly primed. He's going to find one. Arctic's going down to the shots as well. Star-Lord will get taken out by Menuda, though. So he's getting a little bit of protection for Exalt.
Where's the aggressive play, though? Where's the response? D plus Kia ceases. They're down to just 2 players, though. So do they dare? Do they want to make a play? Finally, Glorious is dealt with, and it's once again Enter Force 36 coming out on top here.
Petrichor Road lose only 1 player. They managed to get the revive off onto their 1-5. I believe it was Ike's left. Yes, Summer, though, going to be taken down as Ubo will go down in the end here now as Howl continues their campaign of terror. 9 kills for the boys.
Such a solid game again. They were wounded in the mid game, but they got kills early, able to stay alive through to the end. And now Petrichor up to 3 once more. But I got to take my eyes back to Enterforce again, the Japanese team. I did not expect much, if anything, from them in this tournament. But in this losers bracket, and even in moments in the group stage, they were looking and still are looking very, very solid.
They have been playing for the late game, playing very, very safe. They are perfectly content hiding in a hidey hole until the absolute last minute. And now they are stepping out and trying to get themselves some points. Once again, up here, getting placements. As Schofields been spotted, Chewy will get him. And that is 13 kills now for Petrichor Road as they continue their onslaught on this lobby.
Even the players that are dead on the side of E36 have their heart all the way up their throats. They are under pressure, and they know it. Pure Boy prone, ready to do damage. We saw Starlord almost take out the entirety of Exalt just before. Potentially Pure Boy could do the same, unless if the power player Ike's left has something to say about it.
The problem for Petrichor Road this tournament so far has not been kills. kills have come fairly easily for this squad. It's been placement points. They have not been able to get into the late game. And now here they are finding themselves with a shot at getting first place here in this lobby. As Sylphia going to give himself away, Ming will finish him off. Pure Boy giving himself away as well. Trades with Chewy. He's going to go down, and Petrichor Road finally gets that elusive victory.
Again, we said it in the halfway through point of this game. We saw what they were doing. They dictated the pacing from start to finish, even having to come out of the city, forcing multiple teams into one another. A warm Petrichor is a scary Petrichor. If this is the 2020 Petrichor we know from the past, starting to now build back up, woohoo! Grand finals, watch out.
The absolute disrespect that Petrichor Road is showing to this lobby. They know they are the team to beat. They know that anybody they come up against, they can just absolutely destroy them. And they are proving it here through 3 games in the losers bracket. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to hear what they have to say about game number 3.
Game number 3 is done, and Vikendi, while snowy, the blizzard was truly led, coming straight from Petrichor Gaming as they took themselves a dominant win. You know, Poro said they're disrespecting the lobby, and while I think that makes sense in you know, the hyperbole, I would say it's respecting the lobby because they're making these third-party pushes every single time. The second they see someone wounded, they're cleaning them out. And I think it's a respect of, like, in groups, I feel like they let people get back up and running. They defended their position. Here, they're taking a totally different tact of the second I smell blood, let's go.
Right, exactly. Is also what Toby pointed out after he talked to them. Like, these guys are going to go out and they're going to go aggressive. It's not going to matter too much about the placement points. If they can get that many kills, then placement points don't matter. But that is the placement points they needed. I feel like now, unstoppable.
There's the bear.
That's the bear. Oh, I like that.
No one expects the stealth. The stealth bear coming up behind him on that fight.
But for me, especially, it's here like they were not good at PGS 1 and 2. They did not even make the grand finals in those cases, right? So this is really for them to show it. This is the first step on the road, though.
Yeah.
They have to make it out of here to the last chance. Then they meet 8 winners that are going to be taking another shot at them, you know?
It may be the first step on the road, but that road smells a lot like soil after the rain because these guys struggled in the group stages, but this is the chance to shine. The rain has passed. Petrichor is standing bright and strong in the sun. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk as we watch Petrichor bring in an amazing win. And, I mean, there's nothing else to say besides the fact that they are essentially running the lobby right now.
Exactly, and you know, in this case here for Petrichor Road, for Ike's left, even Chewy, you know, Ming, they are all popping off right now. And for them to of course, Circle was great for them. When they don't have to worry about that, they are just fracking out. And they are third partying, they are just running down these teams here. And Clarice, close.
Clarice.
You know, there was a really good attempt, but once you get 3 Petrichor Road guys up and they're angry, it's going to be really, really hard to hold them back.
He really kicked the beehive on that one.
He did.
But it did. They sort of backfilled that fight between EXO and Gen G. Then we saw them, instead of sitting comfortable, they pushed down to where they sort of ran into that whole Clory situation, but survived yet again. Here's the top 4 teams. They get 15 kills, but for me, the big number is 2.2k damage. They were putting in work the entire time. The utility is high. Howl, they came out of nowhere today as well and been putting up some good numbers.
They came out and stepped on the gas from the start. He also took PMA on, did it kind of well, had some good fights with them too. So yeah, 9 kills for them. Good to see that they're stepping up. But yeah, Ming here, 1,001k club for him. Ixlip with another 5 kills for him. Good to see these guys. You know, they're starting with this one here, and the amount of kills alone in this one here, 15 is just insane. Some, of course, with the kind of more supporting role, co-IGLing a little bit. But yeah, it's crazy. Ming, of course, with the 1k club and 1,000 damage is going to be the man of the match. Well deserved.
Well deserved. And it's one of those, like, I think maybe last time they didn't have a chance to get man of the match. And they said this time we got to get the win because we deserve that after the last round. And they do, big time. We also, I think, saw another big game from D plus Kia that time around. Look at the match leaderboard. They're going to pull in 9 points. Exalt managing to get some extra points up there on the board as well. Then SSG almost doubling their points on the day.
Yeah, more than double. 150% points in this one game compared to the 2-1 prior. Good to see. But yeah, as you said here, E36, another good game for them. It's going to shake up the leaderboard a little bit. It's going to put Petrogorod caught 14 points in the lead. Purple Moon still in good. Wow. E36 in third. Good to see for these guys here. D+, a little bit of a shake-up. There's some teams on the right side, though, that we kind of expect to do well here. 4AM as a team we expected to kind of pop off from the start. Ascend, more consistent. We want to see that continue. But they're potentially also going to have one of these pop-off games here. So yeah, we need to see these, like, when they have bad games, we want to see those 4, 5, 6 point-ish on their salvage games, and then it's the double digits from there.
I'm a little surprised to see Sixo all the way down there with 3 points. I think a lot has been stolen from them, but also PMA, I'm not surprised. I need them to step it up. Right now, they've got it stands for positive mental attitude, but it takes more than positivity to get to the left side of the board, and we need something now.
In this case here, for me, for PMA, it's like, it felt like they're just forcing every single fighter. Like, okay, disengage when you're smart about it, take these fights. If you lose one guy, don't send the rest of the 3, just play as a 3-man, try to see if you get like salvage games. Go complete salvage mission mode instead. Try to get some good circle positioning, stuff like that. That's what I want to see from these guys. Don't force the fights in the very early game.
I mean, they forced that fight, and then these gentlemen rolled up behind them in a quiet car and got that kill. And they put up some good numbers. Let's see if they can keep doing it as we go forward. It's time for us to head to another new map. It's Taego. It just entered rotation this year. Let's see how the teams continue to adjust as it's time for game number 4. PGC 2023. Let's start the match.
Thank you very much, Toffees. And yes, we are getting ready to head over to Taego for game 4 on the day. It's been an exciting one so far, Toby. Got to see Petrichor Road just absolutely dominate, and we also got to see a bear kill.
Yeah,
I know you're very excited about that.
I was very busy. I was very busy memeing. Hopefully we'll get the replay, but I don't really fault the observers for not having one dedicated to bear observing. So you know what? All is fair. All is fair when you get a kill with a bear.
It is. It is. Well, we didn't see too many spicy drops on Vikendi. Let's see if we see anything here on Taego, as looks like we're going to get a plane going right across the center. So pretty much anywhere you could want to go, you can get to.
Now, we have seen multiple circles not do the hole the circle has to attach to the plane path on Taego before. So we could still see some very spicy circle ones, especially with this one. Not really far north, but we have seen a lot of these actually swing pretty hard south. And that's where you get the issue with the red line that's kind of cutting out the eastern side and parts of the south side as well. It limits the rotation opportunities for teams. And as we said in the previous game, a lot of these teams like to just wide rotate, come in the quiet side of the circle. If we go south here, you don't have a whole lot of space to maneuver down there.
No, you do not. Well, as much as it's been exciting to see Petrichor Road and honestly Purple Mood really kind of come in here and flex their muscles here in the first couple games. Oh, there you go. Let's cut all over to the west. I gotta wonder if maybe this might be the awakening of Howl. They looked absolutely great in that last game.
They qualified. They qualified for a PGS event on equal terms with everyone else in the MEA. Won out the region for the qualifier to that tournament, and looked really, really good in doing so. And I know a strong Howl, a confident Howl is a Howl that is to be feared. I talked to Schofield, he said, I always like to ask players, like kind of poke them a bit and say, how many wins you going to get today? Looked at me confident, said, we're going to get 2. And while last one wasn't a win, if that's the momentum they're starting to build into, maybe Taego or the next 2 Vikendis could be easily brought home by the Wolves.
Yeah, we got to see a couple of teams shaking off the cobwebs there that last game. Howl, one of them. Exalt, we got to see in late game. Ace, Ascend doing once again pretty well. And now we just need to wait and see what can 4AM do. I feel like, again, 4AM made it to the late game and then just kind of got rolled, honestly. Like Exalt just kind of made short work of them.
Again, I'm still excited for the day that we get to see not so much confidence, because I feel like the way that 4AM approaches the game seems confident enough. It's just the decisiveness to go 3-1. Great, that's what we're doing. It seems like all of them have different ideas on what they want to do at different times, so that when something does happen that's kind of out of their control, a team pulls up on them or someone gets a knock on them from afar, it takes those 2-3 seconds extra for them to really come up with a response to that. And at this level of play, if you're 2-3 seconds about making a decision, more often than not, that's got to be you eliminated. That's you going down because of it. How many times have we seen it? Teams pull up on a compound. The team that gets there that 1 second earlier, well, more often than not they're the ones coming out on top.
You know what it is, honestly, and I think it was really on display in that last game with 4AM in particular. The second they take that first knock or second knock, they look shook. They look like they're trying to pull away from the fight. Any plan that they may have had of just trying to go right up against a guy, it seems like it pulls away, it falls off, and they try to go into defense and try to recovery mode rather than just saying, you know what, you guys are knocked. Let's still take the fight. We'll fix it after we finish the fight.
And I know there's two extremities to that side of the coin. One thing is just back off and leave your player to die. The other is maybe what we saw with Portugal going, wait, we got a player knocked, and it's Ixlef sprint down in a vehicle. Someone just full speeding straight into the open arms of Glorious that even knocks him. So maybe that's the opposite end of that coin, where it's like, okay, push him, yes, but don't just run in and die. So there definitely are two sides, and I would much rather see a team that is way too aggressive have to slow things down than see a team that seems to be playing, as you said, kind of on their back foot, has to try and get some momentum, because it's much easier to slow things down here than it is to try and accelerate.
There's too much offensive utility in this game now that to where you can't just retreat back and hope for the best and hope to get your reses off while there's still 3 or 4 of the other team pushing you. You kind of have to. It almost is better for you to just throw all caution to the wind and push right into the fight and get right in their faces and try to get it that way, because if you duck back, I mean, we saw it with Bobo. It was just a matter of time before Exalt just spammed him to death with utility, and it was over.
And as we're seeing here, the highlights from Interforce, I'm so satisfied. I'm so satisfied with what I'm seeing from Interforce. And I know they're not a first-place team or 15-kill chicken dinner team, but they are looking so good. Now, let's listen in. Hear a little bit of an interview.
Yeah, I wonder who's going to be.
아슬아슬하게 떨어진 부분에 대해서는 이건 예상하지 못했어. 솔직하게 얘기해서 우리가 이렇게 약하지는 않는구나, 또는 이제 우리도 할 수 있겠다라는 분명 생각도 들었고, 좋은 경험이고 좋은 발판이 될 거라고 생각을 해서 오히려 이제 루저 브레이크에서 더 열심히 하도록 하겠습니다. 사로도 식지르기 하는 것 자체에 대해서 주변 팀의 동향을 가장 먼저 살펴보긴 해요. 우리가 들어갔을 때 쉽게 끝장나는가, 또는 이제 들어가서 비빌 수 있는가를 좀 판단을 해서 내가 먼저 죽을 테니까 너네가 들어가라는 느낌으로 게임을 하고 있기는 해요. 우리가 못하더라도 그래도 되게 노력하고 열심히 하고 성장하는 모습을 다른 누군가에게 보여줌으로써 좀 긍정적인 효과라고 하잖아요. 그런 것들이 좀 다른 사람들에게도 많이 갔었으면 해요.
I feel like we're playing better than we thought we would. That is my one takeaway from everything Starlord just said there. They're playing into confidence. As I said, coming into group stage, I had a chat with him. I was like, oh no, we're underdogs. Oh, it's not good. I was like, bro, use that to your advantage. Well, we're seeing Cest here get a few shots off. Not a whole lot happening on the other side of things. So PMA getting torn to shreds. And once again, I mean, troubles galore for positive mental attitude. And they better keep that, because they've still got many more games to play. But their early games today are just looking shambled.
Yeah, it's been rough, man. Teddy, the last one alive right now for the boys. He's going to send it down to the compound, and HSM, he wants all of this. Teddy going to stop down just long enough to heal up and now see if he can maybe escape. It looks like he should be able to break line of sight and get away and maybe get a little bit further into this game, but 4AM doesn't want to let it go, man. You got to be careful, though, about how far you push into this. Yep, there you go. You're getting shot at from Exalt now. So Teddy will go down, and it will be Fate that does it. And a few more parting shots sent over towards 4AM.
To go back to Interforce real quick, and then I promise I'll talk about other teams too.
Yeah,
one of the things that excites me the most is that I think I can call a spade and say that... Shuri gets knocked. Call a spade and say that Japan is arguably one of the weaker regions, if not probably the weakest region in PUBG right now in terms of mechanical in-game skill. They have great game knowledge, but the in-game mechanical skill is not as high in Japan as it is in most other regions. But they play a very smart defensive play. Run back to your cave.
That man came out of nowhere.
And there's nothing you can do to prepare for it either.
No.
But they're playing a very, very smart game of PUBG, which is what we're seeing from Interforce 36. The whole idea of backing off on the hillside of Erangel, so smart. And we're seeing in these games too. I mean, Global PUBG, just a perfect space to highlight all the region's variances when it comes to competitive PUBG.
Saving Private Chewy. Summer doing a good job there at utilizing that fantastic mechanic of being able to put a knocked teammate in the passenger seat. So all's well as ends well here for Petrichor Road.
No bears.
They get their man back up, and I could watch that replay about 17 more times and laugh every single damn time. I'm really sorry to have to happen to somebody, but it makes me so happy that it actually did happen.
And I know you're the numbers.
Oh my God, ZPR.
Yeah, he might be the IGL, but he's pretty decent with AR spray as well.
Gross.
I know you're the numbers guy and stuff of the two of us, the stats machine, but I have a fun fact for you. You know what?
Hit me.
The Polar Bear last game, right?
Yes.
Had more points than Ascent.
See, if I say that, then everybody's like, oh my God, Boro hates Europe. He's pointing on this. So you can get away with it. I like that. I'm a fan of
Me and Mika got a thing going with bantering back and forth, and I feel like that was well-deserved.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Maybe it wasn't, I don't know. It's his turn now to get back at me. We'll see what happens.
Ascend catching strays out here while the polar bear is on the hunt. Check in with Sixel. They are on the north side. They still have to make their way across this river, and unfortunately for them, Genius doing a little camp job over here. Meanwhile, Purple Mood and Howl getting close to each other near the fishing camp.
A lot of utility being committed to here by Floki, and of course this is part of making yourself seem bigger than you necessarily are. Good cook on that nade. A lot of damage done to the Matt. I think with the angle, he was never going to get him with one nade anyway, so plenty of damage coming through. Now it's really up for Howl to decide here. Do we commit to it? Do we leave? New Circle is popping. If this is going elsewhere, there's no reason to fight for it, so get ready to go. Circle, dead center on that western side. Howl should leave here if possible.
I would think so, and well, unfortunately for them, they've got a lot of company right around them. Exalt, 4 a.m., all making passes just off to their south. Looks like they will hop into the vehicles. They're going to get shot at by PMA in the back, but looks like they'll be okay. 4 a.m., meanwhile, still sending it right past PLM. You can see there's just no angle. Well, maybe they do have an angle as a few shots coming through, and PLM just being the jousting, the torturous path here as Capitan takes a few shots towards Petrichor Road, but then is educated by Ike's Left and Ming and says, no, sir, you don't get to do that for free.
Very lucky to be able to get off of that one, too. Petrichor could have easily stopped because he was sat on an island on his own, but able to get out of that one for free.
Oh,
and now
my
4 a.m.
goodness.
pulling up on Exalt. They're send to play again. We know 4 a.m. they're a team that has in the past liked to pull up in phase 2, try and play Circle Center. Here they do it as well, but they do it instantly. We saw it in China when we were looking through their games, Poro. They want to instantly be on the move by the time phase 2 pops, and when they do, they usually beats the team to the punch. Here they came in those 3 seconds before Exalt did and get 2 kills off of it.
Sure as heck. Now they're up to 5 kills. You can see the breakdown right there. Zepion and Bobo going to be to the ones taking them for the time being. Petrichor Road on the move as well. They've got Gen G just off to their south, and boy, don't they know it. They've stopped down. They look over, not finding the angle just yet. Doesn't look like Gen G is 100% aware. As now they are. PO going to spot out Summer, peeking up over the top of the rock. Now let's see if Gen G decides to stick around here, or are they going to make it maybe reposition?
I'm not sure if Xiong Yang called in a flare or if he's just being giga blessed with a crate straight on his face. But regardless, maybe he's going to stick around because of it. They do have a compound they can fall back into, so I think for now Gen G is going to stick around. But of the two of these two teams, in Petrichor and Gen G, would imagine that Gen G is going to be the first one to kind of disengage. Issue is where they're going to go.
Yeah, they've got a free and clear disengage should they want it.
Exactly.
But
do they want to give up the entire hilltop? Because that's just them being suppressed in that compound altogether.
That is true. That is true. I don't think you give it up altogether. It looks like what they're doing is they're just leaving PO on that northern side to keep an eye to make sure that Petrichor Road doesn't get too friendly. As we see EXO and Falcons, both of these two teams very, very widely split on the south side. And it looks like Emmy has been spotted out by the rest of the boys. Rip trying to get close to see if he can maybe take care of him. But Capitan doing a good job of defense as now E36 creeping in on the south side. That might make this a 3-way fight very shortly.
Interforce 36's ability to find the quiet sides of circles is once again proving to be successful. They are trying to backfill this, and they can time it right. They might just want to pull up on this or say, great, you're fighting, let's just go straight past you and make our way into the circle center. Of course, the journey is still far from over as they've barely even started it yet, as we have 20 seconds to go until phase 3 pops.
All right, so Falcons pull back from their big wide split to support their man. And in doing so, they will force EXO to reposition. Meanwhile, E36 stopped down to do a little healing after doing their long rotation. Get a little bit of blue damage here, but 4 strong coming in just north of Falcons. Doesn't look like they'll take too much trouble here or hassle as the new circle does pop. Centers right up, right onto Uba. And Eichsliff. Ooh, is Eichsliff? Is Eichsliff? No, they know exactly where Uba is.
There are so many open lines of sight in this new circle. I mean, where do you go from here if you're Interforce? You might actually pull up on Eichsliff, and I hope he gets out of there alive because he's now trying to make a run on back, but you can see he's in trouble. Multiple teams are around him. He has to go in and heal before he can go anywhere. He has 4 nades to work with, but where are you going if you're Interforce? They're on like full speed going forward. Looks like they're going towards 4AM. Now they're dodging and weaving Starlord, the in-game leader, trying to find a place for them to lay low, but what do you commit to? You cannot go into the field in this shack.
You got to make a choice, man. You got to figure something out here as they're just driving around. Fortunately for them, nobody's shooting at them.
Yeah.
So I think they realize, hey, we can get relatively close to the center here, play some hard cover in the rock, and we'll just do a little bit of a split. Now they have Schofield just off to their east, who's a solo now for Howl. But other than that, I think they're all right.
It's a good read for them, understanding that the only position that can see them is Petric on the southern side, but they were busy with other teams. As we now look towards the northern side of the main island here, both Genius and Shenyi Shinlong has to make plays, and also Petric sitting here ready and waiting for Falcons to send it into the middle.
They had to make a send at some point. They decided to go straight through Pero, as Ruren actually going to spot out Eichsliff in that shack. So that's 1 down. Raid Boss lost for Petrichor, although they go and save him, it looks like. So Petrichor Road trying to pull it back together, but lots of shots coming in from multiple angles here. And it's actually Schofield, not the last member of Howl. Laza and Ruren still up, just on different sides of this split. They're very, very separated, as Sixel will make it through the Genius camp with losing only MML.
The worst bridge to try and camp is the one that has both the upstairs and the downstairs. The double dagger allows for the passage of 3 players. Not sure how no one really took damage in that 3-man car from Shenyi Shinlong, but somehow they're out here still alive, surpassing both GE and V7.
I'm not sure how Falcons managed to get all 4 through that split. It looks like instead of shooting at Falcons, everybody's shooting at Petrichor Road. So they've made friends in the lobby, it seems. They do manage to get all those revives back. So Petrichor back up to full strength, as Utah now trying to get be the little, not as much of a spearhead, but it looks like Veronica 7 still just hanging out on the edge of the circle, as they knew Genius was camping over here. As Schofield does get spotted and will get taken down by Starlord.
Why is Schofield here when his entire team is far west? I think maybe he must have
happened.
Trading situation caused him to pull up here, and that's him down because of it. You'd have to imagine. In the meantime, Floki trying to get a little bit of an off angle here on D plus Kia. He has his remaining teammates up towards the north, so he should be able to back off if he wants to, but right now I think he wants to play this spoiler position.
Yeah, he's playing it. He's playing it very, very quiet here. Now Kia taking some shots over to his teammates as we see the grenades getting sent over from 4AM on to Sixel. The new circle has popped, and it is all fields as 4AM just continues raining it down. And Shenyi Shinlong, their troubles will continue here with 2 games remaining.
Yeah, it's 4AM, and again their utility usage on point. Pretty much none of the nades didn't do any damage, so great understanding of exactly where they had their opponents, as now they too find themselves in a bit of open position here. Purple Mood starts looking their way, but 4AM has already sent one up towards the northern side. HSMM, the usual flank player from 4AM, trying to suppress them.
Fluky managed to steal one away, or at least a knock onto Kia, and tried to escape, but they spotted him out. So that is going to be Purple Mood down 1, as HSM going to get spotted by Tanawa. He will be flushed out. Fluky will get taken down by Zhanggu. And now 4AM down to 3, PLM down to 3. Damwon Kia is way out in no man's land right now. They've got moves to make.
And I think that's the thing for 4AM right now. They're starting to realize, wait, we might be the ones in a tough position here, but if we can hold them out for long enough, they will have to go elsewhere. We don't necessarily have to get the knocks. We just have to make them really reconsider whether they actually want to be stood there in the open shooting at us while other people are shooting at them.
7 kills now already for 4AM, as their game has finally found some time to take to take these fights that it seems like they've been trying to take all tournament long. and they just keep getting fourth and fifth partied after the shots come through. As Menuda just gonna, actually all of Damwon Kia gonna send it in the emergency pickup. Do they get away with it? Looks like they might.
Able to land down on the ground as the fight is popping off towards the eastern side. They have knocked players. Duckmans will fall in the end as well, but it's going to be Starlord able to steal it away. Just Thanawat left alive on the northern side of the circle as they now get ever so much closer to the double FAMAS Genius Esports.
Yeah, why not? E36 actually doing some edge work here. Haven't seen this come out of them in quite some time. Usually they get a nice little spot in the center of the circle and just hunker down, turtle up until late game. But right now they are clearing the path. As we see, Americano will get taken down by Tosi. That'll be the grenade that does it. Guman taken down as well, though. Let's see if they can get that revived.
Yeah, it's out in the open, but there's a bit of a rich line to work with, so might be possible. In the meantime, now again, Thanawat, he's been around Glorious for a while, and no one's really in a position from where they seemingly want to help him out. Cess was here before, but even after the flash came over, Cess still drove away. Good thing is, he can do it on his own, and actually, as I say that, no, it's Heaven who finds him from afar.
Okay, Veronica 7 doing a little bit of defense there. As we'll see if they can get the res. Looks like Zest already over. And Purple Mood going down a little bit early, but you can see the gameplay style that Purple Mood is wanting to come with, and they are sticking to it. Aggressive, aggressive, aggressive as they continue to push in. Now DG98 and Gen G and the boys will make short work of EXO. And now more shots coming back over towards their way. This was on the southeastern side of the circle. A lot of teams up to the north, though. They've got a long way to go, Toby.
Again, doesn't matter who's peaking Interforce right now, whether it be Petrico or 4AM, they'll take the fight to them. Right now, despite only being 2 alive, they're coming out on top. Petrico down to just 2 players, only 2 kills in this game. Not the same power performance as we saw in the previous ones, but of course, not every game can go your way, which is why we're playing 12 of them.
That is indeed the case, as 4AM are in their Petrichor road arc right now. They continue to just push through everybody. 8 kills now already. Genius going to try to prevent 4AM from, or try to prevent themselves from being 4AM's next victim, as looks like the utility will be just enough to hold them off for now. However, they got to get into this next zone, Toby. They don't have a lot of time here.
Before doing so, though, would really want to get rid of Genius Esports altogether.
Oh, they love it.
Has a rock to work with. 4 nades make that 3 now as he throws 1 forward. Glorious has already left, so it's just them 2 here. Again, a lot of kind of abandoning your teammates is the play style for Genius right now. Maybe trying to catch people off guard. Xiaopian, though, 3x on the org. Catches Starlord at a distance.
Filthy shots there. Spray from range with the AUG, and they will finish it off as well. So that's another point in the bag for 4AM. And now that is E36 down to just K. He will get spotted out, gets knocked low enough to where the blue is going to be enough to finish him off. Genius, meanwhile, sending it right into Veronica 7, and they are donezo. As Heaven and Tosi will gladly take those points.
Nice little wrap around the southern side for Veronica 7, able to set up a good position to kind of withstand a potential push that did come through in the end from Genius. Now, though, they have to reset, get ready for 4AM.
Ike's left the last player up, and he'll get spotted by Crazy 112, which will be the 10th kill now for 4AM as they make their way in on this northern side. Now, Gen G still on the south. They're taking shots from Falcons. A lot of teams just hiding in these small divots and ditches on the north side in the open fields. They find a little bit of an angle. Let's see if Gen G, how close are they going to end up getting to Howl? Close enough to where Howl has the utility in hand.
Sure do. 4AM trying to make a play now here as well. They've known for the longest time that Falcons were around, but haven't opted to take the fight to them before they had to. Now they come on over. Bobo able to find 1 Capitan, though. Instantly there to trade. Finds the second as well.
Big plays from Capitan. Gets the double knock. Crazy 112, the last player left alive for 4AM. And he finds the God nade. 2 knocks immediately as Crazy will go for the res onto ZP Yan. Falcons, meanwhile, try to reset as well. But Genji Pio in vehicle, sending it over to the north. Okay, he's going to stop down.
Yep, he's stopping and he's looking south, trying to get it off angle for the fight happening on the southern side. Little does he knows there's kills to be found on the north. 1 down, 2 down. Here comes Veronica 7 as well. They're wanting to clean this fight up, and they're doing so in style. Gilman peeks on over, finds the double. They know that they still have Falcons wounded, and they should not stop this push just yet.
Guman doing Falcons a favor there as they're able to stop down long enough at least to res one of their teammates. So they're back up to 2 strong. V7, 9 kills. Haven't really talked too much about them. They've been hanging out on that northwestern side, picking their kills up where they can get them. Let's see if they can get a few more. Meanwhile, Gen G and Howl, the fight continues.
Fight down on the edge again. PO tried to get the off-angle position towards the north, and right now it's playing out pretty well. SSG on the southern side, it's been a quiet game for them as well, but again, play the circles, don't play for aggressive kills. If that means losing, you're alive. Falcons holds off Tosi, able to get the flush on him as well before the remaining Veronica 7 players can do anything about it.
Yeah, Tosi getting a little bit too brave there. Will give his life away. Veronica 7 now down Glaz as PO finds him from range. And now Sharpshot finding shots with the mortars. More utility getting sent over towards Falcons as Gen G continues to pressure V7 from range.
Again, I feel like this is a case of V7 having the chance earlier to make the play. Now finally they're able to clean it up with the utility. PO is trying to see if there are any more fish in the pond for him to find, but not the case. Maybe for a second, losing track of where the opponents are. That's 4 nades committed to an area with no players alive, though able to switch on over quickly and take down Guman.
Okay, another one picked up now for PO. SSG, they have 1 kill in the bag, but they're 4 strong, and they are situated for this late game. This could be absolutely huge for them. They need as many points as they can get out of this top 4 finish.
The thing is, with both Ascent and Space Station Gaming, their playstyles don't normally grant them late-game positions with a lot of kills to boot, which means that they're very reliant on converting the late games they do get into a lot of points.
Absolutely.
Other teams that die in 12th and 13th place usually will have a couple of kills with them, so the salvage game will still be a 4-5 point game. But for Ascent and for SSG respectively, you can see Ascent at 2, Space Station Gaming at 1 currently. It's not unusual, but it means they have to be able to make a lot out of these late game positions.
The PGC highlight reel keeps growing here in day 1 of the losers bracket, as we are seeing more and more amazing plays coming out from these superstar players. Arm in hand for Heaven. It's going to be just a little bit outside on the shots for Gen G, as it's down to just Glaz and Heaven on that north side. They do get a little bit of a reprieve here as the circle cuts hard over to the east. Ascend now has to be back on the move.
Gen G playing decisive in this one as well, able to push out of the compound, knowing when they have to make the play, clears it out, takes out Howl in doing so too, and now with a good position here in the north, and with, I think, Pio pushing up over that northern side too. Not only did it help them get an off angle in the fight, it also helped him suppress Veronica 7 on the other side so that they couldn't third party. They did it earlier in the game against Petrichor. They didn't play the compound. They knew where their Achilles heel to their fallback position was. They did it then. They do it here as well. Gen G is playing extremely wise PUBG right now.
Big plays coming out from the veteran squad as Ascend doing, waiting for the packages to drop, the care packages. They'll now hit the ground and they'll do a little bit of casual looting, try to get their gear up before having to send it in. As SSG in a little bit of trouble here too. They're on this south side. I'm not even sure where they play here, Toby. It's nothing but wide open field in front of them.
They got to commit to a fight here. They got to see if they can find an opening. Nog issue is everyone else has just sat there waiting for them. They were hoping that a fight would erupt, that they could third party.
Here we go.
They're going to have to even commit nades to this one. They should know that the Shag is free. I think they were the ones to nade it earlier and clear one out. And indeed, now they will get the Shag. And good thing for them is that the door is on their side, so it's not that easily nadeable from Gen G.
True indeed. Well, they get 2 in. And now their 2 trailing players are going to have to send it as well. They can hop in vehicles. Meanwhile, Heaven just keeping Gen G. This is actually helping SSG out in a huge way. Heaven with that arm, keeping Gen G their heads down as SSG will get everybody there. And now they have to defend against Ascend.
I don't speak Korean, but I'm sure the comms right now from POS. Heaven has an arm. Do not peek him. We need you alive.
Don't test this.
Exactly. Not now. Not at this dying hour. But here they come. They find the knock. They make an aggressive play. But Chris is there at maximum range with the P90 in hand.
Completely balanced gun, by the way, as Chris from 500 yards just absolutely destroys SSG Now they'll try to turn it around, but no, not happening. Ascend not leaving anything to chance here. Super aggressive play.
This is what global PUBG is all about. I can't even fault SSG for trying to make that play. They get the knock, they see a player is flanked out, they go for the kill, but Chris is instantly there to respond. Double headshot followed by double headshot. 2 players down on SNG, and just like that, what would have been a winning play ends up tearing them apart. Nice attempt, but Chris was there instantly with the response.
And that's why Ascend waited to rotate until that care package bundle decided to fall from the sky. Unfortunately, they will lose Chris there, and that means they will lose their P90. As Killia Kai also knocked. It looks like Brex might be able to get that res, so they should be back up to 2 strong, but obviously now Gen G still in. Well, it's hard to say Gen G in the driver's seat because they are not exactly in the great position here. Great shots from Pio, though, to get Glass down.
Can Heaven do anything to wrap around, or is the position not good enough for him? I don't think it is. Pio forced down behind his vehicle now as well. If that explodes, if it flips upside down, there might be one going down, but the help is coming through, but Heaven, no! Missing what could have been a winning shot there.
Like, you gotta hit these, man. You've got the biggest gun on the field.
There.
As Brex will find the knock on to Pio. Unfortunately for Heaven, these arm shots just not landing when they need to. He's got 3 more for the boys. We'll see if he can find anything else in.
So many great weapons in this late game from these players to
Heaven,
work
come
with.
on, man.
Tries to spray on through. Killikai down to low HP. I don't think there are vests remaining on the side of Killikai. Brack should be pretty tacked up as well, so this might just be a one-shot body shot if Heaven can find it. And oh lord, does he need to find it, because this circle's going to start closing in too soon. Luckily for him, he has crates to work with that he can crawl on forward with, but because the ducks don't come through and Ascent being suppressed, that has allowed for Gen G to reset. They're back up to 4.
Regardless of what happens here for Veronica 7, they got a boatload of kills here, 12 in total, and some good placement points here. Pio will take out Brexka, and it'll be now 4v1v1. All these teams in desperate need of some big points here to make sure they sit on the right side of the leaderboard going into our final 2 games of the day.
Pio, the IGL that likes to get things done by himself, 975 damage. Heaven is also up there, closing in on 1,000 damage. Nice reaction play from DG there as well to take one out in the open. I love the fact that Heaven swaps from his arm over to his MK, and we'll see now if somehow by a miracle he can make this happen in a 1v4.
Gen G got to be careful about this. They push up. DG98's going to go down. There you go. They'll clean him up before the flush comes through. And the man himself, Pio, is very, very excited.
And again, they play it so smart from start to finish. They have the compound. They see that Petrichor gets up close, but because they show presence, they don't just go back down to the compound and play it safe. They show presence on the hills. That forces Petrichor to leave. Same thing happening with Veronica on the northern side later in the game. They know where they want to be, but most importantly, they know where they want to have their opponents, and they dictated it from start to finish.
One of the original gods of PUBG still has a little left in the tank, Toby. Let's see if it's going to be enough to get them into the winner's bracket. Let's throw it over to our analyst desk to hear what they had to say about this last game.
Game 4 is done, and it's Gen GG as Pio puts on an old-fashioned style shootout show and teaches us why they say he is one of the greatest to ever do it. It's time to look back. The highlights.
It's the highlights, baby, and it was a great one. Good to see Gen G and Pio firing on all cylinders, but I gotta say we had some amazing individual performance without this one. Heaven with the arm almost, I'm pretty sure he hit 1k damage in that one too, and also some crazy nades and utility usage in general. This terrain though, I gotta say, with that road kind of leading through and there's 2 somewhat open areas with not too much cover, it's a hard one. You can see Ascend even in one of the last compounds, they had a hard time getting out of it too.
Yeah, it was a very difficult. It came down to a chess match. We saw a lot of third parties, but again, this is Tego, which means you get a flurry of care packages and drops, and that's what we saw. P90s, AWMs, tiered up 3s. It was a very, very tough end game here for the teams that got this deep. And we saw some new teams like that we haven't seen. We saw SSG get to 4th place, a big pickup for them. They'd be very happy with that.
Wow.
But I don't think anybody's going to be happier than Gen G to come away with this win. Oh, here it is. Mortar strike, baby.
Beautiful mortar shot from Jabjot.
Absolutely.
And this one as well, the transfer mids, Chris, of course, P90 is just so strong.
Yep.
And in general, yeah, here, SSG getting some points, not too many kills. Heaven got 1. He almost got DG98 with an extra point there, but yeah, it happened, and there's the 4 guys strong through the end.
There it is. So this victory from Gen G going to be ecstatic. Their fans going to be ecstatic. It is a team with a major history and a player with even more. And to see them come out on top here is a very big deal. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk. And it has been a very fast-paced day where some teams that started this event slow seem to have finally sort of gotten their feet under them.
Right, exactly. And, you know, in this case here, when you have these teams that are starting like that, that's exactly what you don't want to happen. Like, if you're playing against these guys, it's a rough start. Like these, if you have confidence in PO, if you have confidence in Petrogorov, if you have like confidence in Heaven, these guys are just gonna pop up. We're gonna see PGS1 style Heaven again here. Once you see him with this, so it's good to see. But yeah, it's gonna be rough for the teams chasing.
And I don't want to take anything away from the teams playing here, but that is also partly due to the winners bracket has one of the most strong winners bracket lineups I've seen in history.
Right.
So to have those teams out of losers has definitely opened the door for some of these teams.
For sure.
Let's take a look at the top 4. Gen G comes away with first, 11 kills and a lot of damage, but seeing Veronica 7, Fun Pin, 4 AM, and Ascend in there is good news for everybody.
And we got to point out as well, Ascend, you can see it is a home turf compound for them. Only 3,000 meters traveled. Other guys were like 10,000, 15,000 plus here. PO, he did not manage to get 1,000. I feel like he should have been up there. 6 knockouts and 5 kills, so good to see. DG98 too with 5 and 5. So yeah, of course, huge with that. Esther in the support role. It's a tank basically. 410 damage taken. He has to heal all the time.
It's the same thing we saw with Pow Pow in the early stages, just constantly out there in front, doing the work so the man like PO can shine. He is the man of the match, and I feel like it has been far too long since I've been able to sort of give PO the props on the man of the match and the Gen G performances.
Yeah, and for this one, of course, you have to give it to him. He was up there. Heaven also, if it wasn't them winning, Heaven would have, like, it wasn't guaranteed Heaven would have been in the talk there, but 21 points. We have 4 teams again here. Very, very top heavy. 21, 18, 13, 11 here for Ascend again. Good to see them up to 4 AM. Starting to pop off a little bit important for that top.
Worth noting, 4AM has 1 placement point. They went out in 7th and managed to get themselves all the way up into that top 3 position because of how big their kill count was. Overall leaderboard, we see another shift. Petrichor looking so good at 47, but Gen G jumps up into 2nd, and I'm going to say something I did not expect to say at the start of the day today. E36 in 3rd place.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good for them.
Let's leave it at that. 4 AM in 10th here, 22 points. They needed this game to pop off, and yeah. One more good game for them here to end the day. They need to be in the top 8. I feel like their confidence, for their morale boost, I feel like we need to see them into the top 8, even to the top 5 here. Otherwise, it's gonna have they're gonna have a rough day too.
But also, I think that leaderboard sort of makes it a little more of a stamp on the value of starting strong, because Falcons and Purple Mood have been a little bit off-wash the last couple of games, but because they started so strong, they came out with a bang. They're very comfortably in the top 5. I don't think they have to stress out just yet. That's the value of starting good on our angle, right?
It depends what we're going to see in Miramar. If they're going to be fighting for Los Leones, or what's happening. They're going to be sharing, or is it hot dropping, or what's going to be happening with that? Yeah, it could be an interesting one here. I kind of want to see, like, they're both in the top 8. I want to see a hot draw. I want to see them fight for it.
Right. I mean, they should. It's Miramar. Los Leones is big enough for 2, but they both seem to not want the other one around. I can understand not wanting bad neighbors. We're going to see if it comes to a head in just a few minutes. We're back with the dusty dunes of Miramar, so don't go anywhere.
Unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่าย แต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อย ตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
Here's the weather update for the Rondo area. And from the Rondo region, if you've been yearning for the sun after yesterday, please check your flight schedules to ensure your travel plans.
Why did you come to Rondo? Stand your ground.
It's only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day one of the losers bracket of PGC 2023. My name is Porosaurus, and joining me once again is Toby. We've got 4 games in the books, and we've most recently got to see Gen G and the god himself, Pio, reclaim the throne as the big win there on Tego.
I hate to be the one that goes out and says that some teams wanted more.
Here you go.
I know. That's the start of every evil sentence. I hate to say that some teams wanted more than others, because obviously in the end everyone wants to make grand finals, everybody wants to win. But the way we're seeing it right now is that we're seeing this server start to take shape. We're seeing this group starting to show who is the dominant force on here and who is just not able to keep up. Whether it be mental, whatever it is, there's some teams here that are really outperforming others.
I'll put it straight. You can tell who came out here with that dog in them. And they came out here wanting to take the fight to just about everybody. They wanted to take their own destiny in their own hands. And they said, if I'm going down swinging. And that has been Purple Mood, that has been Petrichor Road, that has been 4 AM, and that's been a few other teams in this lobby so far. Let's see, with 2 games left, if anybody else got that dog in them, Toby.
Yeah, well, I mean, they have to find it far down towards the south, because we are headed over to Miramar, and spoiler, spoiler, this plane path is a southern one. We've still yet to see a Patona ending. We've still yet to see the new resort being added to a city and to an ending of the game, even though I feel like we're kind of pre-resort. We had tons of games end just straight south of Los Leones, but ever since it's been added, it's like, nah. I know we added this mega construction, but let's just go away.
That is true. That is true, actually. It felt like we saw so many games ending in those South Los Leones fields. And you know what? Maybe this will be the one. Maybe this will be the one.
So.
The plane hugging south enough to where you could imagine it.
It's as far south as they come. Even San Martin is a stretch, actually pretty much unreachable without vehicles due to the terrain up on the northern side of Picado. So we'll see if any teams opt to go for all drop spots. Purple Mode not opting to take the fight to Falcons this time around. We saw them hot dropping each other in the scrims, fighting over Los Leones, but as I also said when I stood there behind them watching, I feel like if you're gonna share a city, Los Leones has the size of which you can pretty comfortably sit two teams. One sits far north, one sits far south. We have the no man's land in the middle. You'll both be just fine.
Yeah, I think they could get away with it. And the fact that Purple Mood's had themselves a hell of a day so far today, no real reason to try to tempt fate with any hot drop type situations. Falcons, meanwhile, taking over pretty much the whole city. New circle does pop. And unfortunately, no resort for us, Toby. We are going up to the northeast.
A truck stop ending? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Vehicles being fought for initially, but I think at least Moldog and Uber kind of concede that fight as they realize that they have two opponents in cars. They go for guns instead. Let's see if they can reload and potentially get an early kill on EXO instead.
Get on out of there, EXO. You don't want any of that.
No.
Okay. And it looks like they should avoid that for the most part. Get themselves a nice little car for their troubles. And a few shots in the back now. But all's well as ends well here for them. EXO so far, you know, it's actually kind of crazy. I feel like we've seen a few teams, specifically 4 AM, just popped off that last game. Still in 10th place, though.
Yeah, it was a rough start for them now, though. I mean, again, you can afford a couple of bad games when we're fighting for top 8. It's not like a top 3 teams go through like we've seen in some of the qualifiers to this tournament or to tournaments in the past. Top 8 still very much within reach for 4 AM, actually just 4 points away. And based on how we've saw them play in the previous game in particular, I feel like that's all I needed to see. Them going back to kind of their bread and butter play style, wait phase 2, play in center early on, and just take control. Dictate the center of the circle and play to your liking. I think having them continue to do that leaves me confident that they'll make top 8.
That's why we play 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got to see with this game what in order to determine the best, got to see what they look like over the course of several games played. As in a Molodog, that Tommy gun in hand, EXO creeping, but not spotting him out either way. The man's got 30 rounds in an M16. I don't know why you're feeling so aggressive right now, Rip.
You know what I mean? You know there's 2 people down here. They didn't have cars. They were shooting from the compound. You took the only car there. They have looted 3 buildings between 2 players. The chance of both of them having helmets, vests, I mean, even guns.
Ain't great.
It's not exactly big. And if you're EXO, again, a team who's not in a hurry to go to the circle center, you know you're looting behind Gen G, who is arguably even slower at getting to the circle, because so that's going to be like a mega kind of roadblock for you. Might as well sit around and say, you know what, we'll gladly waste a minute if that means we get a point and reward for it.
Yeah, the play, I mean, I got to imagine the play for EXO is to try to wrap to the north, up towards El Pozo, and then all the way through La Cobe and try to come in this circle from the north side. But the problem is that Exalt is just kind of in the way for right now. So the rest of the boys are looking around, seeing what they can spot. This is really kind of just mutual annoyance on the part of EXO and Exalt. Is neither one really wants to be doing this, but they kind of have to.
Does Moldog start shooting with his...
Oh my god, he is comfy.
I'm not even sure he can get out of there. Ooh. Wait, can he? Can you jump up and vault? Did he just jump into a pit of which he can't get out? He should be able to vault out of the ridge, because there's a steep enough edge on it that he should be all right. But
I think he'll be okay.
For a moment there, wasn't quite sure. Esther, we see previous couple of games here for Gen G looking very, very solid. Again, when you play Edge, you have to dare to force teams away. In the past, they haven't, which has caused them their downfalls in multiple tournaments as of late, but they're starting to show promise once more.
Well, would you look at that for once? it's not PMA getting taken out. It is them doing the taking out as they pick up 2 off of Falcons in rotation. And I believe that's Silzen and Emmy now, the last 2 remaining players up. But PMA getting a couple of points for themselves here.
And really nice area of the map to find those points too, because they're set in the 2-2 split. They're trying to maintain space, and now one of the teams set close to them. Should the circle go the way of Falcons, they know for a fact the team right over there is just 2. So if you do want to pull up, we have the numbers advantage.
Yes, indeedy. Well, see Purple Mood on the south side of the new zone. They're just kind of hanging out, doing a little camping of the road as Sixel will make their way on in. Sixel, very, very slow start for them. They desperately need something to go their way here in these final 2 games on Miramar. Meanwhile, Gen G, they're getting involved now with XO as the grenade will fall right in between them, do some damage, but won't get any knocks here.
Called Nate, called a mini mortar. That one was lobbed straight up in the air. Shunyang does have a Panzerfaust in hand, able to do damage to 1. Not going to find the knock though. Rip, in the meantime, falls to the hands of Pio, and we saw the damage coming through. Inside has to stop and heal. Does manage to get the first hit off. So despite utility being used, they don't find him initially, but second swing comes through. Son Yang able to get the kill, and now I feel like that's not necessarily game over, but that's EXO having to disengage. 2v4, miles away from the circle. Play salvage. Give him up. It sucks. But sometimes it just be like that.
Yeah, it sucks. As you said, you could tell what the plan was for Exos, just to loot around there and then try to make their wrap up to the north. But because they couldn't wrap up to the north because of Exalt's positioning, they were forced to then push into Gen G. And as you said, Gen G, slow as molasses when it comes to looting. They are not in any hurry, and they end up pushing right into them. So there you go. Butterfly flaps its wings in El Pozo, and Exo loses 2.
But again, it's Gen G. Again, if we go back to Korea, if we look at previous global events Gen G has qualified for, they would have backed off. They would have instantly tucked their tails between their legs and just made a run for it. Not that I would fault them for it, because oftentimes a good disengage will reward you in the end.
For sure.
But here, they stand their ground. They say, come to us, sure, we'll take it. And they end up taking them out because of it. A couple of highlights from the previous match here for 4AM, who also now starting to play a lot more confident.
They are indeed. They're looking like Pero is looking in the very early sides here, but just haven't found the placement points to go along with all these bags of kills that they're getting. So let's see if they can turn that around here on Miramar. Nobody really anywhere near them here as they look. There you go, your mortar damage. A lot of damage there for 4AM.
From 4AM exclusively, the 2 players with the most mortar damage done so far. I don't mind it. Again, if their strategy is to bomb at center, clear that center before you pull up.
Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, here's our other raid boss, Petrichor Road. Slowed down a little bit on that last map, but it's 1 game out of 4 so far that they have not just been absolutely rolling people. So we'll see what they bring here. Again, also playing from the north side now. They are very close to 4AM, and we'll see if any of these teams that are coming in late do the long wrap up to the north and give them some company. But for right now, they are just kind of vibing by themselves over near Al-Azhar.
And I think for both Petrichor and 4AM, they wouldn't want to have anyone else around them. I know they're 2 very good teams both, but this is where they would be sat in China, in their own region, with exactly these 2 teams, like with the same team as neighbor. So they know what to expect from Petrichor, 4AM that is. And on the other side, Petrichor knows what to expect from 4AM too. So good for them to have neighbors that they know and can kind of anticipate. We see here Chance knock on the first one. Not sure if he was the one that got the second. Yes, indeed, it was able to get the double there. Solid confirm coming through for PMA, who, as you said, desperately need to get things going their way.
They need it, man. They need it. They need something to start this this ball rolling, because it has been nothing but skidding wheels so far for PMA. Meanwhile, checking in with Kia after their, it was a win, You can't take that win away from them. It may not have been the sexiest win you've ever seen, but it's been good enough to keep them in 6th place, 26 points overall. Now they have pretty good position here on the a little bit west of center.
I mean, everyone right now just waiting those 8 seconds for the next circle to pop. We only lost a couple of players so far, so not the biggest dent in the player count. We saw Ascent E pick up all the way down from Valdemar up towards Truck Stop, which is also where this next circle is going to take us. It's going to be an interesting one because right now, effectively, the circle center is the high ground point. So not a whole lot you can really claim in there, which means the teams that would usually just full speed center are going to be forced to play closer to the edge than they normally would. So look for fights to take place further out on the edge than where they normally would, simply because, as you can see with the perfect overview here, there ain't really a whole lot to claim in the middle, at least not right now.
Yes, indeed. Falcons on the lookout, trying to find some high ground to play with their duo. And it looks like they're not gonna go high ground at all. They're just gonna try to find something that seems safe towards center where they can just kind of camp out. Meanwhile, Forest 36 pulling right up on PMA. Tian not ready for it. He had the molly in hand. It was going to be to try to slow things down, but unfortunately for him, too slow.
I like the idea. Ran over, punched out the window to try and give them the kind of the false idea that he had left the building. But no, he's stuck around. Issue is, I'm not sure, did they know that he was in there to begin with? Because if not, then breaking that window just alerted them to that fact, because it looked like they were just kind of pulling up on it to scout further forward. But then once the window breaks, they go, oh no, there's a guy here, let's make a play. Yeah. But I'm not sure if they were aware, and that's why he tried to make the run for it, or if it was because he just tried to, you know, go out and make a play.
There's no way we could ever possibly know.
We can ask them after this game is over.
I said, no way, Toby.
No way.
Literally,
no way.
No possible way.
You can walk over there, sat right there behind us, bro. You can walk over and ask him.
That's
the good thing about LAN events. We oftentimes actually get answers to our questions.
Well, you can see D plus Kia making their way through the sandstorm on the north side. Fortunately for them, 4 a.m. and Petrichor Road have all crept down south far enough to where they should have this fairly free. You've also got Exalt way off in the north, and then EXO, they were in El Pozo. They are just now leaving El Pozo in a vehicle. I believe they may have been on the hunt for an E pickup, just never found one, and instead they're going to have to go ahead and take the Bronco over the long way.
Or just loot. I mean, they were sat there trying to hold out Exalt for the longest time.
Shoot, he's only got
pretty much
first aids.
At least it's got almost 400 rounds of 5.5. I hope he can eat those for first aids. We'll see how that works. As now Shen Yushinlong, the team currently sat dead last. Had this been the case coming into group stages, I wouldn't have been that surprised because I didn't expect much from them, but we saw glimmers of them playing at least their macro, their rotations, and their early game play extremely wise in the group stage. They were maneuvering through a lobby of very edge-heavy teams, but still managing to find success out on that edge. But here in the group, here in the losers bracket so far, they just, I mean, everywhere they've tried to go, they've just run straight into trouble.
It feels like they may have gotten as far as they're going to get based off a name alone, right? And, you know, these are guys that have been around the block for a very long time, very successful players in the Chinese scene. And unfortunately, you can't just have a big name and a lot of success in your past. You got to have a lot more than that to be successful here at PGC.
True.
And I think they're finding that out the hard way now as they wait for this next zone to pop, and it is going to go off to the west. So Heaven right about in the center on the north side of Minas Generalis. We'll see if Veronica 7 decides to kind of make everybody find their way back over towards him. And Gen G, they looks like they might have been considering it, and they're going to pull off.
Remember when I last circle said the circle center was a high ground position?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's even more so the case now. Pretty much the peak of this entire map, as Heaven is set up there, living up to his name, I suppose you could say, in a situation where we aren't sure now where this next one is going to take us. Phase 4 is going to shift off of unplayable terrain. Well, the circle center is unplayable terrain, and the circle center is always going to be in circle in Phase 4. So this one could really swing in most directions, and I think that's why we're right now not seeing any teams really just hunker in on one side of the circle. There is space towards the western side, and that's why we're now seeing fights on the east, but we can't know for sure if this is where we're headed.
A little bit of vengeance there from Falcons as they find I and Pete. They lost 2 already to PMA. Unfortunately, that's going to get yoinked away from them by Roth, which is another point that SSG also very much needs. We'll see they can get a few more as they currently hold down the southeastern side of this new zone. And as you said, it is right now very, very heavy of teams on the south side of this new circle. So a lot of teams, I'm not sure if they're hoping or expecting it to go south or if that's just the easiest transition for them to make. Meanwhile, PMA, they're finding a little bit more damage onto Falcons. That grenade going to go a little bit long, and there you go. Teddy will be the one to finish it off. But unfortunately for him, he's going to get spotted out by Roth, and that's going to be PMA down as well. And you have your 800G coin code up there, CGLZ9GWNYR6U. Make sure you get it in while you can for that 800 GP, EP? I'm not sure which one it was. I think it was GP.
Regardless.
G-Coin.
Too many
We got
currencies.
purple teams fighting over
all
here,
the
man.
currencies.
Very important.
And as you're saying, indeed we do. Purple Mood, Ascent sat next to one another, both of whom E picked up into this position initially. No, actually, I take that back, because Purple Mood wrapped in from the northern side. Ascent, the only ones to do so. So they're now sat ready and waiting to take this fight. Thunders is going to be the first one to call. Kildekai spots him at a distance. Nice info, I would assume, being fed across by Mika to allow him the info that there is indeed players around, and he's also going to be able to say that there's many more coming.
See, both teams, this fight is going to take a long time, man. And it doesn't feel like it's a good fight for either team, really. But they are committed now as the blue has arrived. Duckman's going to reposition back towards over by Tanawat. You can see the rest of Ace already making their way in as well. So they're trying to slowly take this fight into zone as much as they can, but you can see Sixel now in a pretty decent spot as the circle does cut over to the east. And that's going to cut off all those teams from the south and the north. They've got a lot of work to do.
Again, could have cut in pretty much any direction, but I think the game here is going, you know, we'll go where there's the most people. We'll favor the majority.
Well, it could have
this
gone
one
south
swings
then.
over here. Exactly, it could. We'll see now. Tons of damage coming through, both from bullets fired, but also with the amount of blue damage now taken through as we hit phase 4.
Oh, Sixel in a perfect position here to cause problems for just about everybody coming out of this fight. He's even going to get a little crate for his trouble. MML coming over to provide some support, see if they can maybe sneak a few points off of this as they desperately need them. It's Chris slowly bleeding out here as Breck's going to make his way through. MML has the grenade in hand, is ready to go. Not going to. Ooh, did it bounce? Ooh, it got some damage in, but it's not enough to get the flush.
This is pretty much just, I mean, as spoon-fed to Shen Yu Shenlong as can be. Look at the positioning. They have Lorena up towards the north on the roadside. MML they're holding. And then, of course, they have to play with 2 on the southern side to make sure that that no one is pushing in from behind and third-partying them. Same way that they're trying to take the fight to both Ascent and Purple Mood.
Not a point to be found off of it, unfortunately.
Not
Meanwhile, while all that was going on, V7, remember, Heaven was in the high ground. He had to skedaddle because Genius sent all 4 up there, and they currently still have 3 up high. They've left Zest more towards center circle. So they've got this high ground position. They just have not been able to find anybody just yet to take shots at. Meanwhile, Veronica 7 making their way through Minas. They've got EXO on their backs. Hal have the hard cover in circle just off to the east. Meanwhile, Gen G also making the long wrap up to the north.
Yeah, we're seeing now once again back to the purple teams on the eastern side of the circle. Nice blue zone there to isolate, maybe allowing for Chris to push further forward. At least he should know exactly where he has him. That nade, no, not into that one. A little short, a little on the backside. Maybe the second one will find him. 2 nades locked on in same time. Does he get him with the last? No! Cardboard boxes just simply blocking off too much damage. That one, though, should have him.
That should do it, I would hope here. Brex? Nope. Maybe not. The cardboard boxes, impenetrable bulwarks. As Thunders has the S12.
Blinded for days, yet one tap away from a double kill. Nice effort there, but not out victorious. Ascent lives to fight another circle.
Meanwhile, Exalt gets taken care of by 4 a.m. on this north side, Petrichor Road. Also looking down in there, 4 a.m. A little bit of trouble here as they've got to get this res, but you can see the blue already tickling at their backs and Ming staring down at them. They've got the smoke wall blooming, but will it be enough to get them where they need to go? Yep, they got to leave him.
Yeah, they got to leave him behind. Boba falls down.
Oh, there
and
you
now
go, Crazy.
Summer goes down as well. Nice play from Crazy. He's been lingering in this area for a while, but over the top comes Ikeslip, the man that you know to believe in when needed to. He's able to deliver once more.
CPI now the last player alive, but he is eating blue zone, and you can see it is chunking pretty hard. Ming and the rest of the boys make sure they collect these points, add to their total, continue to secure their spot here in first place. Zepion is, well, you got to imagine he's not much longer for this world. Meanwhile, Gen G on their long rotation up to the north, they're going to run right into D plus Kia, and they are more than willing to take that fight over to him. 2 knocks come through. Esther, I believe Pio now the last player up for Gen G, slowly bleeding out is Songjiang.
Oh, how Petrichor wished they were done with the fight against 4EM earlier, because this is effectively got third party written all over it. Gen G and D plus Kia fighting in the open, and now I think that's Petrichor hearing it, and they're instantly looking in that direction.
See the coaches getting thirsty, not nearly as thirsty as his boys, as they are collecting every point that they can find here. Songjiang still hasn't been finished off. It's Chris going to go down, though, as Boliang will finally finish off what was left of the purple fight over there on the eastern side. Now they got to turn their attention off to the north, where Petrichor Road is making their way in. There you go. Pio going to get spotted out by Yuta as well. So Genius picking up some points for themselves as well.
Yeah, Gen G tried to up-north on this one and just straight into their own downfall. There was literally nowhere for them to go. But in their defense, didn't really have anywhere to go on either side of the circle. Maybe should have committed to the E-pick-up earlier. And now Genius able to find connections here as they take out Veronica 7.
Beautiful stuff. You remember we pointed out that Genius had that high ground position that they stole away from Heaven, and they ended up using it to clear out Veronica 7. Good work from them. Going to be good enough for 7 kills as Menuda going to get him with the last bullet. Ike's left and Ming both knocked here. Summer, the last one left alive, and he has been spotted. Damage coming through. That'll be enough. Good stuff from DK as they finish off Petrichor Road.
Have to be fast at resetting, though, because Genius now peeking on over from that northwestern side. Up the hills, they're looking down into the open valley, and they're seeing DK players all over. Zest was able to find the first one. They still have Django up close, though. He needs to giga surprise his opponents. Issue is Yuta. The IGL from the team is sat here ready and waiting for that exact angle to be peeked from.
Meanwhile, SSG has made their way up from the south side. Still 4 strong. They're going to pick off 1 from Sixel. And that'll be the 4th kill now for them as, once again, look at this. Genius, SSG, Sixel, all teams that are in the bottom half of the leaderboard that need a big performance here in these final 2 games of the day. So far, so good. Let's see if they can collect a few more points and maybe angle for the win. Genius still looking off to the north. Howl also full strength, wrapping around on the south side. Got to be nervous about them. You got to be aware, SSG, of anybody that might be trying to fill in your back.
Exactly, Howl. They said it. They want to play smart. They want to stay alive through the early game so that they can take fights later. And here they are 4 alive. Little to no damage having been done towards them so far. They have 1 kill already, and now they have to push in. They could potentially backfill SSG, but Page instantly reached the push coming in from Howl and should be ready for it. But they're split very wide. If they just push up as 4 here, Howl, I'm not sure if Page and Sharpshot alone is going to be enough to hold them off.
Kia on the clock right now is Yuta and Zest from Genius are just keeping eyes. The rest of the boys, Sir T and Clory's already looking towards that next zone to see where they can play. And so far, looks like Zhanggu, oh, he might have spotted out Yuta. That's a nicely placed grenade, does about half his HP, and he's going to pull him off. And now that might open up a little bit of a door here for D+ to work in.
Yep, sure will. Sure will. They have to be worried about Lorena, though. Menuda is forced to look towards the other direction. And I think both Django and Cess knows that there's a full team up over that hilltop. Ruin, up close, peeks on over. We'll see if he finds anything in a second. In the meantime, Lorena crouched down with the MG in hand, able to fight one at a distance. Sharp! Oh, tries to run off, but not there in time.
Bouncing back and forth between fights here as Sixel find DK on the north side. This is SSG. We knew that the backfill was coming. They spotted him out, but unfortunately will take a knock. Ruin and the Mad now pushing in, but he might be able to get the res. Fortunately enough for them, Roth was able to slow down the push from Ruin long enough to where Sharpshot was able to get back on his feet. Now DK trying to take the fight back over towards Sixel. Doesn't matter. Boli Yang, he wakes up here in the late game.
What a hold from the duo here to take out the entirety of D+ Kia on that northern side. A little bit of help coming through from Genius, of course, but still very wisely done, very well played from a team that desperately needs to get things going their way.
All right, the Howl After getting that initial knock, they're going to pull back away, look back over towards the west. SSG going to continue wrapping over towards the east, so they have a lot more real estate for themselves. Page has been left behind just to make sure that nobody creeps in. Meanwhile, Sixel down to 2 players. They've got the north side pretty much to themselves. E36 have high ground here, or at least a little bit of a, not maybe high ground, but they've got something to work around.
Ground.
As they've got ground and they've got ridges, and that's enough to be able to at least engage in peak battles here with Genius.
No one's opting to go aggressive here right now. One thing that's interesting, because right now we're saying, oh, we're just northeast of Minas, it ain't that interesting. This is very recently very changed terrain. This whole road leading down to truck stop has very much caused a big change in this terrain. So a lot of these players, I mean, this is arguably newer than the Vikendi changes. So still, not everyone's sure exactly how to play it. As I say, that though doesn't matter. They will still hit their shot, sharp shot, able to find Boliang, and that's going to be the end of Sixel out in 5th.
And just like that, Phase 7 finally pops, and we're down to top 4. As this has been a very violent and active game early on, in the mid game at least. His early game was pretty slow, but man, when it decided to pick up, it went fully downhill. As Interforce 36 still have a little utility left, and they can land it too. Star-Lord will take out Zest, and I don't think he's going to get rezzed.
And outside of E36, hey, look at the teams that are fighting for this win. Teams that all want momentum starting to go their way. Genius, Howl, SSG, all having a hard time in the group stages, but here off for a win, coming into the final game, maybe even carrying momentum over to tomorrow, could be the start of their climb for Grand Finals.
Even E36, as even though they've been having a pretty decent day for themselves, they are wanting to try to separate themselves from the pack a little bit here on the high side, as Genius is getting summarily ripped apart here by E36, and looks like SSG also finding angles onto this. Schofield has that arm in hand. They're going to hear, everybody's going to hear that now on the field and know that they have to be careful about who they want to peek.
Yep, Star-Lord once again peeking on over, finding so many points here, really dismantling players one after another. That's the 3rd knock for him, as he has to creep back down, damage done in return, but he's just playing to stay alive right now, and it's working out for him.
Man, I tell you what, Star-Lord and the rest of E36, they have, I mean, this position that they have, it just not a lot there, but they are making this thing work for him. That grenade bouncing just off. This has to be it for Roth. You got to get it in there. That should be it. Yes, it will be. K going to go down, and Sharpshot will take out Yuta. So SSG starting to turn things on here in the late game.
Starting to take control, but they got to keep in mind that there is a Howl sweep in the making. Page is the one currently positioned as the anchor on that southern side to prevent Ruin from making anything happen. But that's what they're looking to do. The peak comes over. Matt able to find one finally. E36 destroyed.
Okay, Clory's the last one up for Genius. Has a hard cover in that rock. And looks like SSG going to do what they can to wrap around. You got Sharp and Roth finding the angle. They'll get it. And that'll be another couple points picked up. 8 now kills for SSG. They are four strong going up against the 3 up for Hal. Remember, Page holding that low angle there. Has not been spotted out by Ruin just yet.
Exactly, I was going to say, I'm not sure Ruin is aware that Page is sat down on this rock, because if they knew, I mean, it makes sense that he sat here, but if they knew, you'd be sure that someone is just tasked with 100% containing him on that rock, or even lobbing utility down. I didn't see if Ruin had nades to work with, but if they miss him, if they allow for Page to kind of just get behind enemy lines here, that could be the win con for SSG, and I think that's part of the reason why they're playing this one so slow right now. They want to use the element of surprise. They want to be able to utilize Page's position to full effect.
Page has been incredibly patient up until this point, and he keeps holding that angle very, very hard. I think he spotted out Ruin. He's being very, very sneaky about it. Ruin not looking over here just yet. SSG just waiting for the right moment to spring the trap.
Getting
Page in perfect position.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting within audible range, which is why you're seeing Page just tap the W there, try and creep his way ever so much closer, but he's still outside the circle. He has to make his way further, and the longer he's waiting, the more he's allowing for Ruin to reposition. Matt, shots over the top, able to headshot, sharp shot, but he should be able to get back over the ridge line safely.
A little hard cover there to work with in that big old rock, big old boulder. But there's a snake in the grass hiding behind Howl. Will they know to expect it? There it is. Paige going to open things up. Immediate knock on Laza. And that's going to put Hal at the back foot here as Ruin now going to get taken down to about half HP. Pixel will finish him off. And SSG summarily closing down Hal to get their first victory of the day. Will the grenade be enough? Indeed it will. SSG with the win.
Finally a smile on the face of the space station boys as they claim a hard-fought one here. Not necessarily hard-fought in terms of fights galore, but hard-fought in maintaining space, playing it safe. Oh, man, there you go. Give it to him, and there it is, the last one as well. Smiles on the faces. Howl again. I don't feel like they can be too upset about this one. Yes, they missed Paige. That is a bit of a, I don't want to say mistake, but unlucky happening for them. But outside of that, they played into that end game very wisely.
Absolutely. Tremendous patience on display of Paige. And you see Roth and Sharpshot doing the penguin dance to celebrate as they find themselves a victory. Let's throw it over to the desk to see what they had to say.
Welcome back. Game 5 is done, and it took a while to get started, but SSG is on the board. They played that well. They got aggressive. Roth seemed to be talking, and it ended with a penguin dance, which I think is much deserved after a tough start for the day.
That was a great game for them overall, and Roth top fragging there. You know, just when you have your IGL doing that, you're just going to be on fire, right? They only have one more game, but that's going to put them on a really, really high morale boost for the rest of the day, but also for tomorrow, of course. This is going to put them inside a good one. Xiao Pinyan, though, has been insane today. So is this guy, Ixlef. These guys have been absolutely wrecking off. And of course, when they realize we're not going to win this game, they're turning around and they're focusing on the kills and they're getting these points on the board.
Yeah, they're playing like global partnership teams. They're out here trying to get wins and playing really well, and you got to love to see it as they're out there. Finally, I think, really showing up, especially in the case of 4 AM. Petrichor, you see them go down, but they're still putting points on the board. And then we get to our final 4, where SSG did not sit this one out. They got mixed up in those fights. They played aggressive. It was an SSG that looked like the team that I thought was going to be at PGC that I will be completely honest, I hadn't seen until maybe this game or possibly the one before it. We started the day by saying, they barely got anything. They had a 4-point day coming into this. They need to turn it around. I'm hoping this is the moment. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here as we talk about that first Miramar match, but the 5th match. We're almost halfway through the losers bracket now.
Yeah, we got one more game to go today. Of course, it's going to be one Miramar. So interesting, we got this kind of almost a truck stop ending. The order's close, somewhat new territory and terrain in general, but still, it's hard to play. There's not a lot of cover, a few shacks, a few rocks, and you have to play around. And you can see how Paige, he really played that well. He knew he had to have the opening there because they had no clue he was that far behind him and that far off, so kind of an off angle. So he got the opening, well played by him, and then of course the other guys can just peek over the ridges and they have a forest too, so easy. Super well executed by SG. And they needed, as you said, they had 11 points going into this game here after 4, so yeah, huge game for them. That's going to move them up the ranks.
They had 11 points. We said they don't look good right now. They took that personally, and they showed up in that match. And I will say, I got to give a shout out to Paige. While he wasn't necessarily the all-star in terms of the stats, that hold
impact
to keep Howell out was absolutely insane in the opening knock as well. Here's the winner chicken dinner team stats. Roth is going to be sort of the shining star with the kills, but again, I have to give props to Paige. He did 340 damage, but it was that one kill, that one knock there to open the door against Howell that just set the pace for that end game.
Yeah, huge impact knock there. Because, of course, when you're in a 4-3, you're expecting to win it because you can take the 1 versus 1s and 2 versus 1s, and then you're going to win no matter what. But SSG, Roth himself, the Space Station gaming man, 6 kills. 536 damage. I believe that was also going to be top damage, so good to see him on the very top here. 21 points.
Wow.
Only 2 teams on double digits here.
Impressive.
Toppies, that's impressive, and it's Genius Esports that's able to come into this.
It's good to see Genius up there. E36 once again grinding their way up to the top. Howell putting in some numbers, and it's nice to see Sixel, another team that we said, man, they have just been really letting us down. They come out and they have a good game as well. But SSG, again, it was the fact that they had so much defense they could push around.
One more game to go now, and now we have to look on the right side of the leaderboard here. Who is here that we shouldn't be here right now? Sixel showed pretty good prominence.
Yeah.
They're down there with 11, that's good. Exalt, 19. We have a former world champion on the team with Molotov on the team. Like, these guys should be doing better. 4AM had one good game that kind of gave them more than half of their current points right now. And then, of course, B7 fun pin. It's a little bit rough for them, but they're also tied. They're like 4 points from 8th right now, so it's close. One good game is going to put you in there, but one more game to go today.
And if you're watching and you're saying to yourself, I don't know why Ascend, I don't know why 4AM is down there because I keep seeing them do good things.
Right.
It's because that mid pack is still incredibly close. 34 points up into that 4th place position means it is very, very tight. Who do you see come up in this last game and make a big move?
I feel like 4AM is going to have like their due, or Exalt even, they're due to like they're losing people in kind of these off-angle positions, off situations, like driving, bad pathing, like these situations that should be happening here. Even though it is losers bracket, sure we can see more blunders, but still, I want to see these guys at the absolute top of the game. Still, one good game, and you are within striking distance of the 8th place.
Well, it's striking distance of the final match of the day here in the losers bracket with one game left to play before the final 6 tomorrow. It's time to make it happen. Let's head to the dusty dunes of Miramar for our last match of the day with the casting duo of Toby Soros.
Thank you very much, Tobbies, and it is I, poor Soros, it is he, Toby, and we are here for one final game of the day here on Miramar to close out day 1 of the losers bracket. Toby, you heard him asking on the desk, who do you think is going to be the step up here in this final game of the day? Who do you think?
It's funny, I thought of an answer right when he asked Martin, and I was actually thinking 4AM too, but the more I think about it, the less I think it's gonna happen. 4AM just notoriously unsuccessful on Miramar games, especially in China, and I don't think here they're gonna bring it home. Yes, I know they got themselves their one win in on this map in a compound where 8 circles went towards, but unless if we get a identical game to that one, I highly doubt it's gonna be the case. You know what? Who I'm gonna go with instead?
Who's that?
Sixel.
Okay.
And it's a long shot. I know. You asked me what I want to see happen. I say Shenli Shenlong. Finally, they start getting things going again. I am liking the rotations they're setting up. It's just as if communication and fighting haven't been there. But we saw glimmers of that here in the previous one, both on the pull-up towards the Ascent and Purple Mood fight, but also later down the line when they took the fight outnumbered, I should add, to both D+ and Genesis. Curious to see if they can get anything going off what could potentially have been a little bit of momentum going in their direction.
Well, I'll tell you what, I had a gut reaction as soon as I heard that question as well. I think our slugger has one more haymaker left in him, and I think Petrichor Rowe is going to come out of this one with another big win. We'll see what happens. You see Capitan and the rest of the Falcons boys taking a few shots in passing over towards Purple Mood, but the circle has popped and it is going down towards the south, towards centered just east off of Chumacera.
In the meantime, look just above your map feed on the right-hand side. I mean, I should say, there is a movie coming out, a short movie that is The Ground of Honors, Rondo. Rondo.
Close enough.
A little bit of Gondor, a little bit of Rondo, a little bit of Rondo, which is going to be out on the 6th, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. So not only are you going to get to watch a phenomenal PUBG here for the next week and a half, but as soon as that's over and done with, and we're getting ready for New Year's in 2024, we also get to play on the new PUBG map. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I'm a basketball fan, so I see it. All I think of is Rajon Rondo, who used to play for the Celtics.
Downtown.
Yeah, he used to play for the Celtics, played for the Mavs for a hot minute. But yeah, Rajon Rondo, he's not exactly a fan favorite player, but you know what? I think I'll appreciate the PUBG map Rondo a little bit more than I appreciated the talents of Mr. Rajon. As we check in with SSG, huge win for them, catapulting them all the way up into 6th place, but by no means are they safe at this point. They got work to do still.
Oh, yes. And I think this game is actually the time, or the chance for them to prove whether or not that last game was a fluke, or if they can just go right back into the next one and deliver. Not that I'm expecting, like, if you can't win 2 games in a row, you ain't got it to make a grand final.
You ain't nothing.
But just don't zero out. Don't lose people on early rotations. Like, play it smart now. Everyone full focus from start to finish. Don't feel entitled just because you came out with a chicken dinner. Oh, well, also that.
Just don't put up a goose egg. If you leave this, you get a dub. You come in here into the final game of the day, get you about 4 to 6 points. I think you can leave today feeling pretty comfortable.
Yes.
Going into tomorrow, as we check in with V7, Veronica 7. Oh, never mind. Purple Mood again. This is just Falcons just keep running into people early on here in Miramar.
The thing is, though, it's these two teams who were hot dropping for the same position, who obviously, since they both like Los Leones and still loot in and around the same area, also like rotating into the same positions after they're done with the looting phases. So yes, sure, they might be all right with splitting Los Leones, but they're still eyeing the same compounds on their immediate rotation. So first casualty here is going to be on the side of Purple Mood.
Fluky gonna take the L for the team here as Draft King and the rest of the boys passing passing shots at a passing Howl. Doesn't look like Howl going to go too much terribly further into their rotation. They'll just be content with a 2-2 split. But already, Toby, we see a lot of teams centering up here on this circle around Chuma.
Petrichor said it. They want to play aggressive. They want to play center. So far, they're doing pretty well at that with 52 points. And even here, rotating immediately off of Power Grid. It's so interesting seeing an area being looted by obviously multiple different teams in multiple different regions, but seeing how they all play out of the same areas very differently. Look at Petrichor, the way they instantly push off the hillside from China, and then look towards EMEA with Twisted Minds, who will gladly sit up there for the next 4 or 5 circles and wait things out and just say, you know what, we'll be the last to leave the hills. That's all fine. And thank you so much, Observers, for showing this replay, because I was like, he's midair. The car has the roof facing Emmy. How did he get him out of that vehicle? But able to connect the headshot right before the car was proper upside down.
You get a look at Truck Stop here as we check in with Sharpshot and the rest of the Space Station boys. A little highlight reel of their tournament so far. They've had some good successes here and there. It's just been stringing multiple games together that's been the problem.
Exactly. Pixel, they're almost able to get the double transfer too. And as you say, I mean, they know what to do when I don't say when they want to, but when they get things going their way. The issue is, so does everyone else. All the best players have had moments where they've been completely butchered, but that's just because the overall level of this tournament is so insanely high.
Yeah, and it's the kind of thing that drives you crazy if you're an SSG fan, because you see what they did in PAS 2, where they clearly were able to just start stringing wins together, and they got that snowball roll. You know what they're capable of. They looked absolutely in control of that entire lobby, and yet so far, so throughout this tournament, it's just they get one good game and they just can't seem to turn that into two. It's a difficult thing, though, Toby. It's a really, really difficult thing.
Definitely is. Well said, well said. And that's why I like hearing from teams that actually sometimes go out and say, I play better PUBG when I play against better opponents. They might be harder to read because obviously in your region you play against the same teams time and time again. And here we change the brackets all the time.
Sure.
But knowing that if I miss my shot, this guy is going to instantly melt me, that puts pressure on you. And some people, they thrive in it. They say, whenever, like, my back's against the wall in every fight I take, that brings the best out of me, and some they crumple under that pressure. But we see it here, people hitting shots they arguably would never do in the comfort of their own regions.
Ooh, Star-Lord playing with fire here, getting a little close to Mr. Souza. Shots. Oh, okay. Just ducks behind the hill, and this might be Sixel hunting here as good for Sylphia there to defend his teammate. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to pull him off, as Star-Lord still alive. Man, oh man.
They know they connected a headshot and they wanted the reward for it, but MML, formerly known as Chan Chan, not able to get the connection through.
It's okay. That still shows you the mindset of Sixel right now, even though they are having a pretty rough day so far, sitting in 15th place overall. They are on the hunt. They realize what they need to do. They need to go out and try to get these points. High risk, be damned. So they will pull off of that one for now and stay alone on this pretty much a south-central position in this new circle. Capitan and the rest of Falcons still in Los Leones. Purple Mood still creeping up behind them.
Yeah, we talk about some circles having a lot of space. Well, I mean, in terms of square kilometers, but not really a whole lot to play. This is the contrary. There is so much to play in this phase one that it will easily house all what is now 63 players. So I think we'll see a lot of teams set on up and waiting for that next one to pop. But it's interesting to see already now how dense that circle center is, how much is being occupied, whether it be in 2-2 splits or with teams sat all together. Look back to Group B. Teams would still be far out on the edge, waiting to make that perfect send on in. Here, they've already claimed the middle, and that plays into the advantage of the likes of
100% of the likes of Exalt, Gen G, other teams that really like to be very far out on the edge. Because here, if you look at the map, they have like a kilometer border all the way around the circle with pretty much no one there.
Yeah, this is definitely a mid-tournament kind of splits that you'll see in soccer. Usually early on, everybody playing it a little bit safer, maybe closer 2-2 splits. If anything, a lot more 4 teams to a compound. Now you're starting to see 3-1s. You're starting to see 2-1-1s. You're starting to see a lot of real estate taken up so that they can gain more information. But that's just a symptom more of the fact that we're getting further on in this tournament, and these guys are starting to get a little bit more comfortable. Now, if they can turn that comfort into points, that's the question.
Yeah, 100%. We saw shots being taken there towards D plus Kia. Curious to see how they're going to respond to it. Are they just instantly going to leave the compound? No. Reparking the buggy to make sure that they can make a play, because they are one of the teams sat dead center currently in that 2-2 split. Of course, right now just waiting for that next circle to pop. I would be surprised if we are seeing, honestly, any knocks now, at least for the next 18 seconds, unless if it's a random drive-by scout situation and a knock at a distance, because right now, again, the circle center is so captured, in lack of a better word, that, that no one should be fighting at all until we know where the next one goes.
I mean, it's a signal for anything, right? That you look at this map and there's maybe 1 or 2 people still in cars, as we will cut up to the north and we're going to center around Picado. So that means all of our teams now down to the south. You can see them already hopping into those vehicles. What is going to be your path to get into this new circle? You should know that the north side is going to be relatively clear.
Wide reps are going to be in the making for a lot of these teams. You see Gen G instantly try and make their way further towards the west. EXO, I would imagine, goes up there too. Issue is, if you look east, you have Los Leones, a giga roadblock for teams trying to rotate. And north, you have the entire power grid plateau, which, unless if we hard shift up their next circle, are guaranteed is going to be shifted away from. So it's that worth the risk of going into. So I think Graveyard and the entire area north thereof, I mean, or well, in and around there, it's going to be unplayed, which is going to cause a lot of teams to be much closer to each other here than what they normally would, because the top third of the circle won't be kind of capitalized on at all.
Everybody's just about to funnel into each other, as you said. I mean, that spot around Power Grid and points south, the cliffs above Picado, completely free and clear right now, but nobody really has got a clear path to get to it, and that's the issue. You see Insight getting spotted out by DG98. EXO, one of the few teams on that western side that does have kind of a clear path. They're already going to lose one, as Gen G doing their best to just kind of keep track of everything that's going off to their west.
And again, Gen G adapting to this lobby so incredibly well. Normally, they would be the ones in EXO's position, trying to wrap further out the back, trying to play it safe, but they eyed a compound earlier, and as soon as the circle popped, they opted to play on the edge, but inside the circle and hold it off, rather than try and wrap around the outside. Now, Sherry Shinlong trying to make a play. Roth had himself a Panzerfaust in hand, not going to connect with it, doesn't matter though. Sharpshot is going to be able to take down Suse, and Sixel just running from trouble to trouble to trouble.
Sixel, it has just been this way all day long. They try to play it safe, honestly, and go to the south and eastern side of Los Leones. Unfortunately for them, Space Station Gaming already there, already set up, and they are going to take one of their players away. Now, Purple Mood still kind of doing the same thing that SSG was, so SSG and Sixel need to be careful here. It's going to be Sixel that actually takes the first shots from Tanawat, as we see EXO still just toying around here on this western side of the circle, getting very close to Gen G.
You saw Monty trying to drive down towards the compound. As soon as they spot the buggy at a distance, they instantly grew up. Again, Gen G is a team that will play risk management very heavily. They will not commit to anything unless if they know that they have their upper hand in that fight. So full-on grouping up, which is gonna allow for EXO a foot in should they back off here and just wrap further towards the north. The thing is, they still have Sheonyang up on that hillside too, so they will be well aware of pretty much everything EXO is doing.
Yeah, Songjang should be giving that info over to the rest of the boys that this high ground here around Power Grid pretty free and clear. And it looks like they're actually going to bite on it too. All the Gen G boys back in the vehicles as we check in. See Space Station just slowly backfilling Sixel here They see him off in the distance, and Esther actually going to get spotted out by Monty. So EXO kind of getting a little bit of revenge here on Gen G.
Curious if he got tapped out of a vehicle. Indeed he did, because it's still rolling down there. Nice adapting there from Monty. Spotted them grouping up, wraps around the side, and then sets up. Once they know it's Gen G, they say they like to wrap further north. They'll be in a split right now, and they catch them mid-transition. Great response by EXO as the circle hard shifts towards the east.
Wow. All right. I don't know if anybody was predicting that. In fact, I don't think. Well, yeah. Howl, I guess. Yeah. Howl at 4 a.m. is 4 a.m.'s laughing as well. PMA. They pulled into that little compound in the middle of the open fields. SSG, after finally leaving Sixel alone, they see the circle pop. They try to send it forth center while that sandstorm really is going on. Give themselves a little bit of visibility cover. And it looks like they're going to get away with it. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road, they're making their rotation. They've got Exalt right in front of them. I don't think they can see him.
If there's a time to leave this city, that would be right about now, when no one can shoot at you from afar. It looks amazing at a distance, but the players, I'm sure, worried. And you saw Ike's up there spike a bit in his heart rate monitor. So did we. But here they are, ready for rotation to be made.
You don't want to get run over, but you damn sure don't want to be the one that does the running over if you're
Especially not an ice lift.
Oh, absolutely not. There you go. Monty showing what he can do with that mini. As he has been around for a hot minute, man. And we'll see if they can get the rest of the EXO boys into the circle, but they've got Genius right in front of them. Meanwhile, Star-Lord and the E36 gang, they are, where even are they? They are, yep, just towards the south of the center of the circle, just making their way through the cliffs. It looks like 4 a.m. might have a little bit of an angle here, but not much.
The fact that 4 a.m. is allowed to maintain this 3-1 split, they just have crazy inside this compound. They have them inside the warehouse. The longhouse is completely open, and the teams around them just aren't teams that opt to take those fights. Howl, the team that could potentially pull up on something like that, are already set in a good position. E36, who likes to bomb its sender, wants to bomb its sender, but play it safe somewhere, so they're not going to pull up one player in crazy. It's all that was needed to force E36 to go elsewhere. So, I mean, the fact that they get to maintain this is pretty terrifying when you consider what they're capable of doing when given the space.
Ooh, E36, they tried to go through. They were getting sprayed at by Howl. And 4 a.m. decided to creep down here. They're going to find one. They're going to find two. Haven't been able to flush either just yet. It is now Teddy going to spot Roth, and actually Zipian going to take out Star-Lord. So that's two bleeding out in the shack for E36. Only one remaining alive here.
Yeah, might be able to get the res up. You can see Sylvia sat right next to, I believe it's K, and should be all right for now. As now again, Gen G, rotation on rotation on rotation. Eventually they'll find opponents, and for the team that was the furthest east to the team that was the furthest west, now they find one another. Shenyi Shinlong tries to just maintain space, but run from team into other teams all the time.
Unfortunately for Gen G, they made that long rotation around and come in on the north side. Still two alive. Petrichor Road backfilling them a little bit. And of course, Toby, we get yet another late game hard shift. Absolutely brutal stuff for Petrichor Road. Gen G, Sixel, they just, oh man, what do you even do?
Never-ending rotation for Gen G as they, I mean, they started on the southern side. Should have probably just stayed down there. That would have been a little better. But little do they know that we're going to get triple hard shifted away from on each their side of the circle. In the meantime, now Howl trying to make some more space. I like this proactive play. You cannot just sit in the compound. You cannot allow teams to get too comfortable around you. You're still inside the circle. There's a good chance it could swing back up north towards you again as well. So play it smart. And the same thing here for 4 a.m. You've got to be so ready in case a team opts to engage in that compound.
Yeah, they do. Well, crazy 112 has to have his ears on. He has to be waiting for the inevitable wrap or rotation or push out of Picado or pretty much anywhere right now. And you can see he's still looking off in that direction constantly as we see Sixel. Actually, Sylphia will get spotted out, and that will do it for Enter Force 36. Lorena will get spotted by Sharpshot, and immediately Boliang switch it back to him. So we are a fight off the bat here. Oh, Sharpshot getting stolen away by Teddy.
What?
Teddy
nice
with the sniper, the Bolty actually doing some work here.
Insane that he gets to see. They had no clue he was right next door, but Boliang, I mean, instantly swaps from DMR to AR. They will get the flush in Lorena. So one out from Shenyi Shenlong as they now try and regroup. Issue is they lost one earlier as well. We saw that, and now it's just Boliang and MML left alive. And I think this is Space Station 2 saying, guys, we can't stay outside the circle. We've got to start maneuvering away further towards the middle. Issue is, where do you go from here, especially with PMA shooting at you?
Yeah, it's a fight that's going to take too long to finish off, and they've already lost Sharp Shot as a result. So looks like they're turning back.
Did they bait this? Drove away just to silent
they
pull
might
up and
have
return?
actually. This is this is sneaky stuff coming out from SSG. Do some big damage. You're gonna get one as Pixel will find MML, and that's Boliang now knocked very, very low. I don't think they know that they've got that that Gen G, Sungjang, and DG98 still coming up from the low side as well. As we got a number of fights going on here as everybody's starting to leave Picado and make their way in on that western side.
Exactly. 5 teams down there trying to play on through, as we see in the picture on the bottom right-hand side. In the meantime, Page looking for the final kill, and that is going to be it. That is Sixel down and out in 15th as we instantly swing towards the southwest.
Ascend ripped to shreds now. Kilyakai, the last player alive, working around the smokes. You see the kill feed lighting up. Genius trying to take out, and they will. Another kill picked up for them. 4 now for Genius on this south side. They have all the space in the world for themselves. Veronica 7 now trying to leave Picado. They are pushing up into that compound that Crazy was holding on to.
Ike's left solo player left alive, but do not count him out as long as he's in play. Your team could be in danger. Genius! Well, spoon-fed hard shift, but you know what? I don't even mind it. This game has been nothing but hard shifts, and finally, one goes towards the southwest.
They've been pretty active so far here as we wait and see. Okay, Akita gets taken down by Ike's left. The captain himself, 2 kills, 3 kills total for Pero, and he is right on the edge of the zone, but he knows that there's somebody around here somewhere. He's not feeling completely safe as 4 a.m. have pulled back into the warehouse. They know that Veronica 7 is right on the doorstep.
Right down below. They're full on committed 3-2, or make that 2 actually only, to the longhouse. Wanting to play with 2 from behind as well. No reason to sit on top of each other, I suppose, because that's just going to be more danger in case nades are abound. Over towards the east as well we go. And again, I mean, it's going to be edge fight on edge fight all the way till the very last fight in this game. Hell, the last fight in the game might be an edge fight too, because there's literally nothing to claim in the center right now.
Indeed, as we see Purple Mood looking to try to take a fight over towards PMA, but they've got DK Kia just on the other side of the zone as well. Falcons are right behind them. I'm not sure if they even know that they're there just yet. SSG, meanwhile, you see get their 5th kill. Still 2 alive for them, but they've got to make their way into the zone, and they've got Howl staring right down.
It's going to be a difficult transition, especially because Howl don't have to leave this for a long time, and then they can just play on foot out of it. They know they're the only team in the ball. They've already found Page. It's going to be troublesome for sure. And back towards the southeast with Falcons and Purple Mood. Who else will we want to see try and take a fight? But now, the fight that we've been waiting for on the northwestern side. Veronica 7 and 4 a.m. 4 versus 4. It's really up to Veronica 7 here to determine, do we actually want to take it, or do we want to try and wrap south around? Issue is, if you go south, you're automatically putting yourself in a pin's position.
Problem, the problem is they were south. They had to wrap back up to the north side because Genius kept pressuring them, but Tosi will open up a little bit of a door here with that arm as HSM trying to hold down the longhouse. You see the shotguns in hand for Zipian. Human throwing that utility in. They're trying to get them funneled into one side so that they can force them to push through. HSM will find Human right off the bat though. Will get the knock, will get the flush. Glaz will trade it back onto Bobo as Tosi is knocked low.
Good knock coming through again. They're playing a 2-2 split here, and Howl is starting to look in this direction too. Art and Ikeslip, that's miles outside the circle. The 2 solos trying to see if they can get themselves some placement points. There's a bigger fight at hand taking place elsewhere on the circle. That's Ikeslip, of course, is going to go out and win that 1-2. Back to the main fight we go as Glass peeks on over, falls. Crazy peeks on over and finds one in return. 11 kills for 4 a.m. I take back what I said. 4 a.m. looking poised to come out victorious here on Miramar.
Absolutely stunning for 4 a.m. They should be able to get the reses back up, but they are going to have to make a move after they do so, as there are a number of fights there. PMA gets taken out by a combination of Howl and DK plus Kia. Now DK still 4 strong. strong, have a nice little section for themselves to play. Howl has made their way in, but they've got 2 looking south, 2 looking towards 4AM's compound. A little bit split here as Genius now focusing down on Falcon.
D+ Key are not overly successful on their aggression, but when it comes to defending a position, they are unstoppable. Genius has a wide split on the southern side, want to make sure they've left no one behind, and look at the amount of control they have with this ridge line. They have a perfect setup here, but they have to keep all 4 alive. One of the main factors in trying to play this split is you cannot have players get knocked. That wounds you instantly.
Genius has been doing work on those high cliffs, just working around, trying to find angles, getting knocks, getting kills. They've got 5 already. Let's see if they can get some more. Yuta will find Minuta, and that'll be another knock in their pocket here as Purple Mood is dead center of the circle, 3 alive in a dip, and they have managed to stay alive for quite some time now.
Starting to see 4AM flex out of the compound now, the circle's closing in, but they still have Howl on the northern side of the road with them. That's a fight that could potentially determine the winner of this game, as now, as we see here, starting to make their play on forward. They are safe, or at least should be, from Genius with the Rich they have to work with, but Howl is on top of them. Do they get the warning shots from Genius above them that there are players still north, or is this just going to be 4AM down in the blink of an eye?
Smart stuff from 4AM. You saw this second they managed to get to that ridge line. They parked their cars and they hid on the south side of them. They know that Howl was pushing them. They gave themselves some hard cover, and they're trying to turn the attention back over towards them, knowing that they don't have to worry about anything on their south. Yuta will flush out Thunders, so that'll be PLM now down to 2 as Howl start to creep down. You can see Laza, Ruren seeing if they can maybe get in Throwables range.
I was just going to say, does Laza not know that he has 4AM down here? He was just looking towards the southern side with an entire team of 4AM right next to him, but he has nades now out in hand. Curious to see if they're going to hit their targets. Either was running down in their direction before. We'll have to keep track of the kill feed, as those nades are going to be lopped on over. Genius creeping on in now on the southern side here as well, knowing that they have Falcons right in front of them.
They got some work to do as Draft King will get spotted out by Zest, and immediately following will be Capitan as he takes out 1, but won't be able to stop the inevitable. Clories finishes him off. Genius now with 8 kills, and they've hopped into the top 8. Toby.
Looking for even more here. Looking for even more. You know, I'll take half of Clory's name if that means I'm a Clory. D+, I mean, D+ here. If this next circle could be determining and who comes out victorious. I like the idea of Laza and Matt to push on over. Unlucky that Matt gets taken down. Now they have to fall back, commit to the rest here. But for 4AM, if they get just, I mean, any team really on the edge that gets just a sliver of a circle here could be a win con for them. And the circle is going to go to Genius.
Tell you what, we talk about 2 teams that left it to the very end of the day 1. Yeah. Genius and 4AM. They have shot up the leaderboards. It felt like it was inevitable here for 4AM, but Genius really showing up.
4AM, do they opt to take the fight to Howl, or do they opt to try and make their way towards the south now? And the issue is, if they go south, where the hell do they go? I feel like this is a smoke up everything and just play slow into it. You got to burn through your utility if you have any to work with, that is.
Yeah, Howl just trying to find some kind of path.
Yeah.
4AM, I mean, they don't really have a whole lot working for themselves either. It's really, it feels like, you know, either Howl or 4AM are going to be the first ones to go. 4AM at least have the vehicles, so they've got something that they can use to hide behind. I don't think Howl has much outside of, they might have something.
Howl is suffering from the fact that D+ Kia is just not looking towards them at all. They want to have the peek over, they want to have a knock, an opening to push on through, but D+ Kia is playing this so smart. They know that Howl cannot cross the road without 4AM shooting. That's going to be their tripwire. That's going to be their alert. They're mainly focused on GE towards the south. They want to take out Genius. If they can find the knock there, they know that's probably the fight to end the game with. In the meantime now, HSMM pushing on through the support scout player, able to find a good spot that the rest of the 4AM players could potentially get to. Issues, they're going to be within nade range from both Purple Mood and Genius.
It's been an absolute whirlwind of a game, an absolute whirlwind of a day so far, and this final game not proving to be any different. 4AM going to make their way across the street. They have the smoke wall down, and they're actually going to get away with it. Genius, a little bit the spread too focused. They're still trying to take shots in a Purple Mood, and they're just not finding them. Fortunately for 4AM, they've still got utility, and they're going to find it. There you go. Yuta will be the one that gets the last knock on the Tanawat. And now 4AM We got 4 teams with all 4 up, Toby.
This area of the map, as open as it's been, all these teams have been fighting. Look at the kills they all have, and yet none of them has taken any casualties. It's been a great game for all, but now we get to find out who will be able to bring home the final game of day 1 of the losers bracket.
It almost feels like Hal is in a lot of trouble here. They've got 4AM that have eyes on him. Genius does as well. DK on that other side, as you see, our dead even WWCD percentage chance here. 25% all the way across. Nobody in a better position than anybody else, except for maybe 4AM, because they've got all 4 inside the circle right now.
They do, but they're also 1 nade away from elimination. That's their main worry. They cannot allow for anyone to get through, but it doesn't matter when HS can hit 4X sprays like that. He has a mortar as well.
Here it comes.
Don't place it by the tree.
You want to put it down.
Do not place it by the tree. You're going to blow up your entire team.
Don't worry about it.
I do.
Don't worry about it. They got this. They know they want to use it so bad, and I want them to use it so bad as well.
I don't even
Toby.
think they can. I think they're too close. Like everything is simply too close. But Minuta peeking on over finds 1. Zenith is there to find 1 more.
ZPN contributing as well with the arm, as he's going to find a knock on a Zenith, and that's actually going to pull DK plus Kia back. And now Hal have a chance to maybe reset, but no, not even going to happen. Kia, not wasting any time, will wipe the entirety of Hal.
Perfect timing on their push as well. Hal thought they were safe. Hal thought that Genius was holding the top, and in doing so, they just smoke it off and they push on over, completely catching Hal by surprise, who were full-on tunnel visioned on 4AM towards the west.
Now Kia does take a casualty in that whole fight. I think it was 4AM, got the knock with the arm, and were able to get the flush as well. So they are down to 3. 4AM still have full strength. Genius as well on that south side. We'll see what Kia has in mind as they are running out of high ground real estate on the eastern side of this circle.
I mean, we're ending this on the road. There's a team on either side, and then we have the team in the gutter. Genius trying to, I mean, they're just going to be buying their time here, waiting, knowing that eventually both these teams will come down the hillside, and they have to somehow figure out how the hell do we get a third-party opportunity. Right now, as you can see with the angle here, D plus Kia has eyes on both sides, but they have to come off the hill. Zest, headshot connected. Django finds 1 more.
Good shooting from Django as he finds Zest behind the hard cover. The smokes are coming through, and they're actually going to take out that movable cover, but not before the smokes bloom. And GE doing a good job of trying to defend their man, but the knock is enough to open the door for Kia to try to make a move.
1 pushing through, 2 pushing through, a lot of damage coming through as D plus Kia, those fall down, and now 4AM sprinting on forward. Martin said it, you said it, I hinted at it but didn't believe it. 4AM wants to bring this one home and could potentially be one of the highest win games that we have had all tournament long as they get 14 first.
2 still up for Genius as Clories and Sir T trying to hold off the imminent charge. Clories will go down, but he will find a revenge knock onto Zepion with the grenade. 15 kills, make it 16, and a win for 4AM.
What a fight. I said that their track record on Miramar was in the bottom. Who cares about track record when you can dominate on land? They got shifted away from 3 times, still made their way on in, played an aggressive 3-1 split, held out all their opponents, and came out victorious when it mattered most.
All it takes, Toby, is 1 game to completely turn your fortunes around. It feels like 4AM has been pushing, and they've been finding success, but not enough success to get them into the top of the leaderboard. This game, Toby, this game might cement their spot into the top 8.
Sure
we
will.
are going to throw it over to the desk now to wrap up day 1 of this losers bracket.
Game 6 is done, and 4 furious fellows put everything they had out there on the field for 4AM to come away with a big chicken dinner, and that is going to jump them, I think, over to the left side of the leaderboard. Welcome back. It's time for the highlights.
Yeah, that's 6 points behind 8th place, right, before going into this game here. So this is a huge game for them. Also super well defended and executed with the fight with V7, of course. Fun pin Icelift, another clutch game where he squeezes out points where it shouldn't be possible.
Absolutely. No, this is the kind of guy that you want. If he made orange juice in the morning, he'd only require 1 orange because he seems to get every ounce out of everything he goes after.
He's a squeezer.
He's a squeezer. All right, so let's take a look at the other team. We got Howl, who has, again, stepped up. They've been playing some good games. PMA went a little bit deeper this time. We saw a lot of teams that needed to find those points getting out there. I think it hit sort of the end game. The mid-pack was really the ones who were still in it. So it feels like they've been really working hard to put those points up.
Yeah, also impressed with Genius Esports here towards the end. Here, also one of those teams kind of in our mid-pack that is chasing. So huge changes in our leaderboard is going to come here in our very last game. We're going to be halfway through the day, of course, but still, this momentum that you're able to build off, like having good games, getting a lot of kills, winning games potentially, is going to put you on such a high note, confidence-wise, that is something they can put into the next day, of course.
Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toffees. I'm joined here by Avenger as we break down the end of the day. This was the first of 6. So 6 games today. We play 6 tomorrow. The first 6 are done. At the end of that, the bottom 8 teams are going home, right? This is a big moment for these teams in a double elimination tournament. And what we saw in the last match was the perfect reaction by those teams at risk. They put it all out there. They took big risks. We saw SSG do in the previous game where they went for kills. They tried to hunt down fights. They did it again against Sixel this time where they faked a leave so that they could get those 2 points on the board. So a lot of these teams have been playing very, very well. The chief among them is going to be #1 in our top 4, though. It is 4 a.m. Martin, at the beginning of this match, I said, who shows up? Who puts up here to end the thing? And you said 4 a.m.
I said it.
Toby didn't believe you. He said, I don't know. You believed.
I said it.
Why?
Because they're the team that's just going to have those kind of pop-up games. And once they have 4 guys alive, they get a decent circle. They're going to do things like that. 18 smokes to help them and a lot of nades too. Meme is almost going to have 1,000 damage, 6 kills and 7 knockouts. That is crazy. These guys are putting up numbers.
Yeah, if you've got Hasameme on your team, you should be ecstatic to have him there.
Unless if you don't have Icelift like I do.
Well, that's true. But you don't, and that has been rough for you. They did a great job, though. We're going to see the man of the match here coming out. HSMM doing a wonderful, wonderful job. Almost 1,000 damage. The team, the team collectively, 16K club. That is a massive portion of the lobby, 1/4 of it executed by yourself.
Yeah, that's crazy. Good to see here for 4 a.m. of course. This is also, again, we said they only have 1 good game leading into this, right? And then this one, 26 points. They had 24 before this. They're going to more than double their points in this game. So this is their good game. They had a pretty decent game when we saw them double digits, but still, the rest of the day hasn't really been there. Is this going to be enough? They're going to need to have 1 more of these kind of pop-up games tomorrow, Toffees, to maintain that top 8 spot.
And more importantly, even if it was enough here, that is not going to be enough when we get to the next round, right? You have to be on at all cylinders.
Wow.
Our top teams have shown that. All right, let's look at the leaderboard at the end of the day. Petrichor at 56. 4 a.m. jumps all the way up to
12th.
second off the back of that game from 12th place. D plus Kia at 3rd. We've got Genius at 4th. This is a very, very interesting left side.
It also scares me a lot. It's extremely close, right?
So close.
It's from 9th and up to 1st place. It is super tight. Less than 20 points. 19 to be exact here. Falcons Ascent, also a little bit of a drop-off there. Like, it's 8 points from Space Station down to Ascent, so it's going to be rough. Tomorrow, we're going to be continuing our Miramar, of course. We're going to go back-to-back, and then we're going to end it on a wrangle.
Yeah, but Falcons started the day in 1st. When we saw our first leaderboard,
because they won the first game.
Right, and then they fell off. But that shows that you just can't let off the gas.
Right.
It is far too competitive. And at that mid-pack, it is incredibly tight. So remember, winning is nice, but it's the top 8 that matters most. Top 8 moves to the next stage. Bottom 8 goes home. And so these teams need to really get tight. They need to focus, and they need to make sure that they come tomorrow, because it's the difference between losing everything and having a shot at winning it all. Now, the best way to win it all is to play in an on-the-seat official gaming chair. Our partner for PGC, the chair that elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose On-to-Seat. Choose the seat of victors. Sponsored by King Power Group, we are leader in travel industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Logo Pro Esports grade gaming gear, created with a unique design. As a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championship 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as the designated hardware provider for this event. Tao Kanoi, live deliciously. And finally, the #1 fast and reliable fiber internet, True Online, makes sure that you can hit the shots when you need to the most. And that has been the story as teams that need to make the move to avoid going home. Some of them have really stepped up and done it today.
Yeah, you have to stay true to the points you're getting. The most way you get that is by killing. And some of these teams here, of course, they've popped off. Of course, a win is nice, but 70% of your points comes from kills. So this is what we need to see continue for that. Sure, Petrichor Road, they had only 9 in our group stage, right? They still popped off. We need to see that continue for them to maintain that top 8 spot. It looks good for them. I think they will need like 20, 25 more points, and they're going to be safe.
I do think there is some risk for some of our teams in the top. E36, for instance, like not the most extravagant of performances today, but they managed to get up into that left side of the leaderboard. The worry for me tomorrow is some of these teams are going to be coming in very aggressive, and if you have a passive play style without a lot of padding, which they don't, it just might not be enough. Do you think, I mean, where do you think that cutoff is going to be for this advance?
I'm still thinking around the 75-point mark, like we've seen in the group stage there. That's because it's so tight. It could be slightly like higher, 76, 78, but still it's going to be super tight. You can see how close it's been so far today. Again, 50 only. We saw 80 points from Tianba, right? So it's way closer, and we have a few chasers in the bottom half right now.
I mean, that's the reality of it. The chasers are in it. It's anybody's game right now, with the exception of first and second. It is still relatively wide open, so teams have time to reset, get set up for tomorrow, where they only have 6 games left to make a statement. That's it for today. Let's check in with Pan to talk with some of the players.
เอาละค่ะต้อนรับด้านบนเวทีนะคะเย้ ก็เชียร์อัพกันอย่างต่อเนื่องนะคะซึ่งอันนี้เราก็เข้าสู่ในช่วงสุดท้ายแล้วของแต่ละวันเนาะที่เราจะมาร่วมสัมภาษณ์นะคะกับต้องบอกว่าเป็น players นะคะที่มี performance ที่น่าสนใจมากๆซึ่งวันนี้นะคะเราก็มีทั้งหมด2ทีมเดี๋ยวจะขึ้นมาพูดคุยกันด้านบนเวทีนั่นเองค่ะโอเคเดี๋ยวนักสำหรับทีมแรกเดี๋ยวเราไปเจอกันเลยดีกว่านะคะนั่นก็คือ Petrichor Road นั่นเองค่ะเชิญค่ะ Hi สวัสดีค่ะ Hello Okay so Icelef right here today you have such like a great performance and a kind of turnaround that our fan and your fan expected to be so what was the main reason for your incredible performance today?
今天是属于你们的一天，表现得非常的好，能大概给大家说一下为什么你表现得非常这么的优秀吗？
就春运来的时候，感觉我们都把握住了吧，然后我自己跟团队的状态也是非常的好，希望我们能够保持吧。
So when the final phase is coming, they want to play it safe and play it smart, and also the teamwork. They're doing their average standards. That's why they're performing so well.
Wow, and that's great. And so next, we have heard that you wow to make it to the grand final. So after today, do you feel like more confidence about that?
关于你之前发誓说要杀回决赛这件事情，现在经过今天的整体的表现，你觉得这个自信心上是否有更好的把握呢？
因为今天分数拿的也比较多，所以说是蛮有信心的。然后也希望我们团队能够就是以今天这种姿态，然后放轻松去对待后面的比赛。
So, our team have a lot of points for today, so we are very confident about this. Also, we still want to keep the same relaxing atmosphere to make sure our performance work out and go through all the way to the final.
Wow, that's it, and we will follow it. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you. เอาล่ะก็เมื่อกี้นะคะที่สอบถามไปเนาะอย่างแรกเลยก็คือเราถามว่าคือวันนี้เขาแบบโอ้โหความสามารถสุดยอดมาก turn around ก็คือแบบสามารถกลับมานะคะขึ้นอยู่ในอันดับต้นๆได้นะคะเขามีเหตุผลอะไรหรือว่าอะไรที่ทำให้เขาขึ้นมาอยู่ในอันดับต้นๆได้นะคะอย่างแรกเลยก็คือต้องบอกในเรื่องของการวางแผนในทีมนะคะเล่นให้ smart แล้วก็มีการวางแผนที่ดีขึ้นกับในทีมแล้วก็อีกอย่างหนึ่งคำถามที่2ก็คือเขามีการ vow ต้องใช้คำว่า vow เหมือนเป็นการเหมือนสร้างคำสัญเขาเรียกว่าเป็นการให้คำสัญญาเนาะกับตัวเองหรืออะไรประมาณนี้นะคะซึ่งอันนี้เขาวาวเอาไว้ว่าเขาจะให้ทีมของเขาเองเนี่ยจะไปสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลนะคะก็วันนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างหลังจากที่ทำคะแนนได้แล้วก็ได้กลับเข้ามาสู่ในอันดับต้นๆเขาก็บอกว่าก็มั่นใจมากขึ้นนะคะแต่ก็จะ keep performance นะคะก็คือจะทำให้ดีแบบนี้ไปเรื่อยๆแหละแล้วก็ยังคงให้บรรยากาศยังคงรีแลกซ์อยู่เขาจะได้กลับมานะคะแล้วก็ไปสู่ในรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลได้ส่วนต่อมาอีก1ทีมนะคะโอ้โหวันนี้ก็สุดยอดมากทีมนี้นะคะเห็นยืนเชียร์อยู่ข้างๆแล้วก็โอ้โหความสามารถสุดยอดมากกับเกนจิวู้ฮู้วู้ฮู้วู้ฮู้มาแล้วจ้า a lot of fans here
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะพี่เอลนะคะ Okay, so today is such a big turnaround from the group stage. So how do you maintain this momentum into tomorrow and the rest of the competition?
이제 그룹 스테이지의 아쉬운 결과에 이어 오늘 굉장히 좋은 결과를 얻으셨는데 이 결과를 이 모멘텀을 내일 경기와 나머지 PGC 매치들을 어떻게 임하실 건지 궁금합니다.
일단은 저희가 떨어질 거를 조금 예상은 했었어가지고 바닥을 찍어봤으니까 조금 천천히 나아가려고 생각하고 있습니다.
We kind of expected that we would not make it to the winners bracket, and since we've hit the bottom, we are planning to slowly reach to the top.
Okay, and so as the player who has played at the higher level of PUBG season over season, so how has the level of the competition changed over time in your eyes? Or as you're thinking about.
피오님이 이제 매 시즌마다 최상의 이제 레벨에서 경쟁을 하셨는데 이 시간 동안 어떻게 그게 변했는지 궁금합니다.
요즘 모든 팀들이 다 잘하고 경쟁력 있고 교전도 잘하다 보니까 항상 긴장하지 않고 좀 열심히 해야 뒤처지지 않다고 생각합니다.
He feels that all the teams are very good now, and they're all good at fighting as well, and that we need to work hard for us to do well.
Okay, so anything to say to your fans over here?
팬들한테 한마디 부탁드립니다.
그랜드 파이널까지 조금 많이 남았지만 한 칸 한 칸 천천히 올라가면서 꼭 잘하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
There's a bit of time left until the grand finals, but we will slowly, step by step, get better and reach our goal and do well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. ขอบคุณค่ะและนี่คือเกนจินะคะต้องบอกวันนี้โอ้โห performance เขาก็ดีมากๆด้วยดังนั้นก็สำหรับในวันนี้นะคะเราก็ได้เห็นแล้วนะคะ ranking ของเราแต่ก็ยังมีวันพรุ่งนี้อีกวันหนึ่งค่ะดังนั้นก็อย่าพลาดกันนะคะกับ loser bracket อีก1วันค่ะวันนี้ก็ขอบคุณทุกท่านมากๆนะคะแล้วเจอกันใหม่วันพรุ่งนี้สวัสดีค่ะ
It's not enough. Turn around and trust in yourself at the end. You the only one who survived to win. Don't ask something to fire. If you want to go higher, shout it out louder. Say that you're divine. Go running through the fire and break all your desire. Shout it out louder. Say that you're divine. Go running through the fire. just not enough to run and trust in yourself at the end.